Hey, everybody. It's Friday. The Friday before Christmas.
We are ushering you into the Christmas weekend. Places got parades. Had a whole fucking parade of damn monster trucks with fucking Christmas lights on them go by.
Eustace,
Going around in the neighborhood. Must have been about 7 or 8 of them in a big long line.
Yeah, they're having a big...
Christmas tree lights on them and shit. And then they got the idiot neighbor over here, the fucking rich loud dude. He's got his fucking rap music and his country western music going.
Yeah, and like I said, it's not even next door. It's at 2 houses down.
2 houses down. It shakes the whole fucking house.
And Friday nights, he always has music blaring. And I can hear it real good.
Yeah.
From my office.
It's like it's in the room with you.
Yeah, it's super loud. So, sorry about
fucking
that.
Tempted, man. Tempted to sabotage some shit. I know where that bitch lives. I know where that bitch lives.
I was gonna say we got some loose bricks outside from like the landscaping we're doing. We should like wing some fucking bricks over at that bitch's house.
I got all kinds of inventive things I can do to fuck that stereo up.
Yeah.
That dude's a badass though, so I had to be fucking go fully prepared.
You have to like put on your ninja outfit.
Ninja outfit, fucking
go on the down
4:30 in the morning, fucking doing a fucking special ops fucking activity.
He's doing a special ops.
Yeah. I had that dude fucking moving out of here.
Operation Stereo Sabotage.
Go out there fucking like 5 gallons of fucking Roundup in a fucking flamethrower pack and just fucking spray all his whole fucking garden and shit. He wakes up, all his trees are dead, all his bushes are fucking dead and shit. Every bit of grass on his fucking house is fucking gone. Just everything, man. He's like, what the fuck happened? And I just keep sending him fucking messages. He wakes up and just fucking pictures of his house and shit. Fuck that stereo going over and over. Pictures of him, recording of him in that stereo. As I slowly just fuck up his property.
I mean,
he's setting out fucking traps and shit for me. That'd be something else.
Yeah, it's gonna be like this whole war of attrition.
Like a whole war of
it goes on for like years and years.
It's got bear traps and shit. I'll get one of those fucking high-tech sonic weapons. Where it fucking where you can broadcast a radio, not a radio, but a fucking audio message, but it's in a little fucking pipe. You can fucking aim it at a person's head, but only they can hear it. You know about that?
Yeah, I've heard about that.
Yeah,
Can you send him a brown note so it'll make him like shit his pants all the time?
I'll just sit there and just fucking blast fucking spooky shit into his head. I'll talk to him. I'm looking at him with a telescope and shit.
You'll pretend you're God.
Yeah. I see you with your fucking yellow shirt on, you bitch. Who are you? I'm the devil.
I can see you.
I see you. Yeah. Your wife's gaining some weight. She needs to tighten up some. Yeah.
I mean.
Who's that black dude keeps coming over your house when you're gone? That kind of shit. Let's fuck with his mind. Yeah.
Oh dear.
Dropping used condoms and shit in his fucking inside his house.
You gotta drop used condoms.
Dropping used condoms inside her car and shit. So he can find them.
See, Tom's like
I got all kinds of fucking dirty tricks.
Nefarious plans.
Yeah, you're like, where'd this come from? Well, I don't know. Yeah.
I mean, you know, it seems petty, but it's just kind of like it's really tiresome having to like listen to other people's shitty music like blasting all the time. He only really does it
in a high end in a high end residential district.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, and like I said, the thing about it is the houses aren't even that close together, and you can still hear it like it's in the same room with you.
I'm on a whole fucking acre here.
Yeah. So I can hear it right now.
Yeah.
Sometimes it rattles the walls.
And he's on the HOA.
Yeah.
That bitch.
Well, that's why he does it, I guess, because he's like, yeah, fuck you. I make the rules.
Yeah, he says it's not until 11.
Yeah, that's what he's gonna say.
That's what he's gonna say.
So, yeah, Camp Guy said we just moved into a new neighborhood. Lots of folks decorating. We just have one blow up Frosty and Mrs. Frosty and one kid. Yeah, we didn't even put out anything. I think we have a wreath on the door and that's about it.
Yeah.
And we have a Christmas tree that you can see through the front window, but we didn't even put out our little projection lights.
I ain't worried about it.
It's too late now.
Too late now.
We should have done it at the beginning.
Well, doing all that fucking work out in the front. It wouldn't look good anyway.
Yeah, that's right, because we're
doing
some landscaping in the front, so it's kind of in transition at the moment. There's like a lot of bare dirt and shit.
Yeah.
But, you know.
Pulled up everything.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to plant some bushes in there. And I got a guy who's fucking going to show me he's selling me the plans, show me where it should all go. I'll put it in there. Put in some mulch and shit.
Murder Hornet said, Tom, did your shit arrive today?
I didn't check.
Oh, you forgot to check that. You forgot to check the mail.
Check. Yeah, I can go check. If it's supposed to be here, I don't know. Is it supposed to be here?
Well, I don't know.
Okay.
What are you asking me for?
I don't know. And now he's making me go down there and go check it. The front fucking. I don't think I even checked the mail today, did I?
I don't remember you checking the mail. Because usually if I get anything, you usually bring it in to me.
I'll probably go down there and check it anyway.
Well, you got shoes on. Might as well. So Tom's going to go check the mail. Like,
check
well,
the mail.
because you forgot.
So you can just put it on. You can put that shit on fucking Murder Hornet.
But yeah, so Zach said we didn't put up a damn thing. Yeah, I mean, you know. Football Pharaoh said, what are you having for Christmas dinner this year? I'm not actually sure. We do have another turkey. So I don't know if we're going to make another turkey. I don't know. Maybe we'll get a ham. I don't know. We'll just pig out like we usually do. The reason that we're half an hour late starting is because, so we were like, oh, well, we should probably eat before doing the Sidetracks show because we're going to be drinking on there and shit like that. So Tom's like, oh, well, let's get some subs from Publix, right? And I'm sitting there going, oh, well, there's probably like a big long line, and you always have to wait for a long time because they usually only have 1 or 2 people making them, and then there's like the huge long line, and it takes forever. So I was like, I think you can order them ahead of time, like, and you can just pick what you want, and then you can just go down there and pick it up. So we ordered them online, and it says half an hour. So I was like, okay, fine. So we dick around in the house for 20 minutes or whatever, and then we go down there. We go to the liquor store, you know, and get some rum. Tom gets some eggnog and some cola and shit like that. And then, so half an hour, 35 minutes has gone by, and then we go into the Publix, and they have not made the sandwiches yet. And we're sitting there going, what's going on? So we wait and wait. And then this lady brings over 2 sandwiches, but they were for somebody else, like named Allison. And I'm like, what the fuck? And she's like, what are you guys waiting for? And so I said, you know, the name that, you know, I put it under Tom's name. And she's like, oh, sorry about that, you know, and stuff like that. And then, like, I don't know. It seemed like I don't know if they just don't have enough people making sandwiches or if they just push online orders to the bottom, because I guess there were people coming up to the counter and they were probably like, hey, I want my sandwich right now. You know, I don't give a shit if you're making something for somebody that ordered online. You know what I mean? But it took like a really long time, so we didn't even get back until like,
yeah, it came in. It came in.
Oh, okay.
And we got something.
What that?
Somebody sent that to us.
Oh boy. Look it's a Christmas card.
And then this is stuff
from
VA.
Tammy. Look, and Tammy gets to see us open it on this like an unboxing show. This is so exciting. This never happens.
VA stuff. And stuff for you.
Yeah. Oh, okay, so probably nothing exciting.
Nah, it's like junk mail.
Oh my god, look.
Damn kitties.
Expression on that cat's face. I've made a terrible mistake. Aw. Big wishes for a Merry Little Christmas. Thank you so much. Do you mind if we read this, Tammy? Can I read it? I'm going to read it. We'll see if it says something embarrassing. You know what I mean? It won't, I'm sure. Wanted to take this time to thank the both of you for all the entertainment, plus the hard work that you do for your loyal listeners and watchers.
Thank you.
I, for one, have spent countless hours with you and don't know how I would have gotten through some very hard times without my 13 o'clock friends. Hope to hang with you for many more years. That's love from Tammy. That is so awesome.
Yep.
That is so awesome. We love hanging out with you guys, too. Like I said, this is like one of the funnest parts of my like week, you know what I mean? Like doing the Friday night show. Because I'm like, woo, we can just like sit around and drink and talk to you guys and just talk about whatever we want, about bullshit and stuff like that. Although I will say that I like how the last show we did came out about the Kamar Daban incident.
The what?
The Kamar Daban incident.
Oh, yeah. The Russian thing?
Yeah. I think that came out really good. What are you doing?
She's making love to Spock. Leave Mirror Spock alone.
Spock's like, oh my god, this is so humiliating.
Pushing on it.
She's loving on Spock's leg.
Yeah.
Oh my
Trying
god.
to scratch her head.
Yeah. Oh, you got lots of scratchy stuff. I don't know what your deal is. Let's see. I'm talking
Let's
about.
see who's in here.
Yeah, everybody's in here. They were asking what we were gonna do for Christmas dinner. I was like, do we even
ham?
know? Yeah, I thought we were probably.
I was gonna make some kind of spicy like compote of some sort to go on.
Oh.
Kind of like something that you would, not cranberry sauce, but something kind of like with nutmegs and cloves and brown sugar. Something I'll look up some stuff that I can do. Might have baked apple or something. We'll see what I do. That Gonna have. I got those sweet potatoes that I grew. I may make a sweet potato pie.
Ooh, that would be good.
And then we'll have like maybe a sweet potato casserole because I got a bunch of those. Like
we have a lot of sweet potatoes, you guys. They grew out back.
They grew out back. A lot of them grew. Maybe cream corn, Brazilian cream corn.
We always like that.
Yeah, I can do that, and we'll see. I think I got potatoes too, but I got so much stuff we can eat it kind of slowly. We don't have to eat it all at once. That ham's huge.
But probably we will.
Yeah, but that ham's huge. We won't be able to finish that ham. But it'll take us a week to eat that ham.
Yeah. Something was on my lap that just fell out.
I don't know. See it.
It must have been that.
Must have been that.
I don't know what that was doing in my lap, but okay.
So, I got sides. I can make different sides.
I got sides.
Because if I cook all the sides at once, you know what I mean? And you have like carbohydrate rush,
And then I'll just be like, oh,
yeah, I'll cook so
like
much
I am
stuff
after Thanksgiving.
The whole, I can cook it as we eat the ham over the next couple of days.
Yeah, because then we can just have like different sides with each iteration of the ham.
Right.
It's like I feel like we usually do something big for Christmas dinner, but it's not usually as big as Thanksgiving.
Yeah.
Thanksgiving we kind of go all out.
Right.
Even
we got
though
that ham.
It took us like so long to eat all the Thanksgiving food. There was so much of it. Also, the other day when we were at Publix, we got some of my favorite kind of ice cream, which is peppermint stick.
Yeah.
Which is they only sell it around this time of year.
Yeah.
And then it's like delicious. We had a bowl last night where we were watching
Cold
Case
eggnog
Files.
And vodka. No,
rum.
eggnog and rum.
Yeah.
It's good.
Eggnog and rum.
Mm-hmm.
I'm using up the last of the cranberry juice is what I'm doing. So, but we
got Coke in there.
Yeah, so we got Coke to go with the rum. Cuz I like eggnog kind of, but it's like not it's very heavy, you know what I mean?
Well, you ice it down and the booze waters it down.
That's true.
So it gets there. See? Look.
No, I don't want any.
Yeah, see?
I don't want any.
I got nutmeg in there and everything I added.
Tasha Bella said, "Do you all like conquito?"
What?
Conquito.
I don't know that one.
Conquito.
I don't know that one. Never heard of it.
Tammy said, "I always get Chinese food on Christmas." I know a lot of people do that. My sister does that too. And have an Eddie as our marathon. Oh, that's nice. Started it many years ago with my daughter. That's pretty awesome. I don't think I've ever got Chinese food on Christmas, but yeah, my sister and her boyfriend do that like every year. I usually watch Christmas horror movies. Sometimes I do watch the last year I watched Emmett Otter's Jug Band Christmas, which I actually hadn't seen since I was a kid. And I saw it on Hulu or Amazon Prime and I was like, "Oh my god, we're totally watching that." But yeah, I watched that last year and it's still cute as shit, And sometimes I'll watch, the Rankin Bass stuff. Like Frosty the Snowman and Rudolph and all that. What do you do for Christmas when you're broke as fuck? Well, drink.
Yeah.
Well, you can't even drink that much when you're broke as fuck. You can't even buy any booze.
You watch Die Hard.
Yeah, you lay around watching Die Hard. Yeah. We haven't watched Christmas Chronicles this year either.
We got time.
Yeah, we still got time. We got all weekend.
We got time.
And I think what we should do, I was telling him last night, I said, I think what we should do, maybe, if we stream on Christmas Day, on Monday night, I think we should do Ginger Dead Man with Gary Busey.
I've never seen it, so I can't comment.
I haven't seen it either, but I've been wanting to see it.
Yeah.
Shudder added it, so I was just kind of like, oh, that's so tempting. I kind of want to watch it. It looks terrible, but yet awesome at the same time. Also, I've been I want to kind of see Violent Night too, but that came out. When did that come out? Last year, year before? Can't remember. But on Sunday. I'm gonna do another Christmas horror movie review. I'm doing. Danny will be happy because I'm doing To All a Good Night, the 1980 movie. So I'm gonna be talking about that one, which I probably mentioned this before, but not only the first slasher movie of the 1980s to come out in the 1980s, but also the first horror movie to come out in the 1980s. Too bad it's not that good. But, what are you going to do? Conquito is Puerto Rican eggnog.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I've never heard of that one.
Yeah, because I feel like I was just watching, I think it was Weird History Food about eggnog the other day, and they were talking about all the different countries' variations of it.
Yeah. I was going to show you guys what I got coming. All right. I was shopping with all my gay friends. I was showing them I'm getting this one next.
Yeah,
All
him
right.
and Toby like message each other back and forth because Tom's like, will send him. He's like, do you think I should get this?
Yeah, I showed Zach too.
Oh, you
too.
did?
Yeah, it says Zach. And when I got coming, it's a small, so that bitch is gonna be tight as fuck. Gonna be tight as fuck. And it's gonna be part of my Rob Halford outfit.
Yeah, Tom's going
my
like
leather daddy
full
outfit.
Rob Halford.
Yeah.
I still need to finish his biography.
Right. And I'm trying to pick out the hat. I'm gonna have my fucking knee-high New Rock boots. I'll probably wear skinny motorcycle jeans, motorcycle pants, and that probably just like a black wife beater or maybe no shirt at all, and I'll just wear that fucking jacket, wear that shit to the club and I'm thinking about with this hat. with this hat.
Oh, you found a hat too?
Yeah, there's a fucking handmade fucking leather hat.
Oh my god, dude.
Yeah. It's brown, but he makes it in black too.
That's kind of nice.
The thing is it's the best hat I've found. Kind of like fit what I wanted to do, but it's expensive. He wants $90 for it, but he makes them to order. There's the back of it. That's off Etsy.
That is really nice.
Yeah, it doesn't. It's not. It actually looks a lot better in person than what you're seeing on the.
Well, most things do.
But shit.
And yet you still don't want to get pegged.
Who said this?
You're wearing all
Who
that
said
stuff.
this?
No, I said that.
You asking that shit? Fucking Jenny.
I know. You know I love you, Tom.
Yeah.
I fuck with you though about your Rob
fucking
Halford
crazy.
cosplay.
Right.
I think it's gonna look good on you.
Yeah, that's the
just
hat.
saying.
That's the hat.
See, that's pretty cool.
That would look good with that jacket.
I like it.
It's some Marlon Brando looking shit.
Oh yeah. You should.
Yeah. Fucking Rob Halford be proud, man.
Yeah, you should call him up.
We see. I didn't want to. Like copy directly.
Right.
Besides, that was 81. Where Rob's fucking looking like that. You know what I mean? That's
Yeah.
kind of out of date. He doesn't dress like that anymore. Yeah, he doesn't. That's old Rob. Back in his heyday.
Jeffy Art said, Violent Night with David Harbour is my new Christmas action classic. That's what I've heard. I've heard everyone saying that that's good, and I really want to see it, because I love David Harbour. He's on Stranger Things. Football Pharaoh said, I've seen The Ginger Dead Man. It's awful, but in a deliberate way that makes it fun. Yeah, I mean, I figure if you're going to make a movie called The Ginger Dead Man with Gary Busey, I mean, you know it's going to be awful, but it's awful on purpose. So, I don't know. I'm kind of excited. Maybe I'll watch them both, and we'll see which one we like better, or maybe we'll do a double feature or something. I don't really know. We'll figure it out this weekend. Zach said, you guys, I'm in a kind of messed up family situation, and I really appreciate you guys doing this too. It's been a lot here lately. Yeah. I mean, like I said, we like hanging out with you guys. Yeah, Danny Rolling said, it's good enough film that Friday the 13th copied the film. Here's the thing, and I'll kind of get into this on the Sunday thing, because I had a lot of thoughts about this movie, is that it seems to me that because To All a Good Night came out in January of 1980, and then Friday the 13th came out like 4 months later. But the weird thing about it is that To All a Good Night has a bunch of the same shit that happens in Friday the 13th, like eerily similar. And so I was kind of thinking, well, there wouldn't be any way for... I mean, I wouldn't think there would be any way for, like, Sean S. Cunningham when they were making Friday the 13th. Would he have time to, like, see that movie? Because it was a limited release, To All a Good Night. It only played in a few theaters. It's like, would he have had time and, like, then incorporate that into his movie? I don't know. I always seems like it was maybe a coincidence. Because maybe they were in production at the same time. I don't really know. But, I mean, To All a Good Night, I think it only took, like, 10 days to shoot it. But the thing about it was that it was supposed to come out at Christmas. But then it got delayed because I heard, I don't know if this is true, but I heard that the producers backed out because Harry Reams was in it, the porn star, even though he's only in it for like a minute. And he's credited under a different name. So I don't know if that was the reason or if the producers just decided they didn't like the movie after they saw it or whatever. But it's like they backed out, so they had to get another production company to pick it up. So it didn't actually come out until after Christmas. You know what I mean? Like a couple weeks after Christmas. Which maybe was the reason that they didn't promote it as a Christmas movie, because the poster doesn't look anything like it was a Christmas movie. It looks like, yeah, I don't know. I'll talk about it on Sunday because, like I said, I wrote like a big long thing about it. Yeah, DVD Dragon said Tom gonna be dancing at the Blue Oyster.
Yeah. I saw Police Academy.
I did too. I you know what? I think I saw a couple of those in the theater. I'm ashamed to say. I mean, I didn't like choose to go see them in the theater. I was just with people that went and saw them in the theater, and I was like, okay, I kind of just went along, you know. Mackie Mac said, picturing Tom attending high school reunion looking like a dom with Jenny, while his high school classmates looking bland.
Yeah, that would be happening.
It probably would.
It would look like a Christian PTA meeting. Yeah, that's what it would look like.
Yeah,
I've seen them.
I would never
I've
go.
seen photographs of the fucking reunion in Michigan. That's what it looked like. It looked like a PTA meeting.
Yeah, I was just kind of thought
or a church get together.
The only people I liked in high school, I still kind of see them like on Facebook.
Yeah.
So the rest of the people, I don't really care that much about what happened to them, and they probably were all normies anyway. Yeah, Tammy says, "Come on, Tom, let Jenny peg you for Christmas. A gift to us all."
Man, this is a very popular topic. Very popular topic with this girl. Me dressing up like a fucking leather dom.
Yeah.
Getting pegged by Jenny.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's a female fantasy.
We'll do a video one of these days.
No, we're not.
No, we're not. No, we're not.
Not for unless there's good money involved.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Someday.
You gotta pay for that.
Someday. Someone will come up with that money. And then we'll be able to do it. What if somebody comes on ManyVids and pays like a whole bunch for a custom video for that?
Yeah.
Like
my ass ain't for free. But it's got to be motorcycle level money, right?
Oh, shit. Yeah, Danny Rowling said Friday the 13th copied off a lot of films, so who knows? Yeah, and it's like, the thing about it is that you can't be too mad at it, though, because, I mean, Sean Cunningham, like, pretty much straight up said, yeah, we were just making a Halloween ripoff. You know what I mean? Like, he didn't try to pretend that he was doing anything original. So I can't be mad about it. But, and the thing about it, too, is that Friday the 13th... Not only, I don't know if it ripped off To All a Good Night, because like I said, I don't know if there was enough time for him to have seen it, but they for sure ripped off Bay of Blood, the Mario Bava movie. They took 2 scenes like right out of that. So, I know that. But I will also add that To All a Good Night kind of ripped off Black Christmas. So, all those slasher movies kind of all ripped off each other. Danny Burling said, I just got my copy double feature DVD of 1980's Christmas Evil and 1983's Carnivore, directed by Andrew Davis. With that being said, is Christmas Evil a good film? I only got it because Patricia Richardson is in it. We saw it, I think we did it for a Christmas review a couple years ago.
We saw that? I don't remember that.
I remember it being okay. It wasn't like all that memorable. Yeah. You know what I mean? A lot of people do like it, though. But I remember it just being, like, kind of okay. You know?
I gotta say, when you get to be our age, things things really have to be special for it to even make an impression on you.
Yeah,
a lot of the shit that we see, it doesn't really make an impression on me.
Yeah, and, like, some of it is, like, good, but you don't, like, months later, you're just like, oh, wait, did we see that? You know what I mean? Yeah. So, yeah, it really does kind of...
I'll tell you some of the things that I forgot the most was any of those fucking Marvel Universe movies. I couldn't remember. As soon as I was in the parking lot, I couldn't remember what happened.
Yeah, and I'm not, like, super into them, too. Like, they're fun, like, while you're watching them, but, yeah, they're not super memorable.
I saw a bunch of them, and I couldn't tell you what happened in them. Now, I could remember the Spider-Man one.
Yeah, you liked the Spider-Man ones. The Spider-Man was good. Those were the good ones, I thought.
That one where Doctor Strange... reversed time and all of Spider-Man's fucking old villains and the Tobey Maguire Spider-Man came out of the multiverse.
That's right, yeah.
And
that was the kind of the most recent one, right?
Yeah, and
because we saw that in the theater.
William Dafoe returned as the Goblin.
Right.
That one I really liked that one. And they had Dr. Octopus.
Yeah, I liked that one too.
That was pretty good. Yeah.
Football Pharaoh said.
I kind of remember what happened in it.
Yeah, I sort of remember that too.
Yeah.
Football Pharaoh said, if you guys don't mind me asking, how old are y'all? If that's too personal, don't worry about it.
No.
There's honestly, I don't think there's a question you could ask that was too personal.
I'm 54. 54. Jen's 51.
I'm 51.
Yeah.
Yeah. Born in 1972.
Yeah.
Yeah, Black Christmas and House on Sorority Row. Yeah. Oh, that's another movie that I have to review one of these days is House on Sorority Row because I like that one too. Victor says, hey, I made it. Victor just showed up. Yeah, we were late starting out, so you didn't really miss.
We started at 8.
We started at 8 because our public subs took
a
half hour longer than they're supposed to.
Right.
So just word to the wise, it's like it's not faster like ordering them online ahead of time.
Oh.
Although I guess it depends on what time of day because when we went down there to pick them up, there was like a huge line.
I think that was a fucked up crew.
Maybe, or maybe like I said, our order got pushed down to the bottom or whatever. I don't know. But they just took a long time.
Yeah, a half hour to execute.
Sandwich was good though.
Yeah.
It was really good. I was gonna just eat half of it and then eat half of it after the show, but I started eating. I ate half of it and then I was like, man, I'm still kind of hungry.
No, I still got half of mine in there.
And then I'm just kind of like, and then I was like, and then if I save the other half for after the show, then I'll kind of be too drunk to enjoy it probably. So I was like, I'm just gonna eat it now. So I just ate it. It was good. I got a roast beef one. One of these days I want to try out that turkey and cranberry one. Victor says Jen is 35, but her 13 o'clock character is 51.
Yeah, she's looking younger.
I wish I was only 35.
Yeah, she's been in training.
I don't even remember being 35. That's how long ago it was.
Jen's changed.
I literally do not.
Jen's changed a lot in the past couple months.
Yeah. Sebastian's talking about John Carpenter's Assault on Precinct 13.
Yeah.
Great film, yeah.
Yeah.
I also like the remake. Did we
good.
see the remake?
No. No.
I thought that I saw the remake, but maybe I didn't.
No, I didn't see the remake. I'll tell you what, the best remake of Assault on Precinct 13 is VFW.
Yeah.
Which is not done by Carpenter, but it may as well been.
It's Joe Bagos, because I just reviewed his Christmas movie, Christmas Bloody Christmas, yesterday.
Yeah.
But that's the same director as VFW. And Christmas Bloody Christmas was pretty great, too. Please watch if you ever want to see Jonah Ray from MST eating out a woman's ass.
What? Who?
You know Jonah Ray from the new MST? The MST?
Yeah,
Jonah with the glasses.
Girl. Yeah.
He's not a girl, he's a guy.
Oh, a guy? Okay.
Not Felicia Day.
Okay.
You're talking about the villain. I'm talking about the host, Jonah.
I don't know that guy.
You know him if you saw him.
Okay.
Because you've seen the new MSTs, right? Some of them?
Yeah.
Yeah. Jonah Ray is in Christmas Bloody Christmas.
Okay.
Which is, and the first half of it is like kind of raunchy.
Oh, okay.
So
that's what you're talking about, eating out a girl's ass?
Yeah.
Right.
Well, it's his wife in the movie, but they're in a toy store, and it's not super graphic, but yeah.
Right. Okay.
Because I was reviewing, I did a stream yesterday, and I was talking about the movie, and Unforeseen was on there going, I remember the first half of this being real raunchy, and I'm like, yeah, it was kind of raunchy. The first part, it was kind of a hangout movie in the first half, but it was kind of raunchy. There was a lot and it was fuck every third word, which I was like, I didn't mind that because that's how I talk too. But then it was just like, it was a killer robot Santa, essentially. It was like the Terminator kind of, and he just was going and axing people to death. It was pretty fun. I liked it, and it had that cool new retro wave lighting, like they had in VFW, like that super saturated, like red and blue and green and stuff. Yeah, it looked really cool, I thought. But that's on Shudder too. I liked it. Might be one that I watch every year or a couple years for Christmas, because I like Christmas horror movies, you know. Let me see. What is me getting? Okay, they were talking about Camp Guy and Tammy are talking about their Camp Guy's talking about still owning a house, and let me see. I lost kind of track of what was going on. So yeah, they're all kind of like set up and everything like that. Tom's ass has served his country. It is not for sale, says DVD Dragon.
Not for no fucking cheap. Not for free. Well, me and Jen were fucking just going over the fucking stupid shit and everything that, you know, we fucking have thought of. And I was just talking about this one time where, you know, this guy who has this show was talking about this girl that he knew, that he had met through the show, who a verified chat mark approached her over Instagram, and it was a company that was representing the son of a huge fucking oil sheik, and they were inviting her to go to his birthday party. It was going to last like a week. And she was just like some real good-looking chick in her 20s, living out in the middle of fucking nowhere. And I don't think she believed it at first, but they fucking sent her like a $60,000 down payment to buy clothes and all kinds of shit. And they were going to fucking fly her, and they were going to go all over. You know, they showed her, you know, some of the pictures from the other birthday parties, and she goes there to this guy's birthday party, and and they pay you. They paid her. I think they paid her $250,000, and she's like fucking 22, 23. When she got there, it was like something out of one of those fucking Bachelor fucking programs. So what do they call it? You know, like fucking
The Bachelor,
like Bachelorette and shit. You got like 30 girls all vying for this.
Or I guess the Bachelor would be the ones with the
vying for this guy. And it was just constant partying and orgies at night between him and the other girls, and they were all vying for his attention and shit. And the only rule is that they couldn't post pictures of him or tell anybody where they were on Instagram. I think the dude was already married. Probably what the deal was. But anyway, we were just like, Jim was like, yeah, with $250,000, that's a lot of fucking money.
Yeah.
You know? And this girl out in the middle of nowhere, she couldn't say no to it. They gave her a big fucking down payment and everything. So, so I said, Jen, if they ever fucking come at you with $250,000, I'll be packing your bags, okay? So we start fucking around. She goes, what about you? Would you go? And I was like, well, you know, what if it was a big old gay oil shake? And I was like, $250,000, that's a lot of fucking money. She's going, yeah.
I was like, you better go.
Yeah. Like,
if I gotta do it, you gotta do
have
it.
to do some James Bond shit and like get into a certain character for it or something, you know?
Well, that's what I would have to do,
and we were
too.
just getting down. We were just coming to the conclusion that it's easy to say, oh, I'd never fucking do any shit like that. But in reality, there's a price for everything.
Sure.
You just like, they just keep throwing money at you. Eventually, you'd probably do it.
I think most people would probably do it.
Yeah.
I mean,
'Cause you're
especially
like
something
going,
like that where, like I said, it probably, I don't really want to do it, but it's like, because you'd have to like fuck some random dude and shit like that. But if it was only for like a week, and you were getting paid $250,000, I mean, a week for $250,000 of doing something you don't really want to do, I mean, that's not really that bad.
It's a week.
Yeah.
Not that long.
I mean,
$250,000.
You could get through it.
That solves a lot of fucking problems.
That's what I mean. Like, I could live for that I could live on that for decades.
Now, if you're fucking in the Colombian cartels, you know, $250,000 is nothing to those guys. But we're not in the Colombian cartels, you know. Now, fucking, I think pretty much the average person would probably pretty much do anything within reason. All right. I don't know about doing like hits. Like somebody could offer me $250,000 to do a hit on somebody. I'd, even if there was a good reason for it.
Depends who it is.
Even if there was a good reason for it, I probably have to say no because the downside of that is that you could get life in prison if you got caught. Yeah,
that'd probably not be worth it.
So the risk is a lot higher.
Yeah.
You know?
I don't think I would do that for
right
because it would just be I'd be too worried about it.
Right. The only time fucking I was ever close to doing anything like that, of course, was for the U.S. Army. And you got the protection of a fucking state entity, behind you. Yeah, we're sending you into a theater of enemies.
Right, so like you won't get in trouble.
You're not going to get in trouble unless you fall into the hands of the enemy,
Yeah, I mean, there's still a risk, obviously. But it's not like going outside the law and like just bumping off some random person.
Special operations or black operations are illegal. That's why they're black. If you got caught in the enemy country, you'd be tried as a criminal.
Yeah, that too. So yeah, I would have to think about. I mean, there's some things I don't think I would ever do, for any amount of money, but some things it would be a sliding scale.
Yeah, you start thinking about sexual stuff. You're like, well, you're not getting hurt. You're not killing anybody. It's not illegal. You know what I mean?
Right, that's what I
This is
mean.
just a moral thing. You know what I mean?
Which I don't really have a problem with that. Like I said, I don't. Like I said, I don't want to just like bang some random dude that I don't know because that's creepy. But it's just kind of like I would put up with it for $250,000.
That's a lot of money.
That's what I mean. And it's not like I was doing anything behind your back. Like
No,
you would
I
know
know.
about it, and you'd be like, "Yeah, go do that. It's a lot of money."
yeah. A pimp's love is very different from that of a square. Remember that movie, fucking Idiocracy?
Yeah.
You know, a pimp's love is very different from that of a square.
Are you saying that you're my pimp, Tom?
No, but in that situation,
In that situation, I probably. Well, no, because you wouldn't be my pimp because I'm not giving you all that money.
Right? Yeah.
I'm like, this is my money, bitch.
All the money. That's right. It's my money.
No, I'm keeping that money. I'm like, I earned this shit. You're not getting any.
That should be yours. I ain't getting any. Oh, yeah, bullshit.
I might take you out to the Chinese restaurant once in a while.
You could be buying some furniture for the house.
Well, that too. But yeah, I mean, I can buy
some of that shit's going to the mortgage.
I'll buy a car and shit like that. Yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah, so I wouldn't. That's what I meant. I just, I would buy things that both of us.
In case you don't know the show, me and Jen work part time in the adult industry. So, but we're only with each other. You know, we do online stuff.
We don't have sex with
stream mate and shit. And do some video.
Yeah, we haven't done stream mate in a while, but we've done some videos.
Been too busy for stream mate.
Yeah, it's just so much other stuff going on.
Yeah.
It's like the holidays, and I had all this other shit I had to do.
Had a customer fucking contact us. Where you guys been?
Yeah. Yeah. He's a British guy. Like I said, the British people that we had on StreamMate were like the most polite
good
people.
customers.
They're like way more polite than Americans. Most of the Americans were fine, but the British people were like super polite.
British bisexual guys.
Yeah.
Great to work for.
Yeah. It seemed like those were our best customers. They were the nicest.
Very polite.
They were the nicest people. They were genuinely interested in us in actual, in us as actual people, like asking us questions about ourselves and shit like that, which I thought was kind of neat.
And they also didn't ask for anything. So is there anything you're looking for? No, just have fun and I'll just take me along for the ride. You guys are going to, okay, fine.
Yeah, because like I said, the more specific people are usually like the bigger dicks there. Not always, but it's just, I've found that people that are like super, well, I want you to be in this position and you pretend to, be an underwear goblin or I don't fucking know. Just like some, you know what I mean? Like some fucking weird scenario that they throw, you know what I mean? Where they want you to like play act this whole thing. And I'm just like, oh God, I'm not like really good at doing that, but yeah. Football Pharaoh said, random question for the fuck of it. What were you guys doing on 9/11 and what do you remember from that day? I remember I was at work. I used to work at the Daytona Penny Saver. And I remember it was a Tuesday because that was the day that we put the paper together back in the old school way, like paste up. And so we all had to come in at 7 or 7:30. So I had been at work for a couple of hours. And I remember somebody yelling from like the break room because there was a TV in there.
I had a day off. I watched that shit happen fucking live.
Well, we did too.
I didn't see the first one hit. I saw the second one hit.
No, I didn't either because we were working and then like somebody yelled from the thing. It's like, oh my God. And then like everybody ran down to the break room and watched it. Because at first we were just like, holy shit, look at that dumbass like flying into the building like that. Like we thought it was an accident.
Stories that those planes didn't knock it down. It was actually like explosives. I don't believe so.
No, I don't believe that either.
No, those planes went in there. They had a lot of fuel on them. And just like in a bellows, if you've got enough air supply, you can get diesel to fucking burn really hot. And it melted the structure and the thing fucking collapsed. I mean, someone said, well, diesel doesn't burn hot enough. Bullshit. Fucking coal can burn, if you get enough air to it, can burn hot enough to make steel. Dudes were fucking forging steel by hand. Back in the Iron Age, okay? So yeah, you can get it if you got enough air, enough oxygen, enough airflow. You can get a fire real hot. That's what a bellows did. So that's just what happened. Now, what I do remember from that day that hasn't really been explained sufficiently to me is that there was another building that they blew down in that area. One that wasn't hit. They knocked a couple buildings down.
Yeah, I think they did afterward because they were structurally unsound.
That's what they said. I don't know if it's true. Some people said that it was bullshit, that it was an insurance scam, that the guy who did it, the guy who owned it, and the guy who owned it had it blown down so he could collect insurance money on it because he was losing a shit ton of money. And it was his friend that controlled all the damn emergency rescue operations in the area. Like, you know, one of the elected officials was in his pocket. So anything's possible. I think there was corruption happening too. People making money off contracts and shit.
Camp Guy said, I think I saw the Challenger space shuttle blow up live as well. I didn't see it happen live, but I saw it right after it happened. I was in 7th grade. I remember this too. And I remember it because it was my brother's birthday. And he was kind of fucked up about that for a long time. Because he was a little kid, you know, at that time. And I remember we were at lunch. My class was at lunch. Pretty sure I was in 7th grade. And we were walking back to the classroom. And the other class was coming out, and one of them said, the shuttle blew up. And we were like, fuck you. You know what I mean? They said, that's not funny. You know what I mean? And, like, the teacher said that, too. It's like, that's not funny. Don't say stuff like that. But then when we got back in, they were like, no, that really did happen. And they wheeled the TV in, and then we watched it. We were like, holy shit. You know. But I remember, I remember it was January 28th, 1986. Because that was my brother's birthday.
There was a rumor that after the explosion, they got recordings of people screaming and praying on their way down that they were alive.
See, I don't know if that's true or not. I've heard that too. That might just be kind of like a exaggeration. I don't know.
It looked like a pretty big explosion. I think that would have killed everybody in there.
I mean, I hope it did, man. Yeah. Like, if you gotta go like that, like, at least not know what hit you. You know what I mean? Because that would be fucking awful. Like, if you knew what was going on, even for like a minute or two. Blah. I can't even imagine. That must be fucking horrible.
I remember that one that burned up coming in. Remember?
Yeah.
The one that burned up re-entering.
Yeah.
They said that those people didn't even know it hit them.
Yeah. Like I said, I hope.
So as soon as there was a hole in the bottom of the fucking aircraft, that it basically got so hot in there, just within a second, it would have just fucking killed everybody.
Yeah.
That it got too hot in there.
Victor asked, I forgot. Victor says, Jenny, I hope you show Tom the pegging memes I occasionally send you. Yeah, Victor sends me a lot of pegging memes. He's like, I don't know why I have so many pegging memes. Don't ask me. But I meant to show you that last one because it was really funny. But I'll show it to you later because it's on my phone.
You got the gays after me now.
The gays are after you. Mm-hmm. Well, they like that tight little ass, Tom.
Is that what it is? Let me, I'm going to get another drink.
No, I don't need another one yet, but soon I will.
I'm going to get rum and coke this time.
That might be what I get next time, too. I was just waiting for you to open the soda because I didn't want to be the asshole to open the soda first. I was trying to use up the cranberry juice.
Just rinsing out all that eggnog.
Yeah. High Desert said, what if they would pay you to take out a known pedo? Well, like I said, it would have to be the kind of thing where I would have immunity. You know what I mean? Because I don't want to, like, get paid to take someone out and then have to worry the rest of my life that I'm going to get in trouble and, like, go to prison. You know what I mean? But if government officials came to me and said, hey, we'll pay you to, like, take out this pedophile or whatever, and you're not going to go to prison, then yeah, I'd probably do it. As long as the person was really, like, a bad person. You know what I mean? But like I said, there's some things that I would not do for any amount of money. So. But some shit, like I said, the shit about going over and, like, having a week-long orgy with this guy and all these other girls, like I said, I wouldn't enjoy it, but it's, you know, it's $250,000. I'd probably do it. Well, I was gonna say I'd probably do it for less than that, but I don't know if I would. I mean, I would need at least enough to, like, live on for several years, is what I'm saying. Let me see. Yeah, Camp Guy said, I drove down to Cape Canaveral with a buddy and his mom, and we saw the launch of Apollo 13 in person. Wow, that's awesome. We used to, you know, because I grew up in Daytona Beach, which is only, like, maybe 50 miles from Cape Canaveral. Like, it's south of there. And so a lot of times, like, when the space shuttle first started going up, we would drive down and, like, see the launches. So, I'm pretty sure we saw the first one go up. Columbia, or was it Columbia? The first space shuttle, like, in 81?
Rum and coke.
I think I was 9 years old.
Pretty good.
Woo. That is good. Yeah, I'm going to have that next. You can make me one of those next.
All right.
All right.
Yeah, I think if the Saudi oil sheikh fucking called me to come entertain in his harem, I'd have to get my leather daddy game on point before I fucking went. I'll show up there dominant as a motherfucker. All right, that's the angle I would go. I'd go in that bitch like James Bond with a whole fucking plan. I have my strap on and everything. Be taking his ass. I try to flip the script on him.
Well, he might want that. He might
That's
want that.
what I'm saying, yeah. I'm going to come in that way. I'm going to flip the script on him. I'm going to come in there Don Juan.
You know?
That's right. Get him to give it up to me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it's like, hey, you know.
Yeah. See, I'm already fucking...
Turnabout's fair play.
Yeah.
If you're going to put it in the ass, then I'm going to put it in
It's
your
my
ass.
survival skills already.
Sure. Oh, my God. Ah. Zach said, this is crazy. This makes me feel really old. Zach said, I was 4 when 9/11 happened.
Damn.
Wow.
That's ridiculous.
Well, it's weird to think that nowadays there's like people that have kids and stuff that weren't even born when 9/11 happened.
Yeah.
Because that was a long fucking time ago.
Yeah.
Which is crazy.
Seems like yesterday to us.
Yeah, well, it doesn't seem like yesterday. It seems like a long
Yeah.
time ago, but it doesn't seem like that long ago. I mean, I was working like my first big main job, but I'd been there for a few years at that point.
For me, I see the world as before social media and after social media. That's where it was kind of the biggest change happened.
Yeah.
Because we had internet in the 90s.
Yeah.
But that was some dark web shit, man. It was more fun. It was more like the Wild West. And you felt like you were getting away with something. Because the average person couldn't use it. I made an online purchase to Hot Topic using an ATM card and had the shit delivered to my house. And I thought I did some shit out of fucking an Arnold Schwarzenegger movie. Like I did something out of Running Man.
Total Recall.
Total Recall. Yeah, it was like super futuristic. And I got that shit delivered to me, and I thought about it, and I fucking thought about the shopping mall that was fucking like 10 miles away, going, what the fuck would I go there for? You know? Yeah, exactly. That's what happened to the shopping mall. But still, it took a long time. It took over a decade for that to catch up, to reality to catch up. Because people were just in the habit of shopping in person. And if you're a normie and any old regular clothes will fit your bill, you'll go down to the mall and just buy something off a rack. Me and Jen go there and there's nothing there we would wear.
Yeah.
Well, I'm fucking wearing that shit. We went to the fucking department store. The only thing that I got her was some damn fucking perfume. This shit smelled good too. Jimmy Choo.
And bras.
And bras, yeah.
Yeah.
You want to try a bra on. Not
Yeah.
me, but she want to try a bra.
Sure, Tom.
No, you want to make sure the bra fits because, you know.
Yeah, because I order some online. Like I have
never
one.
quite works
I
out.
have one brand
Yeah.
that I reliably can order online because I always get the same one. Because they're like $50 each, so I only get like one at a time. But I know those fit because I've gotten those a bunch of times. But other bras, man, it's like their fucking sizing is all over the place, and you never know like how. And there's a million different variations. It's like this one's push up, this one's pull up, this one's you know what I mean? They have like all these different configurations that make your tits do like different things.
Yeah, I would love it. I love to make them tits do different things.
You do make the tits do different things.
Yeah, man, stand on your head and shit. Like that. It's a roll over on the side. Yeah, look at that. Yeah.
This is how boob obsessed he is. He was in his gym like doing the bench press, and I was spotting him because he was lifting something really heavy, and it's like he's about ready to do it, and he's like, "Oh, I can see the boob shelf." And I was like, "Dude, I'm just trying to get you to like not drop this on your neck. Can you like
it was a great boob
focus?"
She was above me, like fuck face and tits going that way, and there's a shadow and everything, man. It was just like, you know.
He's like, "I'm in the boob
like
shadow."
It's in the shadow of it.
Yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of the boobs.
She had the boob shelf going. I was impressed. I was like, I want to get it. Hand me the camera.
He's like, yeah, he was all the different angles of like fucking boobs. That's like fucking hilarious.
Yeah. Okay. So
You're fucking hilarious.
coming off deck.
Do bras ever hurt? Says Zach. If they don't fit right, they do. Or if the wire pops out, which I've had happen many times. Because there's metal wire underneath, so it's like if it pops through a hole, like it'll stab you like right in the fucking tit.
I've had to fix them before.
Yeah.
In the club, man, it's just killing me. Hold on.
It's like, ow, this fucking thing. It just like poked me right in the
push
tit.
the fucking wire back in there.
Yeah. And they won't really stay. Like once they do that, it's like pretty much game over. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, so, Tom's coming off DECA.
Yeah, I'm coming off DECA, yeah. So I've been on it for, how long? Maybe 4 or 5 months. So I'm coming off that. Because my source is out for right now, so I'm coming off that. Which I'm looking forward to it. because I was on this fucking really cool mix. It was 2 different kinds of testosterone, 2 different types of fucking Durabolin. It was Durabolin and Decadurabolin, or NPP and Deca. And it was all pre-mixed in one bottle. It's a nice fucking mixture. You don't get fucking Deca Dick or anything. If you guys know what Deca Dick. If you take Deca as a standalone, or any of those steroids as a standalone without backing it up with testosterone, you can get fucking erectile dysfunction because
like
your
whiskey dick, but not as fun.
Yeah, because your nuts see something in the bloodstream that looks like testosterone, but it isn't. It's nandrolone. So your nuts will just shut down. It won't.
It's funny thinking about your nuts seeing things,
nuts
like with little googly eyes.
They're kind of like the needle on a record player, and it's in the damn bloodstream. You know, it's kind of like the O2 sensor in a fucking exhaust system. And
that's an interesting
something
analogy.
in there. I think that must be test. We don't need to make any. So go to sleep, boys.
Yeah.
But it's not. It's fucking.
Like let's just lay on the couch and eat Cheetos and play
your
video
nuts
games.
get small. But it's not, man. You know, it's not test in there. It's nandrolone. So now you got nandrolone, but nandrolone is not a 1-to-1 replacement for test. So the next thing you know is that you're like, I'm getting ready to, kind of aroused right now. I'm going to throw down, and then you feel like you want to have sex, but you'll never fucking rock up. You'll get state, which is funny. I've had it happen before when I had balances all wrong. It's like, okay, men will know what I'm talking about. You get to a certain level of arousal and it stays there. Your level of arousal never goes up high enough to where you'll fucking start rocking up. It'll just stay at this weird baseline, and you'll never get quite enough into it. But you think you have the desire for it, but you don't. It's like an illusion. It's because your hormones are fucked up.
Super frustrating.
Yeah. So if you take anything, all right, and I'm not a doctor, but I'm just telling you, this is bro science now. All those anabolic steroids will suppress testosterone production. They cannot be taken as a standalone. You always take them with testosterone because they'll shut down your natural testosterone. You have to replace it with something, so you put some test in there with it, and it'll all just run like that. It'll run normally. If you put test in there, it'll be okay. Now, if you come off of all that shit, your normal testosterone production will be way slowed down because you've been injected it in there, so it's not used to making it anymore. So you have to go through what's called post-cycle therapy. There's some stuff that you can take, fertility drugs, to kick yourself in the nuts to get your production back up. This is why when you were a kid in high school, you heard all these fucking horror fucking stories about these dudes that would fucking in high school go on steroids and they get big, and then a month later they're fucking fat. Or then now all of a sudden they can't have sex. It's because they didn't know what they were doing back then. Only real pros, like professional bodybuilders.
Well, it's a delicate balance.
They knew what. Arnold and all those guys from the golden era, the 70s, they knew how to use that shit. They were using entire stacks of hormone replacement. But that was top secret information back then. They didn't tell other people what they were doing. They had doctors making those steroids for them. They owned all the companies. They were in California. The doctors lived in California, but all the labs were in Mexico. That's why there's so much good steroids in Mexico. There was Californian guys that set those labs up down there. And they were legal in California for a long time. It's still legal, it's just that it's controlled. You gotta get subscription for it. Prescription for it. Subscription.
It's in that, yeah. Yeah, I'm subscribing to it like a magazine.
Florida's wide open. You can get a prescription for anything. Hormone replacement clinics, they'll give you anything.
Pretty much, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you very much, Jeffy Art.
Yeah.
Don't know if you already discussed this, but with the Epstein Files being unsealed in January, have you guys already done a show about him? We have not. Although I wanted to answer this question real quick that I missed. DVD Dragon said, "Jenny, have you guys ever listened to Curve?" Yeah, I remember them.
Oh yeah, it was a good band.
Shoegaze band from the '90s.
Yeah.
Yeah, I actually have a couple of their songs. I think maybe Fait Accompli and Horror Head, I think, are on my phone.
I haven't heard them in a long time, but I remembered that name and I remembered liking them, and I'm sure.
They're good.
I liked Mazzy Star.
Yeah, I like them too.
I liked the Cockatow Twins.
Well, that's more 80s. They were around in the 90s too, but they were.
I was big into Garbage, with fucking Shirley Manson.
Yeah.
What was another shoegaze type?
I liked Lush.
Yeah, I remember them. Massive Attack.
My Bloody Valentine.
I was big into Switchblade Symphony, although that was more like a hybrid. It was like goth, trip hop, and shoegaze. All
they kind of got more trip hoppy as they went
on.
You know what I mean?
Like Switchblade Symphony.
Yeah, Hyde said I love Cocteau Twins. I still love them. I got a bunch of their songs on. Yeah, they're really good. Like I said, they were still around in the '90s, but all of their I think their best stuff was '80s and maybe early '90s. Yeah, we haven't done a show on Jeffrey Epstein yet. One of these days we will.
Yeah,
one of these days.
That was actually a Florida story. A lot.
Yeah, because there's a lot of documentaries.
He was locked up here, and a lot of those girls were coming from here.
Yeah.
They were recruiting him here.
I should probably write that down, as I keep forgetting. You know what I mean? Well, I'll remember.
Well, they're gonna release more stuff, but I guarantee you
that's what he's saying.
It's gonna be a sideshow, mostly a distraction. It's gonna be names that you fucking are gonna go, yeah, well, of course he went there, you know. But I don't think it'll surprise anybody. Powerful dudes were up there doing that, and they were joining a gang, basically. If you ask me, that's just straight out of the books for like very high tech, 5th generation. Intelligence agencies that use like mind control and running people on down, remote control. It was. I don't think they were secretly recording those guys with those girls. I think they knew they were going to be recorded. I don't think the girls knew though. I think the girls were totally innocent. They were just being abused. They had these rich, powerful guys with big names that running the planet coming over and asking for rub downs and fucking hand jobs and shit. And they were giving them $20. Like that's all they were worth. Yeah, as if low down. And they would like evidently recruit them for having good grades and shit. They wanted them to, you know, what's her name? What was Epstein's girlfriend? Her dad was like...
Maxwell?
Maxwell, yeah. Maxwell's dad was a big player in the Mossad. He was an intelligence agent himself, I think. And I don't know if he was working for CIA, if he was working for Mossad, or if they were like a private James Bond villain type organization that worked for maybe probably WEF, probably World Economic Forum, something like that. I think what they were doing is they were going there to party and join the gang. And they could trust you when they had you up there at that island, and you allowed yourself to be recorded. Then they'd trust you, and they would probably pay you a certain amount of money, and you had to toe some kind of political line to help the WF and a world government come to power. It had something to do with bringing a world government into power, using the heads of bio industries. So, you know, I'm going to make people mad, but everybody that controls those corporations was involved. CEOs and shit. And it had to do with Operation Lockstep. Getting all these corporations to act together to collapse fucking society, to make a totalitarian government that was involved with, going to be kind of like the Chinese model, you know, and fucking the WEF came out and said they wanted the Chinese model, which was social credit score, vaccine passports, digital currency. Once they had that, it's a total control grid. They can control where you spend your money. That their digital currency wasn't just like the currency you have now, where you just buy something online. They control the currency. If they don't want you to buy that, they'll charge you more, or they won't let the transaction go through. That way, they can choke out companies that they don't want to exist. Or, you know, and then another thing that it can do is it can encourage you to buy from companies they want you to buy from, so your prices go down. And then if you have things like vaccine passports, you can control where people move. You can't go anywhere without permission. Now what they'll do is they'll justify it by a pandemic. They'll say, oh, it's too dangerous, it's too sick, you got to stay at home. We'll give you your currency, you stay at home. And so the next thing you know, you're now in a North Korea type situation. They couldn't travel without papers. They had to stay at home. They reported to important work. If you didn't have important work, what they ended up doing to the North Koreans basically is they starved them to death because they were excess population. And they're going to rephrase all that shit by saying, well, we got to get carbon neutral. We got to reduce the carbon footprint. Well, guess what? You're the fucking carbon. All right? You're made out of carbon. You're making carbon and burning carbon. So if we get rid of you, the carbon footprint is reduced. That's why they said they wanted to reduce the population by 90%. This is madman shit. People say, no, they would never do that. That's what they said about the Nazis. All right? People didn't believe that those camps actually existed. Even when they showed the film. No, that could have never happened. Yeah, that's the way people really are. Yeah. If they don't like you and they have power, they kill you. You give them the power, they'll do it. And why? To protect themselves, because they're afraid of you. There's too many of you, they can't control you. And you might get them out of power or take their money away and threaten their family. It has nothing to do with your nation or what your race is or anything. You're just a threat to them. I mean, shit. There's probably maybe fucking 15, 20 families that own everything. There's only a few corporations. I think BlackRock owns almost everything in the United States if you trace it up. It's a fucking BlackRock Fleet Street, and then there's another one. And they're just huge monopolies.
Zach says, by the way, Tom should check out Dave Dana, I think is what he's saying. He's this Jewish guy who got up to 400 pounds. He's now down to 200-something and has been totally changing himself. Even Arnie shouted him out.
Wait, hold on, who? I couldn't hear what you said.
Dave Dana.
Okay, he's a Jewish guy that what?
Got up to 400 pounds. He's now down to 200-something and has been totally changing himself. Even Arnie shouted him out.
Okay, so he's a weight loss guy?
Yeah, or like a weightlifter type. Yeah.
So he was a big fat guy, and now he's a weightlifter now.
Right. Yeah. I guess so. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know.
He's like, yeah. You should probably look that up then. Oracle just showed up. So hey, how are you doing, Oracle? Happy Merry Christmas weekend, whatever. I can't believe Christmas is Monday, man.
Yeah.
Shit. It's just sneaking up on me. Life is just going by faster and faster. I guess I'll go make a drink.
I'll make it for you. Somebody's talking about they had teen girls in the desert building. I know what he's talking about. Yeah. That was Epstein's weird-ass human breeding program where he wanted to impregnate all these women with himself. With, like, his own children, and that dude was a weirdo. It's like straight out of a 007 movie.
Yeah, I'm going to quote Crow from MST. Like, you're so cool, we need more of you. Oracle said, I'm so glad to be off work for 3 days straight. That's awesome. Life in healthcare, man. Yeah. I mean, I can't imagine. I'm going to wait till Tom comes back and ask you about that. So he's going to have to look that up. Wait, they're remaking Roadhouse? Okay, this is the first I'm hearing about that. I mean, Roadhouse is an 80s classic. It's so cheesy and bad, and yet so good. Let me see. Okay, so they're talking about Violent Night again. Yeah, I definitely want to see that. I mean, I've been wanting to see it since it came out. When it came out last year, right? I feel like it came out last Christmas, or maybe it was 2 Christmases ago. I don't know. Time's flying by. But I've been wanting to see it since then. I just haven't got around to it yet. But I'll probably watch it this weekend. Like I said, might watch Ginger Dead Man, too. I'll get really drunk tomorrow night and watch Gary Busey be a Ginger Dead Man.
Okay.
DVD Dragon said, Tom, have you seen the new shirtless picture of Jake Gyllenhaal for the Roadhouse remake? What stack is he on?
Okay, hold on. I'll check it out. I'll have Jen spell it out. Okay, hold on.
Yeah. Tom's gonna.
I'll look at the picture.
Investigate.
I'll pull the picture up.
I said I was shocked by the fact that they're remaking Roadhouse. I'm not shocked, but I just like this is the first I've heard.
What's the guy's name?
Jake Gyllenhaal.
Jake,
like regular.
And then how do you spell the rest?
GY.
LL.
EN.
I see Jake Gyllenhaal.
Yeah.
Roadhouse.
Yeah.
Okay. See if I can get... Okay, all right. I see what you're talking about.
Let me see this.
I'm going to show you.
Okay.
Hold on.
Is he going to say pain don't hurt? Okay, there you
He
go.
must be talking about this.
Yeah.
That? Okay, hold on.
He has buffed out, hasn't he?
Let me see. First of all...
I always kind of like Jake Gyllenhaal.
How long did it take
I love
him...
that movie, Enemy. Did you guys see that? It was so fucking weird.
All right. How long did it take him to achieve this? What was he like before?
I don't remember really what he was like before, but he wasn't that shredded for sure. But I don't remember how small he was. I haven't seen every movie he's in, you know what I mean? I think the last thing I saw him in was Enemy, and that was like a few years ago.
Okay, here's some other good pictures of him. Okay, some other pictures of him.
Okay, so he
Is
has
that him right there?
Yeah.
Okay, this I think is a little bit more of a realistic photo of that guy. All right.
Yeah, without Photoshop.
How old is he? Yeah, without the Photoshop. How old is he?
I don't know.
Okay, look, he's not actually that massive.
Yeah, he was kind of... I remember him being, like, as a kid... Yeah, Oracle just said, I finally got around to watching Donnie Darko early this month. Jake G is a fairly skinny teen in that. Yeah, I remember him being kind of thin, like, in that. But he was young. I mean, he was still kind of a kid in that.
How long did it take him to get to this?
We don't know.
They don't know. So we're probably saying less than 2 years, right? About 2 years, maybe?
I guess, maybe. Victor says Brokeback Mountain made me gay. Oh, that's right. Jake Gyllenhaal was in that too, wasn't he? That was a great that was a great fucking movie. I saw that in the theater, actually. And then Oracle said, I saw Roadhouse in the theater, the original one, because, I kid you not, my sister was a philosophy major, and she heard that Swayze's character was a philosophy major too.
Okay, he's early 40s.
How did it go?
how tall is he, Victor?
I mean, you could look that up, probably.
Yeah, he might know off the top of his head.
Yeah, I love Donnie Darko. That's a great fucking movie. I've seen that several times. And like I said, I really liked Enemy. That was a great fucking movie. It was like super creepy. And it had the whole doppelganger thing, which always like scares the shit out of me. Mm-hmm. October Sky. I still haven't seen that.
Trying to see how tall he is, because that's a factor.
Why don't you go to his Wikipedia page or something?
It's not coming up at all.
Yeah. 6
He's
foot.
43. He's 6 feet.
Victor said he's 6 feet. So perfect for 69ing, says Victor.
Okay.
That's always something to take into consideration.
All right. Well, here's something that you gotta. 6 feet is a pretty tall frame. They take a while to fill out, even on gear. But you said that he was skinny. So
as a kid he was.
What was he like a couple years back? Was he still pretty skinny?
I don't know. I don't remember really seeing him in anything that he didn't have his shirt on.
If he was fairly lean, your development looks like it's going more impressive than it is, because you can actually see what's happened. It's not being covered by fat. Chances are what he did is he did something kind of like what I've done before, which is probably a pretty decent mix of short ester test and MPP, because he's not holding any water. He looks awful dry. And if he did the right training regimen, you could look like that in about 18 months, 2 years. Yeah.
Victor says he's always been in real good shape, but not this big.
Okay, okay.
Like I said, I've seen him in a lot of things, but I don't really recall seeing him in anything that he didn't have a shirt on, or that I'd noticed that he was like super ripped or anything.
A lot of misconceptions about test and steroids. People think you take steroids and you just get fucking big. You just, next thing you know, you're shit. You just do that and you're like Arnold. No. You got to lift all that weight. All right. And it takes time. Under the influence of fucking test and gear, yeah, it'll speed it up. Especially if you're older. Like at 43, you can never look like that naturally at 43. No, it's all over. It's over by 35. You're on the downward slope.
Over the hill.
Yeah, okay. You're getting softer after 35. Then they think, well, if I take something like Tren, it's a very powerful steroid. I'll get bigger, even bigger than I did on fucking test. No. Really, when it comes to size, testosterone, that one, is the one that actually puts on the most size. The problem is that it has a very low overdose point. As soon as you start approaching 800 milligrams a week, 1,000 milligrams a week, there's like diminishing returns, a lot of side effects, and you're not really gaining any size, or or you're not growing any faster. You're just getting more side effects. So it has an overdose point. Really, the most test I'd ever take would be about 600 milligrams in a week. But let's say I wanted to take 1,500 milligrams of test. You wouldn't be able to do it. It'd fuck you up. You'd break out in acne. You'd retain a lot of water. It just wouldn't be good. Now, doctors invented this shit called steroids, anabolic steroids. They were meant to heal up people. All right? You could just give people, like if this person got busted up in a car accident or burned up, you give them testosterone and they'll heal up faster. Okay? But you can't give testosterone in a large amount to a child. They haven't gone through puberty yet. You can't give it to a woman. You'll turn her into a man.
I mean, you can.
You can, but not in a large amount.
She might not like the
She'll be turned into a man. So you take testosterone and you change the molecules around on there, some of the carbon atoms on the molecule, and turn it into another substance that acts like gives the healing power of testosterone, but without the secondary male sex characteristics. In other words, the facial hair. It won't give the fucking deepening of voice and that kind of shit. Well, you could give that to a woman and not turn her into a man. Well, shit, you could give that to a man too. You could give more of that steroids to a man than he could ever take testosterone. So yeah, you'll grow pretty big, man, pretty fast. So the reason why guys take steroids is because they've taken as much test as they can take. Matter of fact, it's easier on your system to back off on test and replace it with steroids. So let's say I'm going to take 600 of testosterone, but I'm going to take another 400 of fucking some kind of steroid on top of that. So why don't I just drop 400 of the fucking test and add another 400 milligrams of the fucking testosterone of the steroids? It'll be even easier on you. People think that steroids are hard on your system. No, they're easy on your system compared to test. So that's what they're doing. So when you say what stack is he taking, you can do that with test, but it might give some side effects that he didn't like shit like acne, or fucking he might not like how it feels. Probably you could probably do that with 300 milligrams or 400 milligrams of fucking testosterone a week, and another 400 milligrams of any steroid of your choice. NPP, if it's short ester, I'd probably give him that. Nandrolone phenylpropionate, that'd work. Nandrolone decanate, which is Deca, which is a slower ester. You could use that also. I like fast, short ester. Short ester stuff, it hits harder per milligram. It's like the difference between opium and heroin. Okay. That's the same thing. It's just that opium's a lot more mild. It's slower intake into the system. Heroin's directly in and faster. So the same amount of heroin hits you a lot harder. It's kind of like that with steroids. NPP is a short ester. It's like testosterone. It's a testosterone analog kind of. But it's very short ester. It's fast acting. And it just hit 100 milligrams of that feels like 400 milligrams of fucking Deca. This is the way it feels. And the change is faster. So I think he probably did that with a bunch of short ester stuff like NPP.
Now Victor points out, it says, Google Jake Gyllenhaal when he did the movie Southpaw in 2015.
Yep. Okay.
He looks just as big as he does now, so he's been in great shape for a long time.
Okay. Well,
see, I didn't see that movie. So.
Okay.
Like I said, I never really noticed.
I didn't know about this. This is new information. There's another phenomenon called muscle memory. And muscle memory isn't like in horses where you just remember how to do it, how it feels. Not muscle memory in terms of bodybuilding is that if a guy puts on a bunch of mass and he's got a bunch of size, and then he loses it from disuse, he can regain that in record time because he'd already had that much muscle mass before. Those fibers were still in there. They just weren't as swollen or active. He just reactivated it. So they can, if he was already big before, he could have reactivated that shit in a matter of fucking months. You can get big again.
Oracle's talking about seeing Roadhouse with her sister, and said, "Jenny, my sister is very shallow in some ways. Master's in philosophy, been a yoga teacher for the past few years." Well, yeah, no comment. I'm not going to say anything about that. Roadhouse is fucking... There's something that Roadhouse might be, I think, the platonic ideal of like the so bad it's good movie. And I'm not even really sure that they were intending to make a good movie. It seems kind of tongue in cheek, I think. But maybe I don't know. Maybe that's just how I'm perceiving it. It doesn't seem like they were wanting people to take it seriously completely. You know? I don't know. There's just something very odd about that movie. I do like it though. A lot of people like it. I don't think I saw it in the theater.
Wait, talking about the original Roadhouse?
Roadhouse, yeah, with Patrick Swayze.
I remember when it came out. I didn't see what people saw in it really at the time. I was just like, yeah, okay. I saw it again. It was I don't know, interesting, I guess. Entertaining.
Yeah.
Zach sent me something.
Yeah, he said he's
yeah, Dave Dana. Okay.
That's who he was talking about earlier.
All right.
And they're talking about best snake scenes. The camp guy brings up Peter Fonda and Warren Oates' Race with the Devil. Oh man, Race with the Devil is so good. I love that movie. We did I feel like a long time ago we did a double feature that I'm pretty sure was Race with the Devil and The Car. Remember, like from the 70s?
Yeah.
Because man, I love The Car too. I love all those fucking 70s horror.
He lost 113 pounds in 13 months, it looks like.
Shit, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, Oracle said Roadhouse is a big budget B movie.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is kind of like, it has like this weird juxtaposition. I don't know, but there's something kind of appealing about it too. And like I said, I'm not entirely sure that it was meant to be taken completely seriously. I mean, I'm sure they were kind of in on the joke, it seems like.
I think the people that made it were in on
That's what I'm saying. That's what
were watching it.
That's what I
no
meant.
Idea.
That's what I meant. Sometimes with 80s movies, it's kind of hard. Because when Roadhouse came out, when? 87, 88? Something like that. But sometimes with 80s movies, it's hard to tell. It's hard to tell. Sometimes it's just kind of like, you see a movie like, the first one that springs to mind is like Commando. You see something like that, which is like the gayest movie that ever gayed. And
the gayest movie that ever
well, yeah,
gayed.
and so then you're like, well, wait, did they mean it to be like that, or was that just like an accident? Or, well, let's say, okay, you remember if you guys watched, I did a review of that movie Fear No Evil the other day from the 80s, and in that one, like the kid, the high school student that played Lucifer, I was like, now did they intend to make him like this real campy gay character, or was that like an accident? You know what I mean? Because I said, I don't know. It's just like, I couldn't like figure out like what the intention was. Because here's the weird thing. The other movie that a lot of people bring up in this context was, the second Nightmare on Elm Street movie. The one where Freddy like possesses that teenage boy. And if you ever see, there's a great documentary about that actor that was in that. It's called Scream Queen. And he kind of talks about, I'm not really sure... I mean, he was gay, but he was kind of struggling with his sexuality at the time, and I don't think it occurred to anybody when they were making the movie how it was coming across. Even though when you watch it nowadays, you're like, holy shit, you know what I mean? Like, it smacks you in the face. But I don't know in the 80s if they really realized, like, how overt it was. I don't know. It's just very strange. And there's kind of, and I've read different things about it. It's like some people said, oh, yeah, they were totally overtly making it gay. But I'm like, I don't think they were, though. I think they just didn't really... I don't really think they knew what they were doing, maybe. I don't know. Maybe one person did, and they were just kind of like, hee, I don't know. But it's really, really weird. But if you've never seen that documentary, Scream Queen, about that guy that was in the second Nightmare on Elm Street movie, it's really, really good. Like, he talks about... It's kind of like ruined his fucking life, being in that fucking movie.
Okay, DVD Dragon, to answer your question definitively now. Because the guy that you showed me has a history of physical fitness and that he looked good a while back, all the physique you see on him actually is kind of typical for a 6-foot guy who's been in the gym doing gear for a long period of time. Yeah, you can do it. Probably nothing all that drastic either. Testosterone supplementation, and probably most of it DECA. dudes aren't really doing DHTs like fucking Anavar and all that. Those are girl steroids, man. He's doing fucking 19-nortestosterone branch steroids, which is fucking nandrolone, which comes in basically three forms of nandrolone: Deca, NPP, and Tren. Do not do Tren. I fucked with Tren. Tren is seductive. I liked the way Tren felt. Nobody else liked me on Tren.
Nope.
You become the Goblin off of fucking Tobey Maguire, fucking Spider-Man. That's what they're talking about. The combat and the combat fucking physical enhancement drug that the fucking Osborn took. They based that on Tren. That's what they're talking about. It makes you like that. Mm-hmm. Almost like dual personality, kind of like having Venom. You know, remember Venom? There's something in you. I made you what you are. I was born. Yeah, I was watching fucking. As soon as I went back and watched the old fucking the guy, the old Spider-Man. I go, yeah, that's it. They're talking about Tren, and that's the only one that does that. The other ones don't do that. And it's not just me saying this. Everybody that takes it reports that pretty much. There are some guys that can take it and they seem to thrive on it, but I think those dudes live alone, so they can lie. You know what I mean?
Well, because it's like they feel good.
They feel good, right? But people around
but they don't have other
like,
people
right.
telling them it's like, hey, you're acting like a real asshole.
Yeah. You feel great. You get real fucking short with people, you know what I mean? And fucking, I got real aggressive towards men, especially weak men. So you become bully-like in a way, but they're real annoying. You gravitate towards badasses. What else kind of shit was I doing? You get simpy, too. You get very simpy. She liked that part, but I get very simpy.
That was the only part of it that I liked.
Yeah. I was in traffic one time and turned over and saw a dude laughing. I thought he was laughing at me. I was getting ready. What? You talking about? I was getting ready to fucking jump out of the car and fight the dude. I thought he was laughing at me. It's just paranoia. You get paranoid.
Yeah, like super short-tempered.
Yeah.
You think you're like king of the world.
Yeah.
Like you can do anything you want.
You're like pregnant Superman.
Yeah.
You think you can fucking literally physically fight a fucking dump truck. All right. But then you're insecure as shit. You think everybody's making fun of you.
Yeah.
It's just weird shit like that. It doesn't make any sense because hormones are very powerful. Don't fuck with Tren. I'm going to say it over and over again. It was not approved for human use.
Do not recommend.
It was for veterinarian use only, and it's just nandrolone. It did not do anything the other nandrolones did not do. Deca does the same thing in terms of physical development and size. NPP is closer. I like NPP. NPP makes you feel very lean. You fucking lose a lot of body fat on it. You get a lot of V-taper. Between Tren and NPP, I'd take NPP any day. It's very short ester. It's a little bit more expensive. But you can live on that. Nobody will know you're on NPP. You feel normal. You just feel good. But, you're not trying to kill people.
Always a plus.
Yeah. I'm fantasizing, I'm going to cut his head off. You really
you were just saying like it, and you were saying it like casual. It was just like stuff that would just like no one was even doing anything to you really, but it's just like
I think I'm gonna cut his head off.
Yeah, it was that kind of shit. And I'm just like, let's not.
Yeah.
Okay, how about we not do that?
Yeah. Today? You're kind of hallucinating.
Yeah.
It's the LSD of hormones.
But not in the fun way.
Not in the fun way.
Not in the fun way. Because I actually quite enjoyed LSD.
Yeah. It's a hallucination, but it's all visual.
It didn't make me want to kill anyone. That's for sure. It made me like all at peace with the world, man. I felt like a hippie.
Tren isn't bad for the first 3 months. I was on it for 5 months. Month 4 and 5, I was doing the show.
Yeah.
During that time, I don't know if you guys could tell.
Someday I should go back and watch them. I'd probably be able to tell.
Yeah.
Well, like I said, I didn't know you were on it until afterward.
Yeah, fucking the last 2 months.
I was just like, wow, Tom's really a dick.
They tell you don't go beyond fucking three months. But you're going to hit the end of month 3 and you go, fuck no, I don't want to come off this. This is great. I'm fine. There's nothing wrong with me. You're going to fucking... No,
he was saying shit like, you would say shit like, I am a god. You would say shit like that.
Yeah.
And I'd be like, are you fucking serious right now?
That's actually one of the symptoms.
Yeah.
Was to think that you're
I'm
God.
like, let's all calm down.
Yeah.
For a second.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, he would say shit like that.
But you can fight like a motherfucker. You can fight like fucking crazy. And there's fucking absolutely no fear. You would run, literally, you would run into a stream of bullets. If the cops jumped out and started shooting at you, you just run into it. Yeah. So it's not good, because you're not really mentally there.
Right. Like I said.
Although if you were, look, I said it before on the show, if you were ever going to go on a kamikaze mission, or it was the end of the world, you're now in the Mad Max world, yeah, you'd want to be on trend. It would give you an advantage.
Because you'd just be crazy and tearing everyone's heads off.
You'd be crazy as fuck. But that's kind of sometimes what you need. It puts you very much in survival mode. You're very much like something out of the damn animal kingdom. But you wouldn't want to... You don't want to... I probably could have lived on it for about 7 months. Max. So you don't want to own a supply longer than, say, maybe like 5 months? 6 months, maybe? Then you want your supply to run out. Then you naturally come back down. Because if not, as soon as you're rolling, you're going to want to continue doing it. Because you're going to think you're all right.
Well, that was the frustrating thing about it, was that you were acting like a crazy person.
Yeah.
But you couldn't... No one could reason with you and tell you were acting like a crazy person.
I thought it was fine.
Right.
Everybody else seemed like they were not good.
Yeah, that's what I mean. So you couldn't be, like, reasoned with. No one could, like, bring you down from it because you were just like, shut up, I don't want to do it.
Yeah.
What are you talking about? Like, everybody else was wrong. You know what I mean?
It took a while for me to realize.
And it's hard to, like, bring somebody down from that because they don't really see anything that's wrong with them.
I had 2 women fucking telling me I was crazy, and I go, maybe I am crazy. You know? It was you and Soph.
Yeah.
So,
although, like I said, I didn't start doing that till later because after before I'm like,
Yeah.
Is this bitch gonna shoot me? Maybe I should keep my mouth shut. So it's just kind of, you know what I mean? It was that kind of shit because you were acting so crazy that I was just kind of like, maybe he'll kill me. I don't know.
No.
So yeah, and another thing too is that, and a lot of people report this with Trent. Like I've seen like he showed me other videos of bodybuilders like talking about it.
Yeah.
Is they absolutely think that their girlfriends or wives are cheating on them.
Yeah.
Like that's very common.
Yeah, and even
like they get super paranoid about it.
Yeah. I knew it wasn't true though.
Because, like I said,
we were always together. But
it's like, what, you think I have an extra boyfriend in my pocket or something?
Yeah, I know, yeah.
What, hiding in my closet? Like he lives in my closet?
I came to her with it. I says, look. I said, I know my mind's just fucking with me. Okay? It's just because I'm on trend. You're not cheating on me, are you? No. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, it's like, where the fuck?
Yeah.
Like I said, one, I wouldn't do that anyway. Two, I wouldn't even have the opportunity. I don't go anywhere.
So, okay. So I was like, okay.
Like I said, I'm not hiding to do it. I said, look in the closet. You want to look in the attic crawl space? It's like, there's nobody in there.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
So I was just like, yeah, I knew you weren't.
He just kept thinking about it.
Yeah, I knew you weren't. It's not possible. No, it's not possible. Yeah.
Well, and Sophie had to tell you that a bunch of times too, because you kept telling her.
Yeah, she's cheating on me. No, she's not cheating.
Okay, and Sophie's like, no, she's not.
Yeah,
it's like,
right.
Seriously.
Yeah.
Knock it off. Yeah.
And you get simpy as shit. I didn't have any aggression towards females.
Yeah.
I was always real protective.
But like I said, I didn't know that.
Yeah,
so it was just kind of like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, only aggressive towards guys.
Yeah. Murder Hornet said Tom said he felt like a sweaty silverback gorilla. Ha.
Yeah. You stink like crazy, man.
Yeah, we talked about all of your weird smells.
Oh, man.
Well, for what? They're not bad. It's just weird.
Yeah.
I don't know so much about Trem, but it's like, what was it that made you smell like Elmer's glue? Deca makes you smell like Elmer's glue.
Yeah, and then it morphed into
like burnt matches. Which, like I said, neither of those are particularly bad smells. It's not, you know what I mean? They're just weird.
The whole fucking my side of the whole bed just smelled like fucking matches.
It did, yeah.
Burnt matches. And I was like, I can't stand the smell, man. Smell it. He goes, I know. I know.
It
was just like in a little oval where I sleep. And it was like only like a couple days we were washing the fucking sheets.
Yeah, we'd had to wash them every couple days because it just smelled like matches.
Yeah. And it didn't last long. It lasted only a couple
weeks. Had to wash all the pillows and everything.
It lasted like a month.
But like I said, I don't mind the smell of burnt matches, and I don't really mind the smell of Elmer's glue. Yeah. Like I said, it's not bad. It's just weird. Yeah. You know what I mean? I'm just like, it's weird for a person to smell like that.
She does Deca, but it doesn't do that to her. She didn't, because females take so little compared to a man.
Yeah, I don't think I smell particularly weird.
No, you smell normal.
I smell normal.
You don't even act. Well, Deca doesn't make anybody act strange. I don't act strange on it or anything.
Well, I mean, act stranger than I would normally act.
Right, yeah.
Kind of a strange person to start with.
Yeah.
You know.
There's an adjustment time with all of that stuff. Remember when the doctor first started giving me tests?
Yeah.
How fucking weird. It's like going through puberty again. I wanted to fuck constantly.
You did, yeah.
I was just doing ridiculous shit, man.
Yeah, you did.
Yeah.
I remember that. I mean, you're still kind of like that, but now, but...
It was worse then, man.
It was, yeah.
And I wasn't on hardly anything compared to today.
Right.
Just that I have a new normals now. But
that's what I mean. It's like I couldn't hardly get anything done. Because every time I walk past, he'd be like, "Come here."
Yeah. Where are you going?
Yeah. I'm like, I gotta go to work.
Yeah.
Oh no. Oh my god. Tammy's laughing at Pocket Boyfriend. Boyfriend. That's what I thought. Yeah,
I knew I was.
See, I'm hiding him in my bra.
I knew I was crazy.
He's this big.
I
put water on him and he grows to.
I knew it was Tran. I had studied up on everything that Tran did, but I was just like, "That's not gonna do that to me." Yeah.
Yeah, that's what they all say.
Like, oh man, I'm on there month 2. I'm fine. This shit's great. Month 3, oh I'm good. Month 5, oh, I'm fucking fantastic. You're talking about I'm God. You're gonna get the fuck away from me. I'll kill you. Piece of shit.
Yeah, he was like that. I was just like, Jesus fucking Christ.
You're nothing compared to me.
Yeah, it was that. He was saying that kind of shit.
Yeah. I'm the devil.
And I'm just like, do you hear yourself right now?
Yeah,
I'm like, you sound like a crazy person.
Yeah, you're like a crazy person mixed with a gorilla.
I say you sound like a crazy person.
And the goblin.
But it's like, he didn't think he sounded like a crazy person. Like, you couldn't really tell him anything.
Yeah, it thinks normal. It's normal. That's why it didn't get approved for human use. It got approved for
there's a
use.
reason for that.
Yeah. Because it does that to you.
Yeah. Jeffy Art said, I just have this image of Tom popping his head under every bed, drawer, cereal box, and nook and cranny looking for the pocket guy.
Yeah. No, I knew I was tripping.
Yeah.
I knew I was tripping.
Yeah, I'm hiding some man in here.
Yeah.
Like in all of this clutter.
I was thinking, is he calling? Maybe. Or it's like.
Were you really like? What did you picture? Some kind of scenarios? This
This
is really interesting to me.
Yeah.
What did you think was going on?
I didn't know. Well, you're on trend, so you. I'd like to put you on trend. All right.
No thanks.
No, it would fuck you up because that shit is extremely androgenic. You can't give it to a woman.
I don't really want that.
But you'll see what I'm talking about. Okay, here's one of the things is that one of the weird things that Trend does, now Deca does it a little also, but not as bad, is that Trend causes you to fucking make a bunch of progesterone. And straight men aren't supposed to have progesterone. That's evidently, they say gay guys have more progesterone than normal, but it's mostly a woman thing. Women have a lot.
Woman thing.
Yeah, women have a lot of progesterone. They actually build muscle on progesterone.
Girl cooties.
Right. Progesterone makes dudes do fucking weird things. You're on PMS. It's PMS basically. It's very much so. I kind of like, how women do weird shit. You know what I mean? Fucking the hormonal cycles. I totally understand it now, because I understand how fucking powerful.
See, that's the only thing that I liked about you going through that. I didn't love the whole like you being like uber asshole or anything like that.
You're also kind of like you're pregnant.
But you kind of got a thing where you understood.
Yeah.
Because you were getting like weirdly upset about shit that happened a long time ago, and it's like
I don't remember that.
Yeah, I won't get into the details, but like shit that happened a long time ago, you were getting like super upset about it, and you were just like, and
oh yeah.
You know what I mean? You know what I'm talking about, and and you'd be like, oh, you don't love me, and all this other kind of stuff, and I'm just like, what the hell is, you know what I mean? But yeah, it was kind of like
it's like being pregnant.
Well, yeah, and like I said, some women have. I didn't have. I don't know if I had a lot of like real extreme mood swings like for PMS and stuff. I mostly just had like a lot of pain.
Yeah.
Like pain and a lot of bloating. I didn't really have a lot of blood because I know some girls that would like they would have PMS and they would just like fucking cry.
Yeah.
Like for every second at everything. I didn't have it that bad, but you kind of had a thing sort of similar to that.
Yeah.
So you going through that, like you told me later, you're like, oh, now I understand, like why women act the way they like certain ways. You know what I mean?
You're also like very unsure of yourself and
that
what you're
too,
doing, and you're like, well,
because
maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I did something and this and that. So
because I told you when you described that, and I was telling our friend Jen about it, and she's like, oh, like we are all the time, and I was like, exactly.
Yeah.
I was like, now you get it.
Yeah.
Because dudes in general, like I said, it's I'm just making a generalization, but dudes tend to be overconfident. Like, even if they don't know how to do shit, oh, I can do that. You know what I mean? I can totally do that. Whereas women are the complete opposite. Yeah. Even if they absolutely are an expert and know how to do something, they're still, like, unsure of themselves. Yeah. And it's just, I don't really know what that is, but you got a taste of that.
Yeah. Oh,
so you know what it's like being like that all the time.
Yeah, hormones can dictate who you are.
Yeah.
And how you feel about anything. But what's weird is that... If you're on nothing but test, you have a lot of test, you'll become very masculine. And a lot of the things that men do, you'll just do more of that. All right. There's a certain amount, like I said, there's like an overdose. There's a maximum point to where you shouldn't take any more test. It's not going to feel good. So if you want to take anything more, it's going to have to be something that's less androgenic. It's have to be some kind of steroid. Well, we're going to go to 19-nortestosterone, most guys, which is a testosterone-like substance. It's not test, but it's similar. And it doesn't have a lot of the side effects, so you can continue to pile it on there. The most common one is DECA, all right? The second most common one would be NPP. Right now, though, the one that is the rage is fucking tren. And fucking, I'll listen to other bodybuilders, some of them fucking big names and shit. And these dudes weigh 200-something pounds, you know what I mean? They're fucking dudes that go to Olympia and shit. These guys, these guys are literally strong enough to rip my head off. That's how fucking strong these guys are. They're fucking strong enough to rip a car door off, okay? They're almost gorilla size, almost gorilla level fucking strength. These dudes go to the movies and start crying and shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, because you get very sensitive because they have a lot of damn progesterone in their system. And they'll get emotional.
Well, like I said,
they'll get mad and they're almost... they see something be real touching in the movies and shit, and they start and they laugh about it. They all know.
Well, I like that they're open about it.
Yeah.
Because it's kind of frustrating because like a lot of times, and I'm not like a super simpy or like super weepy person, but it's like sometimes I'll go to a movie. It's just like a dumb fucking movie or something like that. Yeah. There'll be some music swell or something like that, and I'm like, oh my god, knock it off. What the fuck? You know what I mean? But it's like, that's what it's... You can't help it.
Yeah, down at the Oasis, which is a biker bar here, is a guy named Chris. He's got this fucking Triumph Rocket 3. He's an ex-Army guy. He's a little bit younger than me. I think he's about 8 years younger than me. And he's tricked out, too. He's fucking pretty big. He's always on shit. He was talking about, yeah, man, that fucking trend. He goes, made you cry, didn't it? I said, dude, I was getting sensitive. He goes, man... The fucking movie, the dog died in the movie, and I'm sitting there, man, I'm losing it, man, because the dog died. I said, yeah.
Well, now that seems to me a natural reaction. Nobody wants the dog to fucking die. I'm gonna cry too.
He's like crying because the dog died.
That's awful. Stop killing dogs and cats in movies, goddammit.
The dog died in the movie. It's like, but you only
I can't watch even those Do you remember like when we had the AMC stubs and we were going to like 3 movies a week or whatever because it was cheap? And we ended up seeing some movies we wouldn't necessarily have watched, and like one of them was those sappy dog movies that like made me cry too. Even though it was like super sappy and it's like so manipulative, and it makes me mad that they can manipulate my emotions like that. But I'm like, like the dog fucking died, man. That's always gonna be sad. I'm sorry. And it's like, and I feel like if you don't get a little bit upset at that kind of shit, then you don't have a soul, probably. You know what I'm saying? Because that shit's upsetting.
It's not normal for dudes.
It's upsetting.
It's not normal for dudes.
But see, the thing about dudes, too, is that I think a lot of them do feel like that, but they're like, well, why can't
But it doesn't hit that hard.
Yeah, maybe.
It doesn't hit that hard. Now, if you got a lot of progesterone in your system, it will hit a lot harder. That's what I'm saying. Your hormones absolutely dictate your feelings. Absolutely. And there are absolute differences between men and women hormonally and the way they feel on the emotional level. Absolutely.
I don't know. Proof
is bodybuilders. They know. So I got gym bros out there who go, yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah. Because some of those fucking weird games that we play, you end up fucking getting a bunch of progesterone in your system, and you start getting fucking upset over shit that before you wouldn't have gotten upset over.
Right.
Because you're not really all like, yeah, it sucks, man. Fuck, they did kill the dog. But you don't really feel it that deeply.
Right.
You know what I mean?
I guess that's probably why, like, I don't know, for, like, a long time, I've always, like, been friends with dudes, and, you know, I was married for a long time and stuff like that. And it always kind of seemed to me that, and I'm pretty Spock-like for a girl. Yeah. But even me, I thought, like, a lot of dudes, I'm like, are they all sociopaths? Like, what is that about?
No,
like,
they
don't really seem to, like, have any feelings.
No, we have feelings.
You know what I mean?
It's just different ones.
I guess.
And we feel different ones in different ways. It's very different. Because, like I said, I've fucked around with all these. You take a bunch of testosterone, it's going to aromatize into a bunch of estrogen. I've had high estrogen levels. High estrogen levels fucking feel great, too. The fucking orgasms are fucking a lot better. All right? You just kind of swimming in it. It's almost like a female.
So it's more like a female
yeah,
orgasm.
Right, I understand it. But there's just something about the way progesterone feels that your feelings are going to feel different if you're a guy. You're going, man, why does that feel like that? Because normally you're not equipped with those kind of hormones to feel it that way. So it's not like they're just psychopaths.
Yeah,
but I know it's bad,
right?
What they're seeing.
Yeah,
but they're being insulated from it because testosterone guards them from those feelings. They know. Yeah, the dog died. That's fucked up.
Yeah.
But they're not as sensitive to it. They didn't feel it that much.
But they don't like think about it for weeks.
They don't think about it
like I would.
No. They would just go, well, we got to punish him for doing that.
Well, I mean, I feel like that too.
Yeah, that's what they're gonna do.
But it also like there's.
But they're not gonna feel it as deeply as a woman.
Yeah, maybe not.
They're just not. Because now, if you jack them up with the different hormones, they will, and they start crying over it. But they're still gonna do what they're gonna do.
Yeah. It's
just because I think what was selected in the males of all species was to not to be hung up on that kind of stuff. Because it's not about caring for things. It's more about protecting and getting things done. You protected your females and your children, and you have to do a bunch of shit that you may not like to do in order to let that happen. The females are feeling things more deeply, of all animals, I believe. So they're trying to protect more. You know what I mean? Nurturing and protecting children. And when a child's lost, oh, that's terrible. The male feels it, but just not as much.
Yeah, maybe that's what it is.
So he can continue to function. You know what I mean?
Well, I mean, everybody needs to continue to function because the thing about it was, like, especially back in the caveman days, if your baby died, which a lot of them did, I mean, you couldn't really wallow in it for years and years. You had to keep on going.
Yeah.
So I mean,
more babies.
So I feel like that would have been selected for both.
Yeah. Well, I'm sure
genders.
it was. I'm sure it was. But I'm sure it is. But it seems like with men, when they like, oh, they killed a dog, well, we're gonna eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth. We're gonna take it out on it. It's more, you know what I mean? The reaction isn't as much sorrow, but more like we gotta get vengeance.
Well, for me, it's both.
Yeah.
Like I said, when we watched that fucking shit, when we watched that documentary, like the "Don't Fuck with Cats" guy.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
It's just like it made me like super super sad, but also I was just kind of like I want to fucking cunt punch that guy like right off a fucking building.
Oh yeah, we're right there.
Holy shit. Yeah, like same thing.
I just could not stand to see, first of all, that fucking worthless piece of shit dude, all right? Putting them little kittens inside them Ziploc bags.
That's what I can't watch that.
And I was like, man, I will fucking
I said, I still think about that now. It just bothers me. It just really bothers me.
And then he gave that one kitten to the fucking boa constrictor, and the fucking anaconda ate it. And I was like, dude, I can understand feeding a rat to it because you can buy those at the pet store. Yeah, okay, but that's not a kitten.
Right.
You know what I mean? Fucking... But, you know, as a man, you're helpless because that dude's in prison. You can't get to him, you know what I mean? And it was something that happened in the past.
Right. And
so you're trying to step away from it. Try to be like, you know, Arthur Schopenhauer. Yeah, the world is about suffering and fucking, you know what I mean? You can't let yourself be destroyed by the suffering of the world.
Yeah, I mean, you can't get too wrapped up in it.
Because it's everywhere at all times.
But then on the other hand, I always think to myself, well, I don't want to be like a hollow shell of a person either.
Right.
You have to kind of hit a happy medium. Zach says, I feel things too deeply sometimes, and I don't know what to do about those feelings sometimes. Yeah, sometimes you don't. It's just kind of like, I don't know. I kind of feel like, I'm not a therapist, obviously, but sometimes you just have to feel them and feel bad and just, like, get through it. You know what I mean? Because
I'd be interested in you getting a damn blood test. Zach, get a blood test. I want to see what your hormonal profiles look like. I'd like to see if there's anything to what I've been hearing.
Now Tom's gonna ask for hormonal profiles
Get you
from
hormonal
all of our listeners,
Yeah.
so he can assess you individually.
See, I want a hormonal profile of some of them serial killers because I think that some of those guys are producing hormones.
Now I wonder about that.
I think I wouldn't surprise me if some of those serial killers are producing a hormone or a mutant version of testosterone that looks more like tren. That would cause you to do some weird shit.
That would explain a lot, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
That would explain a lot. I wonder if anybody's looked into that possibility.
I've heard that there's of course that there's several different kinds of homosexual males, and that some of them are guys that produce hormonal profiles that are very heavy in progesterone. I'd like to see if that's true. And you say you feel things too deeply, which that might explain why there are so many like really good gay musicians and poets and guys that write fucking badass lyrics. Because they're feeling things, and then they're like wallowing in emotion. And emotion makes great art.
Yeah, you can't really be like a great songwriter or writer or anything like that if you're just like, whatever.
Yeah,
you know what I mean.
Hyper masculine dudes are not really good artists.
No, I can't really.
They're good fighters. Their
Right.
art is to go do MMA.
Right.
You know, that's their art.
But they're not real good at.
Yeah, they're not going to be doing fucking Rembrandt and fucking, and they're not going to be doing Oscar Wilde style fucking literature. And
can I just say that the importance of being earnest is one of the funniest fucking
Right.
things that I've ever read. Seriously, I read it in high school and I was just like, I laughed my fucking ass off. It's still like in this day and age, I'm like, this shit is still fucking funny.
Yeah.
It's still funny. I mean, I thought it was funny anyway. Maybe it's like a nerd thing. I don't really know. What I'm kind of curious about, though, along these same lines, is that I love true crime shit.
Yeah.
Tom really doesn't like true crime shit so much.
I like it, but it upsets me because I feel helpless.
I mean, it upsets me too, but maybe it's in a different way. Because seriously, I've been watching Cold Case Files on Netflix like over the last few nights, and I'll sit there and watch it for hours and hours. You know what I mean? And Tom's just, after a while, like 2 or 3 episodes, he's like, can we watch something else? This is like so depressing. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
For some reason, I don't know why. It bothers me, but it doesn't bother me. And I can't really articulate like why that is.
For me, it's frustrating because there's nothing I can do about it.
Yeah. I mean,
You know what I mean?
I feel like that too, but then I'm just kind of like, well, even if I was there at the time, I wouldn't have been able to do anything about it. So it's just kind of like, I don't know. I guess I don't have any illusions that I ever would have been able to do anything about it. So,
whenever I hear about what happened and like this girl, she disappeared and this happened, I'm like, well, if I was there, I'd fuck that dude up. I'd twist that dude's head around backwards. Just all kinds of weird shit. So I feel helpless that I'm not there, that I couldn't save her.
right.
And it's very instinctive, I think, in men to try to like,
Yeah,
I
see,
would have saved her. You know what I mean?
Right.
But you can't. You weren't there. It happened
You
a long
weren't.
time ago.
And like I said, and I understand that.
But so it's constantly being teased about this is one that you let die. That's the fucking. I don't want to hear that anymore.
Right.
It starts becoming kind of like. Well, you have to understand, have a background in military and law enforcement shit. So it's kind of like killing enemies and protecting friends and shit is like my primary focus. Okay, so it's like this is a mission you failed. Look at this girl, look how pretty she is. She died because you weren't there. That's what it sounds
Right.
like to me.
But see,
So it's like harping on me. I'm like, man, I can't hear this. I know, logically, I know
yeah.
I couldn't have been there. This shit happened before I was born. But still, it's just, it's like, no.
I guess because, and don't take this the wrong way, but I think it's because maybe like I don't have any illusions that I could have done anything. I don't have that kind of like narcissistic kind of thing where it's like, oh, I could have saved her or anything like that. To me, it's just, I'm not saying it's just academic, because it does really upset me. I get like really into, the people, and like, I'll get upset and like cry at the people if they cry and shit like that. So but I don't feel that sort of like outrage in the way that I feel outraged, but I don't feel outraged in the sense that I could have done something, because I never thought that.
Every one of those situations, my chain of command would have said, you would have put me on that mission to stop that if they'd known about it.
Well, and Zach just said, I love
Yeah.
true crime shit too, but then later when I'm out doing shit, I realize how paranoid it makes me, and I don't like it. Yeah, and I mean, well, it does kind of make me paranoid too. I don't know if I'd say paranoid. I don't think I'm paranoid. I'm just, it's just always in the back of my mind. Like if I'm, in the car by myself and I'm going to get gas or something, I'm always just kind of like looking. It's like, one of these motherfuckers is a serial killer. You know what I mean? So it's like I'm always just kind of like watching my back.
Never worries me because the serial killer profile isn't interested in me.
Well, yeah, but it's like I might
really
get murdered, so it's like, you know what I mean? So I gotta
that's the one thing.
I gotta watch my ass, you know what I mean?
I don't ever worry about that. I worry more about the alpha style fucking predator, a dude that fucking is robbing a fucking store that you're in, and he decides he's just gonna shoot you. And
well,
shoot
I think about that
way.
too.
I think
about that. I worry about that
that's
too.
really the only thing. But
I always gotta watch out like about weirdos and stuff.
My situation awareness is really good. I can fucking pick up on who's what, and I can. What's funny is that not so much Jen, but I have noticed that. Especially this is one of the things I've noticed with younger women. They'll sit around and worry about guys. They can't assess threat very well. They will worry, or they will come across guys who are basically harmless, but then they're afraid that this guy's a serial killer. When to me, I see the guy, I immediately know what it is I'm looking at.
Yeah, but you never know. You can't.
That's not what they're like.
Right, and the thing about it, though, is if you make a mistake, you're dead. So it's better to err on the side of caution.
Women tend to signal on dudes that are not a threat when they're young, and then not signal on the dudes that are a threat, which I always felt was kind of strange, Like a dude who's basically, to me, I'm looking at it, that's just a beta. That's a beta simp. There's millions of them. But then there's another guy who's kind of more alpha. She kind of likes him a little bit, though. So she doesn't fucking signal, threat isn't signaled to her. I see the dude and I might go, I can tell that dude's an ex-con. that kind of shit, you know what I mean? Fucking women aren't really, women don't know the ways of men very well, which is it's understandable because women can size each other up better than a lot of guys can. But a woman can see another woman and know what she's all about pretty quickly. That's harder for a guy.
I just assume that 99% of the dudes I see are either creeps or serial killers. Mm-mm. Keep my ass safe. I know that's not the case.
It's not the case.
I'm just saying that that's, like, safer.
99% of the dudes are harmless.
Yeah, but like I said, there's always that one that creeps up on you. And I'm not going to be that, like, statistic, man. I'm not. And it's better. It's not like I have to interact with dudes out in the wild.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So it's like, why risk it? You know what I mean? It's not like I'm out dating or anything like that. It's like I don't need to be meeting random dudes or nothing like that. Fuck it. So I'm just gonna assume they're all fucking serial killers.
I know all these dudes in the comments know exactly what I'm talking about. I can immediately look into a crowd of dudes and see and actually size them all up of who's harmless and who isn't. Who's a dude that would be a good fucking buddy and who wouldn't be? Fucking we can sense each other pretty quickly. I don't know what it is. It's just some kind of instinct guys have.
Tasha Bella said, "Oh yeah, the Junko Furuta case from Japan will really fuck you up. I'm so angry about that case. Yeah, that is a fucked up case. I've been wanting to do that case for like a really long time.
Is that the dude that ate the hooker?
No.
Okay.
But yeah, I've had that on my list for like a really long time.
What was that about?
I don't remember all the details, but yeah, I just remember it being.
Just know the name.
Yeah. But yeah, that's the thing. It's like so sometimes I get like kind of paranoid because I'm sitting there like watching the true crime stuff and I'm like, Tom's probably getting like really annoyed, but I want to keep watching these. You know what I mean? I don't know why. It's just like I keep watching them. And the cold case files we've been watching, a lot of them, admittedly, are about teenage girls that get kidnapped and murdered. Although the last one we watched last night was kind of an interesting case because it was actually an arson, but it ended up being a murder because a firefighter got killed fighting the fire. Yeah. Which I think it was in Washington State, maybe. And and I think most states have this rule, but like if a firefighter dies, fighting an arson set fire, then that's considered murder. Yeah. And so they had to find this person, but it turned out that the person that set the fire was like a 12-year-old kid. You know what I mean? So, and they didn't catch him until, it's cold case files, so they didn't catch him until he was in his fucking 40s or something like that. The thing that's cool about cold case files is that even though it takes like fucking 30 or 40 years for him to solve the crime, it is eventually solved. Because the thing about it is that I write about a lot of unsolved crimes, which in a way are really frustrating, because especially the ones that are really old, you know that they're never going to be solved, and that's like so sad. You know what I mean? So even these ones, even though sometimes it's 32 years fucking later, like at least they figured out who it was. You know what I mean? And I will say that fucking all of the genetic genealogy stuff, they actually used that to solve like a lot of crimes. A lot of crimes that were unsolved that I wrote about in some of my Faceless Villain books, they've actually solved some of those. Now, or some of them they've solved, and some of them that they have, like, some of the people that were the victims that were identified, like, they've identified, like, a large amount of them. And I've been trying to keep up with it, like, on my Crime Immemorial site, because I'll put up stuff about, you know, updates from cases that were in that book. But, yeah, a lot of those have been solved. Holy shit, I wrote about a case today. I don't remember when it's going out, probably in a day or two. But I wrote about one from, I think it was the 40s. And I think it was in England, but it was just like this woman. She was like a single mom. She was a widow, and she had 3 kids, and she left her baby, thank you, in the care of like a neighbor or a friend or something like that. Like, she usually, or a relative of hers or something like that. And allegedly the boyfriend, they don't know who did it, it's unsolved, but they think that it was the boyfriend of the lady that was watching the baby, sexually assaulted the baby, and the baby died from a busted liver. So, you know, that's nice. That happened, like, I think it was 1948. In England somewhere. I don't remember where it was. But yeah, I was just, like, reading about that. I'm like, well, that's fucked up. And the guy they think did it died in 2006. So, even if they figured out it was really him, they wouldn't be able to do anything to him because he's already dead. But the baby was, like, not even 2 years old. Who fucking does that? Ugh. People are the worst, seriously. I try not to think about it too much, but geez. Football Pharaoh said, Jenny, speaking of fires, what do you think of the Sauter family house fire, Christmas 1945? It's a famous case, mysterious fire. Yeah. We did a show about that a long time ago. And I don't remember, and I wrote about it too, actually, I think in one of my books. But I don't remember if, I don't remember what I said on that show. I'm not sure how I feel about that, because it's possible that the kids all died in the fire. But, on the other hand, the fact that they didn't seem to find any remains from those kids, that kind of gives me pause. And I'm for sure the fire was deliberately set. There was a bunch of weird shit about that case that made me think that was arson, big time. So, while it seems far-fetched that the kids were kidnapped beforehand, I don't know. In some cases, I think maybe that might have been what happened. I just feel like if those kids, because it was 5 of them, right? If those 5 kids had died in that fire, they would have found some evidence of that. You know? They didn't find anything. So I don't even know if those kids were in that house. It's a weird fucking case. But then on the other hand, if they were still alive afterward, you'd think they would have found some way to contact their parents. Unless somebody took them away and killed them elsewhere. Which I guess could have happened. I mean, weirder things have happened, right? So, that's a weird fucking case, though. The Sauter children, remember that? We did a show about that a long time ago.
No, I don't remember that one.
Yeah, it was a weird fucking case.
Oh, wait a minute, yeah.
It was the one where the house burned down, and then
yeah.
and then there were 5 kids, and they couldn't find them.
Yeah.
Like, and they kind of officially, they said they all died in the fire, but the parents thought, no way.
Somebody stole the
that
kids
somebody
and
took them.
Burned the house down.
Yeah, because there was all kind of weird shit that made it seem like the fire was totally deliberately set.
There was a case kind of like that where that was the one that fucking started to piss me off.
Oh, one that we were watching on Cold Case Files last night?
House burned down, and then they found the woman, and she'd been shot in the house.
The woman and the man.
Well, they found the man later.
Later, yeah.
So where are the girls? Never did find the girls. Then they had these scumbags. They were arrested, saying that, yeah, a friend of ours, he had a photograph of these girls. He had them chained up, and he was molesting them, is what they said. And then he killed them. And they asked around, and it turned out that guy's girlfriend said, yeah, he had those 2 girls, He showed me pictures of him.
Like in his house.
Yeah, he had him in his trailer. He didn't take him very far. Then he killed him. They never could. They put him away for life. Just old scumbag, fucking white trash scumbag.
It was like 3 of them, wasn't it?
3 what?
3 guys.
Yeah, it was 3 guys. What happened was that the guy that they killed,
the dad of one of the girls.
The dad of one of the girls owed him some drug money.
Yeah, I think that's what it was.
So they came to get the money. They didn't have it, so he blasted them. They blasted the family. And they found
the dad and the wife.
The dad and the wife. Then they found the girls in there hiding. But it was one girl that was like
the daughter.
The daughter.
And then one was like the best friend from the neighbor's house.
Yeah, she from the neighbor's house. Had nothing to do with it. So that fucking made me mad that this dude kept them two girls chained up for a couple
2 weeks.
2 weeks and was molesting them from what
they still haven't found the bodies.
Still haven't found them.
No.
And then
I mean they know they're dead.
And
but
he
they
got
just don't know
tired of
where
them
the
and killed
bodies
them. Just so for 2 weeks.
And they didn't have anything to do with it.
They got nothing to do with it, yeah. And that wasn't even their dad. That was the stepdad.
Yeah, that's right. And like I said, the one girl she was just the best friend. She was doing
the best friend
for a sleepover.
Yeah, right.
You know what I mean? So it's like they were just in the wrong place at the wrong time.
Yeah.
Obviously.
So.
And like I said, they still haven't found the bodies. Like even on
and
the show.
Fucking scumbag was like, well, they were there and I had to do something because they saw me. Well, if that's the case, then why didn't you just blast them right there? Why take them for 2 weeks and fucking torture them? Because they said they were tortured too. Yep. For 2 weeks. If it was just business, then what'd you take them for?
Because he's like, ooh, bonus. Yeah. That's why.
Yeah, of course. Now, see, had that been the cocaine cowboys, had that been the Colombians, they wouldn't have abducted them. They just killed everybody.
Well, yeah,
got it over with real quick.
Which, like I said, that's not great either, but it's better than like making someone suffer for 2 weeks.
Right. Well, they weren't sexually what do you call it? Sadistic. They weren't sexually motivated either. The Colombians wiped out whole families because it was what they considered them an enemy family, and they wanted to make a point. That was like their calling card. You cross us, it's going to cost you your family and all your friends if they're there. They liked innocent bystanders to get killed. Literally.
Yeah.
They said that. They said, yeah, well, why'd you shoot all the people at the table at the restaurant? Because they were there.
Yeah.
Because, if you were associated with our enemies, then we kill you. They just wanted it to have maximum psychological impact. Well, abducting girls and doing what those dudes are doing, that's just scum. Scum.
Yeah, well, and they look like scumbags, too.
And another thing is that when you really look at what was happening here in Florida back in the cocaine days, which the cocaine days probably still exist. It's just that we're kind of
it's just not really.
It's just not as obvious as it was. It's not like they're doing it fucking more covertly.
And cocaine isn't as prominent. That's kind of not the main drug of choice at the time.
Now they're gonna convert it into something else. Right now, fentanyl is what's fucking tearing them up. The Chinese have that. Chinese and the Mexican cartels are bringing it in. But I forgot where I was going with all this. What was I talking about?
You were talking about that cold case file about them kidnapping the girls, and then you were talking about you were comparing it to the cocaine cowboys thing.
Yeah. Well, they just wipe people out just to make a point. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But that was also kind of unnecessary. They were acting like they were still back in Colombia. Which is literally what was going on. They thought they were still back in Colombia.
Well, yeah, we talked about that on the Cocaine Cowboy show, where it's just kind of like they didn't give a shit. They just killed people in the street, and they were like, whatever.
Yeah.
You were just standing there.
They weren't American citizens. They were all illegal aliens. They flew down here in their own airplanes. They had a shit ton of money. Their organizations would bring them here. And they'd get here, and they wouldn't know anything about American culture. They didn't speak English, or they just continue to do what they were doing in Colombia, just shooting the fucking place up. They were wanting to make fucking assassinations in the hotel, in the airport, in front of the fucking. They wanted to assassinate people inside the fuck. Oh wait, here's what I was gonna say. The thing with the Cocaine Cowboys, though, at least, is that it was between gangsters. They just killed all the gangsters. If some innocent bystanders were behind them and they got killed, they didn't really care that much about that. But
yeah, which, like I said,
they were targeting gangsters and the friends of gangsters. So the average Floridian wasn't really affected.
It's not really the same thing as like a sexually motivated serial killer, like I said, which is just picking up random people like to
teenage girls, you know what I mean? Nasty. That's some nasty shit. Teenage girls are the flower of humanity. You know what I mean? Those are the ones that, you know, they're young and they're fucking innocent and fucking, you know what I mean? That's going to be somebody's girlfriend or wife or whatever, you know what I mean? And this dude's fucking abusing them for his own shit and then just throwing away like a garbage.
Happens a lot, though.
And the dude is a shit, though. You look at the dude and the dude ain't shit. He's just scum.
Well, they all look like...
Yeah, fucking scum.
Other than a very rare handful that kind of look like normal people.
Yeah,
most of them just look like a bunch of scumbags.
Most normal one would have been Bundy. But he was a scumbag, too. He had girls' heads in his refrigerator and was having sex with that head.
I never fail to remind people of
Never
that. Whenever
forget.
anybody says, oh, Ted Bundy, he was the best looking serial killer, he had fucking severed heads in his freezer and he did fucking...
Yeah.
He put his dick in their mouth.
Yeah. That was his
He kept
sex
them
toy.
for sex toys.
Yeah.
Severed heads.
I think he took didn't he take a lower torso too?
He was fucking disgusting.
Yeah,
he might have. Yeah.
He was a necrophile.
He was a necrophile.
Yeah.
There's nothing sexy about that.
No.
He was just a disgusting pig. I don't care what he fucking looked like.
He's a fucking necrophile.
That's what I mean. It was, and every time I watch these cold case shows, he can attest.
He's kind of cute.
I said no, like, well, and I say this every single time. Like, even though, and some of the dudes, I will admit that like some of the dudes that turn out to be the murderers, like, look like not necessarily attractive, but look like normal people, like you wouldn't suspect. You know what I mean? And so I'm like, when you see that, I'm like, man, you can't fucking trust anybody. You know what I mean? But it kills me that like so many people talk about Ted Bundy like he's always the cutest serial killer and shit like that. The dude was a fucking scumbag, man.
Yeah.
And you can't, and it doesn't matter. You can't tell what they.
What's weird though,
from what they look like.
And they had psychologists actually point this out. Whenever you had dudes like that who were decent looking, Ramirez, and I don't even think that motherfucker was decent looking. So they always
kind
had
of a weirdo.
Fucking admirers.
They did, yeah.
But fucking
those ladies had some issues though.
Yeah. Well, what was funny with Bundy is that women that were in the court fell for him. Wasn't she a court recorder, or one? Who was his little girlfriend?
Who, the one that married him later?
I think she married him. She worked in the court, didn't she?
Oh, I don't remember.
I think she saw him all the time, and she was cute. And they had a psychologist explain it. He said that it's.
I don't fucking get it.
Said it's something kind of along the lines of what's that syndrome where they took the people hostage.
Yeah, like Stockholm syndrome.
It's like Stockholm syndrome.
Yeah, I can see that.
Women have this dread of being killed by these guys.
Well, yeah.
Then they see one.
That's healthy.
They see one that is actually kind of attractive. Then they start
for a serial killer.
Then they start
low bar.
They have a feeling of dread, like this dude could have killed me because maybe I would have left somewhere with this guy.
And then if you're weird enough, you'll be like, that's kind of hot.
Well, I think what ends up happening is they try to flip it around.
Yeah.
Where I could fix this guy.
Well,
he wouldn't do it to me.
A lot of women have that.
And I think that's what it is. And
well, that's why you see certain types of women that get involved over and over again with abusive men. I'm not victim blaming or anything like that, but they kind of end up in situations like that because there is kind of like a psychology where it's like, well, I can fix him, or he's mean to everybody else, but he's nice to me.
You're right, yeah.
Like, because I'm special. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's
I think part of it is also she's now confronting her fear. She's now mastering her fear.
Yeah.
The thing that she's afraid of is now in love with her.
Right.
It won't. She's subdued it now. It's not going to come and get her.
Yeah, like a Beauty and the Beast type situation.
That she's now resolved it. She has nothing to fear now because she's calmed the raging storm. Yeah. It's that kind of shit.
Right.
That's not what happened, man. Fucking Bunny would probably eat her.
That's what I mean.
If he wasn't fucking... But it's...
It's
a weird thing that's in some women.
It is, yeah. I don't have the time nor the patience to like fix motherfuckers.
Well, we've known girls that if you're nice to them, then she thinks you're a simp. She wants nothing to do with you. If you're mean to her, she loves you.
Which is super weird.
We know them.
Like, yeah, I've
friends of ours.
I've known some girls like that.
Yeah.
That's like, it's not super common, but I have known a handful of girls that were like that.
Yep.
And it's always kind of messed up. I'm like, why? Like, why? Like, I get it. Intellectually, I get it. I get where they're coming from. I get why they end up like that. But I don't know. I'm just kind of like, I guess other people can see it more clearly than they can.
There are, you know, heard stories of women that are backed up, man. Where the girl comes from a real fucking middle class, vanilla background, real safe family. Comes across a guy who's just real dominant, you know, and he's just like, you know, you belong to me, baby. And I guess he just kind of like pimps his way into her. And then the next thing you know, he's fucking basically owns her. And she's like totally surrendered to this guy.
Yeah.
And, you know, next thing you know, she's turning tricks for him and shit.
Yeah. I mean, it happens.
So, yeah. You know, it was just part of mental domination. He loves me. That's why I got to go turn these tricks. And this is, I guess, because the woman did not come from an environment where she was equipped with the defenses to deal with somebody like that.
Yeah.
And she's now fetishized what's happening. You know what I mean? Fucking. Because, you know, I fucking was listening to the fucking interviews of those fucking hookers and ex-hookers and shit on YouTube, and that's how some of them ended up in that position. Yeah. A guy that they're fucking, who's just like totally out of left field, nothing to do with her background, and she just fucking falls into it, hook, line, and sinker. Fucking a year later, she's out in fucking Vegas turning tricks for him, and giving him all the money.
Yeah, no, that's not happening.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry. I'll go.
Well, she's fucking 18 or 19 when he fucking 17. You know, she's not.
I'm too old.
Doesn't know how to fucking. Well, they're young and impressionable. The dude might be 10 years old.
That's the thing. I could see myself maybe have fallen for. I don't know though. I was pretty cranky.
He loves me.
I was pretty cranky.
And it turns out he's got 3 other ones. Turns out he's got 3 other ones.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Like I said, I could see myself. I don't remember like a lot about, you know, when I was real young. I could see myself maybe falling for that for a little while, but then after a while, what the fuck? What the fuck is going on right now? Fuck this. No.
Yeah.
Because like I said, I was pretty cranky.
You would think.
Even when I was younger. Because you know how cranky I am.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I don't know.
But some of those girls showed their photographs of what they look like fucking models. Some of them actually got picked up using a modeling agency recruitment fucking ads. This was a long time ago. This was in the late 90s, before social media was really a big thing. You probably couldn't do it today.
Well, yeah, everybody would be like, serial killer, bing, 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 bing.
A little too much savvy, you know what I mean? But they think they're going into a modeling agency. There's all this money and shit. And then they go, oh, by the way, we're waiting for the new modeling gig for you. We're going to send you down to this club, though. We're going to teach you some stuff there. A lot of models fucking strip to make, you know what I mean, fucking in between jobs. Like, well, they're making so much money, what are they stripping for? But see, they've actually slowly kind of...
Yeah, it's like that frog in boiling water thing.
Yeah, right. Taking that out of them. And then the next thing you know...
Just they don't do it all at once.
Right.
They don't come right at you with, hey, shake your titties at strangers.
Right, yeah.
They just very slowly, kind of like just step by step,
right.
Just very...
And then they go, oh, by the way, you're
systematic.
An agent's here. He wants to meet you. Fucking this could be millions of dollars. Run off with him. Oh, by the way, you're going to have to sleep with him.
Yeah.
You know, but it turns out he's not a modeling agent. He's a trick.
Sure.
You know what I mean? So they do that to her a couple times, and then, you know, it starts breaking down their defenses. Because there was some...
Because once you've done it one time,
then you'll do it again.
Well, yeah, like you already did it. You might as well do it again. You know what I mean?
There was a good series. It was these 2 ex-hooker girls telling their story, and they ran a rehabilitation clinic that was trying to try to save girls from that. And they were telling their stories of how they got pulled into it. And one of them was fucking wild as shit. She was... I forget her name, little blonde chick. She was the one that got pulled in by the one guy. And it turns out he's got 5 other ones. You know, she said he was totally under her control, and she was from Minnesota. Just fucking dumb, you know. But
being dumb's not a crime, though. You know what I mean?
She liked it though. She did it for a long time.
Yeah. Some people do like it. Like I said,
it wasn't healthy though. She said she was crazy.
Well, no.
And she didn't keep most of the money. Most of the money got taken from her.
Okay, see, now that's fucked up.
Yeah.
I'm a big advocate of women that want to do that.
Yeah.
Like, on their own terms. They don't need a pimp or nothing like, especially nowadays. You don't need any of that shit. If you want to do it, more power to you.
They didn't need it back then because what they were doing a lot of times was just sending them into a place where a lot of rich dudes were around the hotels. Just
Sure, it's like you could do that yourself. You don't need some man to tell you to do that.
He said, go get that money and bring it back. Yeah, that's what they were doing.
If you want to do that, then do that.
So they didn't really need him. They didn't really need
a dude to tell you to take all your fucking money.
Yeah.
You know, you can do it yourself.
Don't do that.
I mean, don't do that.
Don't do that, though.
I'm just saying I'm not averse to... That's why I've always said, like, prostitution, I don't think it should be illegal.
I don't think so either.
I don't think it should be illegal.
But it shouldn't be encouraged, and people should...
Well, no, but it's just like, I don't, you know, but if some people want to do it, it's like, you know, it's a free fucking country, isn't it?
Well, I don't really look at it that way. I look at it like this. Your body is yours. You can do what you want with it.
That's what I mean.
But I think everybody should understand the repercussions. Okay.
Yeah, as long as you know what you're getting into.
Yeah. And really, young women, especially 18, under 18, or in their early 20s, they can't quite grasp the long-term social effects of that. It's going to affect relationships fucking pretty bad. And, you know, you guys know my stories, you know, being an ex-military and up in Korea. You know, I have done plenty of business with the ladies of the evening. Okay. I don't have a real negative view of it. But if I had a daughter, that's not what I would want for her. You know?
Yeah, I kind of feel like most parents probably wouldn't.
Okay. So you got to look at it that way. Something like that, I would say that if you're a young woman in your 20s, that is not for you. That's your time to try to get married and have kids. Being a lady of the evening really kind of makes more sense if you're a woman in your 30s or 40s and you've gotten past all that. You might already have kids. You might be divorced. So you're not virgin territory to begin with. You're a free agent. You've lived that life before. You want to be an independent agent. That's your body. You can do what you want to do.
I mean, you have more of, like, a life experience, so you know what you want
out of life. You know who you are.
You're like, look, I don't really want this normie life or whatever. Like, maybe this is more fun or whatever. Like, but, like I said, everybody has their own thing. I wouldn't, like, tell anybody, no, you can't do that or anything like that. But I would advise against it if you're younger. Because it's not just going to fuck up relationships in the future, especially if you're still in your 20s, because dudes are going to be like, what? But, it might fuck up your job prospects also, like if you're looking to, you know, your career and stuff. Because if people find out, you might not, a lot of people might not be super understanding about it.
I have weird instincts of protection for the ladies of the evening because they are the world's oldest profession, and I am from the world's second oldest profession, which is soldiering, which is the male version of hooking.
I mean, essentially.
Essentially. You're selling your body to old men.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
The women are selling their body to old men for sex. The young guys are selling their bodies to old men for fighting, to fight their enemies, to keep them rich, to keep them on their underage sex islands. That's really all you're doing. It's not saying. I was under this weird delusion that it had something to do with protecting America. No, it has nothing to do with that. America's an empire. Every war they were sending us to had to do with protecting some rich man's money to keep the empire together, and it has nothing to do with benefiting the American people. I was brainwashed. Y'all are brainwashed too, every one of you. A lot of the shit that's happening in the world, that's why it seems so fucked up. That man, the world's fucking changed a lot. Man, the United States is falling apart. No, it was always like this. It's just that you didn't know.
No, it's always been like
this. It's always been like this. It's just that the internet has now showed you what this is. It's always been fucked up. It's getting worse because people are starting to realize what a scam this is. You know, and this is the end of the empire. Not the end of the United States. There may be more than one union when this is done. I think it'll break up into a couple pieces, maybe at least two. It's the end of the empire, but it's not the end of you and where you're living. It's just going to reorganize. This is part of the life cycle of nations and empires.
I'm not worried about it.
I'm going to make it. Jen's going to make it.
I'm not worried about it.
Y'all gonna make it if you're...
Like I said, shit's always been fucked up.
It's always been fucked up. It's always been changed.
I'm not worried about it.
Right. Well...
I'm used to shit being fucked up.
Here's the weird thing.
I'm not worried.
Here's the weird thing. the two oldest professions, you can both get killed doing it. You can both get fame and fortune doing it. It's both risky. They both affects family life. Man, I probably didn't have children and a normal marriage because I was involved in that life. Because during the time that I should have been getting married and having kids, I was fucking adventuring and fucking doing contracts and weird shit like that. Okay, so, and I got addicted to danger. Jen knows more about it than you know.
I do.
Yeah. So really, I kind of like selected myself for extinction because, as far as I know, I don't have any children. Because guys like me, really, there shouldn't be.
As far as he knows.
As far as I know.
We speculate though.
Yeah.
Anything's possible.
Anything's possible.
I mean,
man.
you got around.
Yeah.
Let's say that.
I was very popular with women. Okay, anything's possible.
You were single for almost all of your life.
Yeah, and I had a
met
fast life strategy.
Sure.
I was very successful with women when I was around them, but I was mostly in all male institutions.
Right.
You know, law enforcement, military environments, and fucking deployments, and doing contracts or just doing stupid shit. Okay. But I don't know. A lot of time has passed now, so I'm kind of more normal than I was. Cause shit, I've been a normal civilian for going on since I met you around 20 years almost, huh? 15 years.
I met you about 14 or 15 years ago.
About 15 years, yeah. So I've been more normal the past 15 years.
I think 2010 or 2011
yeah.
I met you. No, 2009?
Yeah.
I don't remember.
Jen didn't have children either. She's on her second marriage. She just wasn't feeling it, I guess, with the first marriage. But now we've both aged out.
I never felt it from, like I said,
Yeah.
I don't have that instinct. I don't have that maternal instinct. I don't think I was born with it.
But what bothers me is this. Guys that soldier for a living, this includes cops and shit. And even fucking cartel assassins, okay? Them too. They tend to kind of be lauded, kind of honored in weird ways. You're either a hero or you maybe even an anti-hero. Or even some kind of fucking, even kind of like a notable villain. You could be that too. But you get a certain amount of kind of respect in life. But the female counterpart of me is a hooker. You get no respect.
Which is bullshit.
Which I don't really quite agree with that. I mean,
I don't either.
I understand why it's happening, but I kind of get this kind of soft spotter like, man, that chick went through fucking hell, a hell similar in some ways to mine, but a totally different type.
Yeah.
But I understand that she soldiered on through that shit, and she's getting shit on.
Yeah.
Which I never really felt right about that because
That's not cool. It's not cool.
Right.
At all.
Because, you know.
They're providing a service just like anyone else.
And really what got me onto that was in Korea. The Korean government was actually kind of recruiting Korean girls to work in those tea houses. To keep to do a bunch of things. One thing is to keep American GIs away from their civilian women.
Well, yeah.
Okay. And another one was to get every bit of money out of that pocket to get it into the Korean economy. And a lot of those girls did that. And then they had a hard time re-entering Korean society because they were tainted now. They were fucking all them white dudes and all them black dudes and all the fucking Sancho. The Sancho, Chad, and Tyrone had fucked up those women, see? And they didn't want them back. So they were down there protesting. They were doing
Which is bullshit.
They were doing what's called slut walks.
Yeah.
Where they were down there fucking protesting.
We can't fucking blame them. That is a fucked up thing to do to people.
What they wanted is they wanted kind of like a restitution.
Yeah.
Or they wanted a retirement fund. You know, hey, we can't remarry.
It's like, hey, you guys recruited us into this bullshit to get money into the economy. We did that,
and now we can't.
And now you're fucking us over.
We're having a problem fucking re-entering society. I don't know how it was settled. Now, I have a Korean listener, Miss Lee. I don't know if she'll jump out or not. I don't know what I don't know what the Korean government did, but that's what kind of brought it to my attention. I was like, yeah, they fucked those girls over.
They did.
And I was like, they kind of fucked them over in a way they kind of fuck us over, but they got it worse in a certain way. Because it didn't fuck my life up as bad as it fucked up their lives.
Yeah, I mean, you just went in there, had a fun night, paid, and then went on with your life and didn't think about it anymore. Nobody Nobody like is all upset about it or
well,
nothing.
no, I'm talking about being a soldier.
Well,
being a soldier was honored. Well, she was a soldier of another kind. Her job was to entertain soldiers.
Yeah.
And to keep everything safe.
Yeah.
And to get money from them and help the Korean economy. So
and that is absolutely still a job.
Yeah. Yeah, it was a job. Very definitely. And it ran like clockwork. They were very professional.
Yeah, you told me about it.
Yeah.
It was like... Yeah.
It's like going to a nightclub and the girls
they had the whole thing. Yeah.
The whole thing was
They had the whole thing set up.
Yep. Mm-hmm. So I'm like, man, those girls were basically doing the female version of what I was doing. It's just that for the female, it's going to involve sex.
Yeah.
Because that's what they had to offer to value. That's what they had to offer of value. A young woman has that. Well, young guy, he's just his body. They want his body for a different reason. Hold this rifle.
It's like I could kill people.
Absorb these bullets.
Or get shot
Get shot. Absorb these bullets.
Or have this mine blow you up.
Try to come back home alive.
Sure.
Fucking secure the empire. Come back home. It's just another way of being pimped out, really.
Yeah.
The soldier's a hose. Just a different kind.
Yeah.
Yeah. Battle hoe.
But I kind of like that you made that connection because...
I made that connection early on.
Well, and I kind of feel like, even still, I feel like it's better now. It's better now than it used to be. But I write about a lot of unsolved murders and stuff like that. And a lot of serial killers and shit like that will specifically target sex workers because they know that they don't have a lot of family ties. They know that law enforcement probably won't, investigate it as hard as maybe they would if it was someone else. They know all that. So, and they're easier to target. So I kind of feel like they get shit on kind of all around. And that is, well, I don't like that. I just don't like that.
They get shit on here because it's, in most places, most states, it's illegal.
Right, which I absolutely think it shouldn't be. It'd be much safer if it was legal.
Yeah, it'd be a lot safer. If it's illegal, then that means it's in the world of the criminal underworld.
Yeah.
And hookers would be at the bottom of the criminal food chain. All right, when you don't want to be at the bottom of the criminal food chain. All right, that's the victim of the criminal food chain. So they have to fucking somehow bring it into legitimacy to where you can deal with it in a more healthy way.
Yeah.
And here's the thing, that's the American tradition. People, that'll never happen here. No, traditionally, prostitution was legal in America. It was only made illegal, actually, by women. I think they mostly illegalized it right around the same time they were illegalizing booze.
Like right around Prohibition.
Around Prohibition.
Right.
And that was just a bunch of
old busybodies.
Busybody Bible thumper women that really did that. Had nothing to do with the patriarchy. The patriarchy keeps us from selling pussy. I heard some girls say, fuck no, they did. What are you talking about? That was religious women from the fucking temperance movement that did that.
I kind of feel like
women that did that.
Religious morality in general was the impetus behind that.
Yeah. Getting rid of legalized prostitution was the Christian woman, older Christian woman's way of keeping her husband away from younger women.
Yeah, I think that was definitely
that's what it was. It had nothing to do with those girls. It was the fact that those old ladies were pissed off that their men were going to brothels.
20-year-olds, yeah.
And they were drinking booze at the brothel. That's what it was. So it wasn't... I heard some feminists say the patriarchy made it illegal. No, it didn't. You don't know fucking history. Christian women did it. Christian middle-aged women did it.
Like I said, I kind of feel like we're suffering under a lot of laws that were brought about for strictly religious reasons.
And, okay, well, there's also just a lot of stupid gun laws in the United States. For instance, like, in Europe, if you buy any kind of rifle, you got to have a sound suppressor on it to keep the noise down. You know what I mean? Because it's noise pollution. Yeah. Like a car, if you have a car, you can have to put a muffler on it.
Right.
That's what a sound suppressor does. Here in the United States, they illegalized sound suppressors. And it had nothing to do with crime. It's because guys were putting sound suppressors on 22 caliber rifles and poaching. And that was during the Depression. Right. Because they were eating up every fucking thing.
Yeah. Well, they were hungry.
They were hungry. Making suppressors a controlled item had nothing to do with crime. Because if you suppress, let's say you suppress a 9mm pistol, A suppressed 9mm pistol makes as much noise as an unsuppressed 22 caliber pistol. So why don't... It's not silent. You can still hear it. Why don't you need a license for the unsuppressed 22? Because it's quieter than the suppressed 9mm. Why can't you put a suppressor on a rifle like an AR-15? If you suppress an AR-15, it's still louder than a 9mm pistol without a suppressor on it. It does not make them silent. This is something that Hollywood has trained people to think. It just brings the noise down a little bit. So you don't have to wear hearing protection, but you can still hear it. It does not hide the fact that shots haven't been fired. And here's another thing. When people say, well, if you give them suppressors, what they'll do is they'll go into people's houses at night and shoot them while they're all sleeping, and the neighbors will never know. I could take a .357 Magnum pistol right now without a fucking suppressor on it and shoot 50 rounds in this house, and my neighbor wouldn't even fucking know. Suppressors do not impact crime at all. Okay, here comes Jen.
Here I come.
Yeah, here she comes. So there's a lot of stupid laws out there.
Well, yeah.
And then another one that they do, they're challenging it right now in the Supreme Court, is that we have this stupid law that says that a rifle cannot have a barrel shorter than 16 inches. Well, why not? A pistol has a fucking 3-inch barrel. Why can't a rifle have a 3-inch barrel? It makes no fucking sense. The reason why is because some states in the past banned pistols. So they didn't want you to take a rifle and try to turn it into a pistol by making the barrel short. But they overturned all that. Pistols are legal in every state here. They're legal in every state. So therefore, it doesn't matter how long a rifle barrel is. They're challenging that right now. A rifle can have a barrel of any length. It can be 13 inches, 12 inches, 9 inches, 8 inches. The shorter the barrel, the louder it is, the slower that bullet's going to go, the more wasted, unburned powder you're going to have. Why would you want a short barrel? Well, sometimes it's a small rifle caliber, and maybe you can make a little miniature rifle called a carbine. So, it's like any other laws. They're full of shit, and mostly passed by people that don't have any expertise in the fucking topic that they're talking about. This is including sex work and shit. The people that passed those laws here in the United States were middle-aged Christian women back in the 1920s that didn't want their husbands going to the damn brothel. It had nothing to do with people protecting their daughters. They didn't give a shit about people's daughters. Back in the 1920s, women were kind of low value. You know?
Well, yeah, big time.
If they showed
Shit,
up in a
man, we
brothel,
couldn't even
nobody cared.
vote until then.
Yeah.
We didn't get the vote until the 1920s.
If some chick showed up at the brothel, nobody cared. Like, yeah. It's either that or you're going to work the laundry. You're too pretty to work on the laundry. Get up there in that damn brothel. Make some money, girl. Serve some fucking
Well, that's
food.
the thing. It's just kind of like women, up until, fairly recently, they didn't really have a lot of career options.
It depends on what you're looking at. Women worked. Women always worked.
Oh, they did. I'm just
And
saying
that's
that
yeah.
if you wanted to go to college, if you wanted to do something like that, like a lot of colleges wouldn't even accept women until fairly recently.
Yeah.
I read a thing the other day that kind of blew my mind. And it said that women could actually not even open a separate credit card. Married women could not open a separate credit card account from their husband until the 1970s.
Yeah.
1974.
I remember that happened. My dad thought that was ridiculous. My mom came back. I remember when I was a little kid, my mom came back from the bank.
Can you imagine?
I tried to open a bank account. They wouldn't let me open a bank account
Yeah.
without your signature. She's like, what? And my dad was from Mississippi. He didn't believe that. He was like, why do I have to sign? It's just a bank account. She goes, yeah, they said you had to sign right here.
Yeah, that was very common back then.
And my dad, of course, he's a Southerner grew up in the fucking 50s.
He's like, what the
and
fuck
60s.
is that all
What the
about?
fuck?
Yeah.
It was a cultural thing. The banking system was something that was real high tech in the 70s. People didn't have credit cards. They didn't have ATM cards. Average people didn't have bank accounts. Average people just used cash. They went to check cashing places and shit like that. Real old school shit. And for some reason, there was old laws on the books that said that women couldn't have bank accounts without permission of their husbands.
For whatever reason.
Yeah, but even back
because we're stupid children, apparently.
I think that was something from the early 1900s, late 1800s.
We don't know how to do anything. We're just girls, for heaven's sakes.
No, for some reason, you had to have a husband's permission.
Yeah.
Or a father's permission.
Yeah.
And that was antiquated even in the 70s.
Well, yeah. I was like, I can't even imagine. Like, that's in my lifetime.
Yeah, yeah. I remember my dad was flabbergasted. He was like, huh?
I was flabbergasted.
I remember him on the fucking couch.
I knew that was a thing, but I didn't realize it was that recent.
Yeah, I remember him on the couch with a damn cigarette in his hand. We were in California. And fucking, he going, huh? I was probably about 7 or 8. What are you talking about? She goes, yeah, they wouldn't let me have a bank account without your permission. He's like, what the fuck do I have to do with that? Here. He just laughed. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, it's your money.
What the fuck was that? He didn't give a shit. Yeah, get a bank account. Yeah.
I can't even... It blows my mind that was something that somebody, like, even thought of.
Yeah.
Like, half of the human race is not allowed to open a bank account of their own without permission from someone from the other half.
They weren't opening the bank accounts.
That's crazy.
Banks evidently were for rich people and businesses only. Up until very recently. Like, in the 60s and the 70s, the idea of having a family bank account, you know, I mean, that was a big deal. And I remember there was something that came out called Diner's Card.
Yeah, I remember Diners Club.
Diners Club.
That was what it was called. Yeah, I remember those.
I remember that fucking, and like dudes that had that were considered to be like the G. And that was the very first fucking credit card.
Yeah, I remember that.
And you could buy dinner on credit.
And everybody's like, ooh, fancy.
And that was in my lifetime.
Yeah, I remember that.
So you're taking it for...
I was a kid, but I remember.
Now, real rapidly, you started having shit like fucking... Everybody had bank accounts, and then everybody had checking accounts. And that was like, checking accounts? What the fuck is a check?
Yeah. Isn't it crazy that we, like, remember the...
Yeah.
The genesis of that?
Remember the genesis of that.
I remember, like, the credit card machines that were still, like, ka-chunk.
Yeah.
I still remember that.
Give me your card. Shoot.
Kids are like, what are you talking about?
That was even in the Let's Dance video. Yeah. With fucking David Bowie. Remember that?
Yeah.
You got a credit card. Because that was real high-tech shit. And I thought that shit was high-tech when I had an ATM card. And I could go to a fucking bank machine and get cash out of a robot.
I can just get cash out of the wall.
Yeah.
Wow.
I was like, God damn. I was
what
just
a time to be alive.
School. Yeah. Little did I know that I was wasting my time. I could have just been swiping that card at the fucking store. And then that's when that shit started coming.
Well, now you just tap it.
Now you just tap it. Right, yeah. So it was, but I think it's just some weird times, man.
In a way, it's like it sucks being old, but I kind of like that we lived through all of that.
Yeah.
Because it's like now, it doesn't really like occur to me that much because we just kind of saw it happen in real time, and it was kind of like a slow progression.
Yeah.
So we were just kind of like, oh, this is a new thing now. Oh, that's neat. You know what I mean? So it wasn't like, it happened all at once. But it's just like when you stop and think about it, holy shit, when we were kids, there weren't even credit cards really.
No.
Or I didn't know anybody that had them. And then like later on, people had a credit card and it was a big deal. And they had that ka-chunk thing with the carbon on it. And I was like, ooh, like I think I even had a fucking board game that had that. Yeah. Like a play one. And I was just like, oh, cool.
Banks are not government entities. Banks are private businesses in the United States. So the banking laws were antiquated and had nothing to do with reality. Banks weren't real players until when we were little kids.
It takes a while for laws to catch up to reality, for sure.
The only people that needed banks were business owners and businesses. And if you needed to borrow a bunch of money. But you were usually a business. So I think that's why women really weren't included in that. Because women were not really business owners in that. Women
it was very rare.
But yeah. And the thing is it was rare for a guy to have a bank account too. So that's not that big of a deal. What would you need a bank account for? There were no credit cards. There were no ATM cards. Everything was cash. You got your paycheck. You went and you got cashed it.
Yeah, they put cash in an envelope.
In an envelope. Yeah, and then you get the cash.
Yeah, you get like a pay envelope with cash. What the fuck
did you need a bank for? Only businesses needed banks.
And then you came home and you gave the cash to your wife, and she would go pay the bills and buy the groceries.
And there was nothing. It took a whole day, so 2 days to pay bills.
Yeah.
Because you had to drive.
You had to go to the place.
I remember having to drive to the telephone company to pay my fucking bill, and then drive to the power company to pay my bill, drive to my fucking landlord fucking management office and pay the rent.
That was some bullshit, man.
Yeah.
I would never go back. It's so much easier nowadays. Now it's like it takes me 5 minutes. I'm like, pay this, pay this, pay this. Or actually, a lot of the stuff I just comes out automatically, so I don't have to fucking worry about it. Most of my shit, it just comes out. I don't have everything automatic because like I want to make sure I have enough money to cover it.
Convenience was not a thing, man.
Like I said, it's so much easier nowadays. Yeah. Oh my god, that's what I mean. That's when I'll piss and moan about like, some people saying, "Oh, it's so sucky." No, it's not. Oh,
Gramthars, what's up, Gramthars?
It's so much easier.
Gramthars,
I would never go back.
In case you guys know who Gramthars is a guy I went to high school with when I was going to high school in Michigan, and he's a retired cop now. We were in drama school together.
There you go.
Yeah, read the comments. We got all kinds of comments.
I know. I'm backing up.
Let's get back up.
Mackie Mac said, "True, there was a young bodybuilder." That did cam shows, Michael Hoffman.
Okay.
Made a video about how it ruined his life because the video got passed around. He was a muscle boy when YouTube was young.
Okay.
And then he said, I got tempted to do porn. There were studios.
Who is this saying this?
Mackie Mac.
Okay.
That met up with me when I was in my 20s. Almost took the deal then. Yeah. Backed out because of what I hear regardless of job-wise, regards of job-wise in the long run.
Yeah.
Porn scouts and owners are good at tempting. When I met a few, they're quick to mention I can make $2,500 to $5,000 per vid.
Yeah.
This is how they lure young bodybuilders. Yeah, and I kind of feel like mostly you probably won't make that. Like maybe the top ones do because I do feel like
we haven't seen his physique.
Right. Well, yeah. I mean, maybe, but that's the thing. It's just kind of like. Here's the thing. Like I said, we've done porn videos. We've done all that kind of stuff. We've done streaming and all that. But we're older.
Yeah. We
don't really have.
We also have fuck you streams of income. We don't really need to work for other people.
Yeah, I mean, we just kind of like cobble together money from like other sources
shit that we do,
that don't necessarily like need to have a regular job or anything.
Right.
So it's just kind of like, so we can do it. We're older. We don't really give a shit if our families find out or anything.
Yeah,
I think somebody asked us on one of my other live streams if my siblings knew about it. Or would I be bothered if they saw it?
You don't know her sibling.
And I was just like, they all know, though. Yeah. I don't think they've ever watched it, because why would they?
They wouldn't care.
But it's like, when I told them about it, and they were like, okay.
Oh, yeah, right, of course. Yeah. They don't care.
They're all pretty much like me.
Yeah.
Except younger.
Yeah. Younger people don't give a shit.
Nah, they don't care. They don't care at all. They're just like, whatever, gotta make money somehow.
You got some money for somebody. That was, who is this? Little mover. What's up, little mover?
Oh, you're a little bit ahead of me.
Okay, yeah.
There we go. Yeah. Oh, thank you so much,
little mover. What'd she say?
Late arrival fee.
Okay, yeah.
That's okay. We're not going anyplace.
Yeah.
My IG been messing up Tom. Instagram.
Okay,
been messing up Tom. Just seen your videos. Got to check up. Jenny, have you heard of Laura Purcell? I don't think so. But like, jog my memory though. I maybe have heard of that.
Yeah.
But we'll see. I'm 2 rum and cokes in.
Yeah.
Well, no, I'm 1 rum and coke and 1 vodka and cranberry juice.
Yeah, we've been drinking.
I might need another rum and coke.
I'll get you one in a minute.
I feel like.
Yeah, I sent Lil Move some Death in Rome videos.
Right.
Pump Up a Jam.
Yeah.
That one and fucking The Sign.
Love is a Battlefield is still my favorite.
Yeah, that's a good one too. Okay, well, let's go back to where we were because we jumped down there because of course that's a super chat, so that had priority. We were talking about. He's talking about being paid to be a muscle boy.
Yeah.
Here's the thing. Eugen Sandow, the fucking father.
We did a show about this.
Okay, the father of bodybuilding.
History of bodybuilding and strongmen. It was a while back.
Yeah, he invented the fucking shit. He was a German. He was an Austrian or German. I don't remember. He'd go to the museums. He'd see all these Greek statues. And in his day, this is in the late 1800s, they thought that those were just idealized humans, that people couldn't be built that way. And Eugen started to think, no, he's measuring the proportions.
I can do that shit.
And he goes, I think they actually were built that way. And he tried to figure out how they did it. He started working out, lifting weights. And he actually did get big. You can look at, without any fucking anabolics or anything, he got fucking pretty jacked. You got photographs of him on Google. You can Google photographs of him. Eugen Sandow. Now, Eugen Sandow's wife dumped him, or didn't divorce him, but just fucking wouldn't talk to him anymore towards the end of his career before he died. From something that she said was unspeakable. That she didn't want anything to do with him anymore.
And everyone's like, ooh, intriguing.
Yeah, like what the hell happened there? Well, one thing we know about Sandow is that, one, he sold a lot of basically nude selfies. They got little fig leaves, but these are fucking nude photos.
And who do you think was buying those?
Yeah.
Not ladies.
No. He had public showings at circuses and shit. But he did private viewings for select gentlemen.
Mm-hmm.
All right? Where you could get closer. And that was maybe 3 or 4 guys. What exactly is happening here? Okay, is he stripping? I'm pretty sure he's stripping. Okay, and he's putting on a strip show.
Sure.
Okay, it's a gay strip show.
Sure.
Now
they just couldn't call it that.
They couldn't call it that
back then.
Now, I don't know if that would have pissed the wife off. I kind of have the feeling that maybe Eugen fucking might have been a little bit gay for pay. Nah, I think that's what happened. But he was a very successful businessman and really was the father of fucking modern bodybuilding and actually revolutionized the military industry because he convinced the leaders of the Western world's militaries that their men had to do resistance training, which involved pull-ups, push-ups, sit-ups, run.
So it's all his fault if you don't.
That's Eugen Sandow. Yeah, yeah. And he sold some little things that were kind of like weights. And he said he kind of gave his. He says you start off with small weights, and you get bigger weights. He wrote a lot of books on it. They're not modern, but they're kind of innocent. Now, so when we talk about Sandow, now here's something else. In modern terms, in the modern world, we know about Arnold Schwarzenegger. There are some nude stuff of Arnold's floating around out there. And
well, Stallone did some porn too.
Right.
Yeah.
Italian
Stallion.
It's rumored that allegedly there's some films of Arnold out there.
That would not surprise me.
Yeah. And somebody's got them in their fucking closet. That there are films of Arnold out there, and I'm not sure how. Exactly was happening.
People got to make money somehow. I don't begrudge.
What I'm getting at is that he may have not been alone in these videos. And
like I said, that's what I was imagining.
Might have been more than one dude in this video.
Right.
I don't know. Just allegedly. Which, hey, these guys were in the fucking in the golden era of bodybuilding. They weren't rich when they started. They were models basically. They got money. They got supporters for taking photographs in muscle magazines and also basically selling these little kind of like nude selfies.
Yeah.
Okay, basically what they did. If there was social media back in those days, they'd have OnlyFans. They'd be on that.
Yep.
No problem. The culture of the times, the 70s and the 80s, especially once Arnold got big, he was kind of this macho figure. I like Arnold. I think over time he kind of became an ass, but he was always an ass if you listen to people who knew him.
He kind of always did kind of things.
He was a joke. First of all, he's not a serious dude. He's a fucking joker. All right? And fucking he would talk all kinds of bullshit. And women that went out with him said he was addictive. Said that fucking once you were around him, you couldn't stop being around him. But in that era, a gay for pay type situation would have destroyed his credibility. So that shit couldn't leak.
So if he did it, they probably buried it.
Yeah, they buried it. And if anybody's got dirt on him, they can control him. So I don't know.
But the thing about it, though, before he got famous, that was kind of the main... I feel like that was the main avenue for bodybuilders. Because it wasn't mainstream. It wasn't... Yeah. You know, you didn't see a lot of bodybuilders showing up in movies and stuff like that. Not really. Like, not to the extent you do nowadays. So I just kind of feel like... it was more of a niche thing.
Yeah.
Back in the day. And I feel like if they wanted to make a lot of money, that was kind of where the money was.
In the 50s, 60s, and 70s, now Arnold helped make the male physique and bodybuilding go mainstream. And also...
big time.
Okay. And also fucking Stallone a lot.
Yeah.
And...
Because prior to that, like I said, it was very niche.
It's a niche thing. Now, the dudes that did this, in general, were regular guys, if you ask me. But the scene that surrounded it was a mixture of guys who fucking admired that look and was trying to get to look like that, which I like that. I want to look like that. I like how that looks. I think that's how a guy should look. I didn't always, but over time I started to kind of like value my health as I got older. And I said, yeah, I really should have been a little more physical about certain things. Now, around that sphere are a bunch of guys who are into that maybe for other reasons. They're sexualizing it. They have a lot of gay fans.
And that's probably the larger contingent.
That's where the money was coming from. Yeah.
Especially back when it was more of a niche thing.
Yeah, in the 50s and the 60s and the 70s.
So when it wasn't mainstream,
right?
It's like, who's going to pay?
So I'm not saying these bodybuilders were gay. Some of them were, but not saying they all were. But they knew that was a good source of income.
Yeah, they knew where the money was.
And all they had to do is take photographs and sell photographs of these guys.
Yeah.
And that's OnlyFans.
Sure.
All right.
They just didn't have that back then.
They just didn't have it.
But it was the equivalent.
That's all it is. So it wouldn't surprise me if fucking some of these classics, I'm not going to say Arnold, but some of these classic guys, where there might have been some film of them and another bodybuilder friend of them doing stuff that today would be considered tame, but in those days that would be.
It would have been super scandalous.
Oh man, he grabbed that other guy's ass, or oh man, they were kissing. Yeah, but they might have got paid fucking $5,000 for that shit back then, and those dudes were barely making any
because
money.
It was like a big
Yeah.
Like I said, nowadays it's just kind of like
right.
And you can see that for free everywhere.
Right. And it might have been for one customer. It was a one-time fucking deal for that dude, and fucking
But I like that it's. I mean, obviously there's not the same. I mean, back then you could probably get a lot more money for it because it was kind of taboo.
Yeah.
Like nowadays, it's kind of hard to make money doing anything because it's like everything's out there, man. Everything.
Well, they were out in L.A., so there were rich gay guys, rich older gay guys who had power. And they could fucking come to this. I'd really like you guys. Could you know anybody that can talk to them guys? I'd like to get some photos. I'm sure they're setting up photos.
Sure, of course.
We have the camera, and I'll get some guys from Hollywood that I know, and we'll do a little fucking 15-minute things. I'll give you guys $5,000 each. And I just want this and that. And go, that sounds pretty easy. Yeah, we could do that for $5,000 each. Yeah. That shit was going down.
Of course.
Yeah.
Well, like I said, you don't have a lot of money back then.
Right.
Somebody comes to you and says, "Hey, I'm going to give you $5,000," and $5,000 back then was a lot of money.
Right. And he's going, "Oh man, fucking."
All you got to do is this and that for one fucking afternoon or whatever it is.
All the gear, that'll pay fucking my rent for 4 months, and I'll get a whole bunch of gear, and I'll get me ready for the fucking Olympia and the next competition, and I'll get yeah.
Like somebody comes to and like not so much $5,000. That's not enough in today's economy, but like. Right. If somebody came to me and offered me...
In the 70s, $5,000 was a lot of money.
That's what I mean. In the 70s, $5,000 is a lot of money.
Yeah.
But the equivalent nowadays, if somebody comes to you and says, "Hey, I'll give you $100,000, $250,000, something like that, to do this, that, and the other thing," as long as it's not anything like super egregious, probably most people would do that, and you can't really blame them.
Would not surprise me if there's very small distribution films of those guys doing shit that today you'd kind of just laugh it off. But back
you probably watch and go, "Ha, look at that."
Yeah, look at it. Already did it. Or did look what Lou Ferrigno did. Fucking.
Like I said, it's kind of funny.
Yeah.
It's kind of funny nowadays because I was thinking about this in terms because I'm working on my history of horror essay. And I was working on that today, so I'm kind of like in the 80s, and I'm talking about the video nasties and everything like that. And I said it's very funny nowadays watching a lot of the movies that were on the video nasties list, how fucking tame they are. Like some of them I get it. Like I know why they were on there. Like I wouldn't have put them on there, obviously, because that's stupid, but but a lot of them I was just kind of like, why the fuck is this on there? This is like nothing, like compared to shit they show nowadays. Yeah. But but it's just kind of like funny and sad at the same time. But it's the same kind of thing. It's like you see it's like somebody made quote unquote porn back then, which like I said, Stallone made porn. They know that. He made that one porn movie, Italian Stallion. I've never seen it. I've seen clips of it, but it's not really all that. I don't really remember that much about it. But you see stuff nowadays, or stuff nowadays. It's like everything is out there. Anything you can imagine, even shit you can't imagine that you didn't even know existed. somebody has made porn of it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So it's like you literally cannot think of a single thing that somebody hasn't made porn of. And I can guarantee that right now.
Make us some drinks.
Because I've seen some shit, because we watch a lot of porn for a myriad of reasons. But also we're looking for like ideas and stuff like that. But also we just kind of like porn. So we're like watching it, and it's just kind of like some of the stuff I'm like, wow, well, okay, I never would have thought of that. But you know what I mean? Everything is out there. Shit that I never even thought of is out there. So it's just like, it's very funny to me that people would be scandalized by something as tame as the porn that they made back in the 70s. It's just kind of quaint. You know what I mean? It's just very, very funny to me. Very funny. Let me see. Tom knows shit. Just saying. He does. Let me see. He backed way up. I got that already. Let's see. Oh, they're talking about, does anyone still think of the gerbil when Richard Gere gets mentioned? Poor Richard Gere. Can you imagine your name getting attached to such an urban legend that now people can't even think of your... I mean, yet, I don't know if I don't really think of Richard Gere all that much, to be honest. But I will admit that on the very, very rare occasions that I do think of Richard Gere, I will think of the gerbil. Even though I don't even think that urban legend, I don't even think it started out with Richard Gere. And it's weird because I don't even know, I don't remember who it started with, though. If you guys, if you're into urban legends and you don't know about Jan Brunvand, you should look into that dude, because he is a dude, his whole thing, he's a folklorist, and he's written a shit ton of books, and his whole job is just collecting versions of these urban legends and like trying to find the source of them. And he's written a whole bunch of books. I have a bunch of them, and they're fascinating. I don't remember. I think he did actually write about the Richard Gere gerbil up the ass thing, and I can't remember. I have to look it up. I have to find the book, but because some of them I own, some of them, and some of them I just checked out of the library. But he was talking about that, and I think that urban legend actually started out talking about another celebrity, but I'll be damned if I can remember who it is. And the thing about it is that the celebrity it started with, and I think it was just like some fucking random celebrity in that case too, and it just seemed, I don't know. I don't think there's any truth behind it. Like, I'm not saying that, because look, I've seen some shit. I know that somebody somewhere has taken like part of a habit trail and let their gerbil crawl up their ass in the habit trail. Okay, I know somebody somewhere has done that. I would bet money on the fact that somebody has done that. Was it Richard Gere? I doubt it.
What are you talking about?
The Richard Gere gerbil up the ass thing.
Oh, totally.
The urban legend.
Urban legend.
Yeah. Well, that's what I was saying, is that...
Yeah.
I'm not saying that that's never happened, because I've seen...
It would kill the gerbil. He fucking...
I've seen porn. Yeah, but, well, it might not, because you might just kind of, like, take part of the habit trail, stuff it up someone's ass, and then just hypothetically, and then let kind of the gerbil just, like, walk in there, and they'd be like, ooh, the gerbil's in his ass, you know what I mean? And then let the gerbil come back out. Yeah. You know what I mean? It might have been that kind of situation.
What's this thing?
That might have happened... What? Oh.
The thing in the way.
Oh, I don't know. Where did that come from?
I don't know. Okay.
That's weird. I've never seen that before. But yeah, so that might have happened to somebody somewhere. And then that story got repeated because they told their friends, and then their friends told their friends, because that's fucking hilarious. And then, for whatever reason, it got attached to Richard Gere. Although, like I said, I read there's a, I was telling them, there's a folklorist named Jan Brunvand, and I have a bunch of his books. I've read a bunch of his books. Yeah. And he talked about that. Yeah. And I think that urban legend was originally attached to a different celebrity, but I can't remember who it was.
There used to be ones attached to that Rod Stewart.
That it might have been him.
Yeah.
But I can't. But I don't want to say that for sure.
They pumped his stomach and it had a bunch of semen.
Oh yeah, I've heard that one. I've heard that one.
Bullshit. They made that shit up.
Yeah, that's bullshit.
The thing about the gerbil in the ass. All right. That sounds like a late 70s, early 80s thing. And if you remember in the 70s, what was real popular among kids, and especially like in middle school, were kung fu movies. And in kung fu movies, they would show Chinese martial artists, kung fu masters, capturing one another and doing weird shit like putting a basket on her head that had rats in it.
Oh yeah.
You know what I mean? Or
Wasn't that was in 1984, wasn't it?
I don't
The
know.
George Orwell book with the cage with the rats.
Yeah, well, it's because evidently they used to kind of do that.
Yeah.
Or put a tube on a chest and make the rats eat
Yeah,
its way through you.
Yeah, I've heard that one too.
So the gerbil in the ass thing to me sounded like
Is an extension of that.
an extension of 1970s kung fu culture.
Oh yeah, that might have
Kids-
been where the
About where that's coming. We're like,
Sure.
yeah, they put not a rat but a gerbil.
because it's a pet.
It's a pet and it's in your booty. It's like something that you'd see that's like something that was inspired out of a kung fu movie from the 70s. And the thing is, if you saw the kung fu movie from the 70s, that probably would inspire you to be funny as fuck. And it sounds like something somebody in middle school would make up.
It really does.
Like
to
a third
be,
grader.
To be honest with you.
Yeah, it doesn't sound like something.
A lot of urban legends kind of sound like that to
Yeah,
me.
yeah.
Especially the gross out ones.
Yeah, putting babies in microwaves, which I think that's happened before, but
Some of them. Well, the thing about it,
frying babies in the frying pan,
Like
of
I
angel
said,
dust, weird
right.
shit like that.
like I said, I have a couple books of them, and they're fascinating.
Yeah.
Because, like I said, the Jan Brunvand, he's a folklorist. I don't even know if he's still alive at this. He's written like a fuck ton of books. But his whole thing, like, he'll go back and try to track down where this came from. Because sometimes the urban legends are based on the germ of something that really happened. But
Yeah.
sometime later on, it gets obviously wildly exaggerated. But
Victor Garcia, my other gay brother, says that 5,000 adjusted for inflation is about $2.5 million.
oh, okay, fair enough.
So yeah,
All right, fair enough.
yeah, that's right.
I didn't realize it was that
That's
much.
gay
of a...
math. Gay math. Gay man wants to know how much it's going to cost, how much he's going to gain from it. See? I'm fucking with Victor. Everything made Victor gay.
Well, yeah, he said earlier that Brokeback Mountain made it.
Brokeback
gay. I'm
Mountain
like,
made it
oh well,
gay.
that's pretty obvious.
Every
so.
show he says he comes up with something else that makes
I
it
mean,
gay.
Brokeback Mountain made everybody gay for a little while at least.
Brokeback Mountain made you gay?
Yeah,
I
for a
didn't know
little
you
while.
were gay. You were a gay man?
Yeah,
It made you a gay
yeah,
man?
it made me a gay man.
Damn,
for
does
a-
that make
for a
me
little
gay?
while. Well, you haven't seen it.
No,
If
if I'm
if-
fucking you and you're a gay man, then that makes me gay.
Oh, interesting.
See?
Now there's a whole dynamic. I kind of like this. I want to explore this farther.
Look, man, we do all kinds of fucking we do, me and Jed do all kinds of fucking funny shit.
Oh God, what are you gonna bring up now?
Me trying to get you pregnant.
Oh, yeah.
Some nights I try to get Jenny pregnant.
Oh, this is good. Tell this story. Tell this story. Some shit that you said the other night. It's 2
I
nights
just
ago. I
like
think it
talking
was.
dirty, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Jenny fucking responds with some
He
dirty
loves that shit.
So I was sitting here and I said, I told her she was gonna have my black baby.
Yeah.
And she's like, what?
And I kind of laughed
And it's like,
in the middle of
I'm the
everything.
only white dude that could give a woman a black baby.
Yeah.
Yeah, and she's like, really? He said, yeah.
So I was thinking of this in the midst of the whole situation. I'm like thinking
Yeah.
about how this is gonna
Yeah.
work. I'm just
How'd
like,
that work?
so you have like race changing.
Yeah,
sperm?
and yeah, and
Wow.
I'm having sex when I'm talking about this, and it says, yeah, it says they could be of any race. And
Yeah.
I said,
I'm just like, wow, really?
I said I could change up, like the atomic bomb. You could change the yield.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I could change up what race the baby's
He was
gonna
coming.
be.
Yeah, he was coming up with a whole
Kinda like-
scenario.
yeah, and I'm doing this while I'm fucking.
Yeah, with a whole.
She's
scenario.
loving it.
And
Yeah,
I was just like laughing my
yeah.
ass off.
yeah.
That's the kind of shit that happens.
Yeah. You never know what kind of crazy
You
shit.
never know.
Should have recorded that shit.
Well, that's
Should
what I
have
mean.
recorded that shit.
That's why I said originally that I was like, this is why we should do porn, because it's like, and we don't even record the best shit
Yeah.
because we're not thinking about it. So I'm like, and afterward, I'm just like, God damn it, we should have recorded
She was
that.
gonna
That'd
have
been
my
fucking
black baby.
yeah, that'd been fucking
Yeah.
hilarious. Like that whole conversation was like so fucking funny. Like
Yeah,
in
she
the,
was laughing.
in the midst of everything, because I was like laughing, and I'm just like,
Yeah.
and I'm thinking about how the whole shit was gonna work out and everything.
Yeah, she was gonna take care of it. I said no.
No, I'm just gonna leave. Like,
I'm gonna
right-
leave.
I'm just gonna leave you to take care. I'm gonna leave you a
Yeah,
single
you're gonna
mother.
be a single mom.
Yeah,
Yeah,
he had a
saying all
whole, he
kinds
had a
of
whole
crazy
plan.
shit. She's
like,
liking that
already.
even more.
Oh my
Okay,
god, that was so
alright.
fucking funny.
She knew I was fucking with her.
He likes, well, you kind of like the idea, because you kind of like me to say crazy shit too about fucking
Other dudes.
revolving
Yeah.
door. He likes a
Yeah.
revolving door.
I gotta
'cause
fight my
I
way
came
through
up
these
with the whole like, oh,
Yeah.
there's a revolving door like on the
Yeah,
bedroom,
yeah,
like
yeah.
all these random dudes are like
You
coming
see,
in. And stuff.
I
He loves that shit,
I have a very competitive fucking.
and he'll just be like,
Straight.
oh yeah.
I had this competitive streak that all these other dudes are trying to fuck her. So I gotta fight my way through them.
He's like, yeah. He gets really into that. Like, if I start saying shit like that, he just gets like, he goes fucking crazy.
I love to compete.
It's like fucking, it's hilarious. So I'll try to come up with like all kind of stuff like about these dudes, just random ass dudes.
I like
there's a line down the stairs and stuff. It's like, he loves that shit. He's like, it's a line out the door around the block and stuff. He loves that shit. He loves that shit.
Well, some people like have commented in the streets like, God damn. Tom thinks it's funny that other dudes are jerking off over his likeness. Yeah, I do. Yeah. The performances that we do or she does or everything, they're products that we make, we put out.
We have fun making them.
We're having fun making them. I give them to friends. Yeah.
He showed them to like.
Yeah, I showed my friends, showed my army buddies, and she's like, "Man, she's so fucking hot." Like, yeah. So fucking my army buddies are fucking strack. A lot of them.
And I'm not bothered.
Torres, my buddy Torres.
Like I said, I'm too old.
He was from the fucking recon platoon with me, man. He's now a marathon runner. All right. And he's like, "Man, you are getting jacked." And I said, "Dude, man, you're looking." So we're fucking rubbing each other's rhubarb and shit. I'm gonna try to get him on.
I love that.
Yeah, rubbing each other's rhubarb. Says, "No, you still the man. You are fucking still the man. No, you the man."
No, you're the man.
And his son is fucking jacked. His son's now he's a Greco-Roman wrestler. He sent me photographs. His son is fun. He goes, I tried to lift with him, man. He's fucking strong. And I says, you need to get on test. He's like, yeah, I'm gonna do that. He's gonna go on test. Torres was a fucking badass. Still is a badass. I showed you pictures of him.
Yeah.
He's
because I was like
looking and runner. You know?
I asked him after. I was like, "Well, what pictures and videos did you send?" Well, just because I wasn't like.
I showed her the conversation.
Yeah, I wasn't weird about it. I was just kind of like, "Did you send me shit where I looked good?" Or
no, I showed her. Good.
Okay.
No, he thought you looked fantastic.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because you've taken some pictures and videos of me, and I was, I don't love that.
Well,
but you like it.
Yeah.
So sometimes you'll send them to other people, and I'm just like, I kind of wish you hadn't sent that one, but because I don't like it.
No, I'm proud of her.
But
I'm proud of Jim.
Yeah, he sends shit to people I don't even know about it. Yeah. Like, I don't care, but I'm just kind of like, because I'm not embarrassed. I'm not like,
it's shit we would have sold. It's shit we would have sold.
I'm just like, well, do I look fat?
That's all she's worried about.
That's all I'm worried about, really. Yeah. It's like, do I look fat? Is that a bad angle? That's all I care about. I don't give a shit about like other stuff.
She actually cuts too much out. Some of the shit that we shot, man, was fucking some great fucking moments that were just like fucking like the shit that guys want to see. And she'll cut it out. And I was like, why'd you cut that? And she's like, I don't want that picture. Like, oh, okay, whatever. I mean, it's her body, it's her material. She's gonna sell what she wants.
Yeah.
But the shit that
I'm just kind of like, I look at it and I'm like, ugh, that looks fucking awful.
Well, it depends on what it is you're talking about.
Yeah.
Like, I ain't gonna get into it, but fucking some of the like reactions, like fucking visceral reactions to certain things. It's just like, no, that looked really natural. That's what guys are looking for, because guys like something that feels very realistic.
Yeah, I get it.
And she'll cut that out because she thinks, well, that's not very flattering.
It's a mistake.
And I says, well, it's not a mistake. That's what actually happens when you're having sex. I leave that in there, but she'll cut it out. And I was like,
I think the one thing I did cut out of the do you remember the video that we did of us or of me like in the park, like on the bench, and I had like the pocket rocket.
Yeah.
I cannot turn that fucking thing on or off to save my fucking life, especially if my hands are kind of like, because the thing
we were doing shit in public.
You turn it a little bit to turn it off, but then you turn it again to like pull the battery out. And it's like, and it's super sensitive. So it's like if you go too far, like it just comes apart. And I'm just like, oh my god.
That's not exactly what I'm talking about.
So I'm trying to like turn it on, and I couldn't turn it on, so I was like, fuck this. And so I handed it to him. And I was like, turn this fucking shit on. I cut that out.
Early on when we were filming, all right, was set up fucking whole set here, and she's doing a fake blowjob on a fucking fake dick. All right, and it's because I couldn't be in that one. I wasn't. We were gonna put that up on a Streammate.
If we put videos up on Streammate, he can't be in that.
For some reason, I can't be in.
Even his voice can't be.
My
in
voice can't be. But
many vids, both of us can be in them. It's fine.
So we're gonna make one for that one. So she was gonna do the fake blowjob on the fake dick.
The one that squirts.
It squirts and everything. I was back there with the fucking squirter thing and really got the camera going.
Got the squirter thing all filled up and everything.
And she was doing a great job, man. A couple fucking times she fucking gagged on some of that shit. And she cut that out. I was like, dude, no, dudes want to see that. What are you fucking talking about? That was cute. She even had the tears coming in. I was, oh, it was so fucking sexy. That was cute. And she cut, and I was like, no, I don't want it. I want to look like I'm taking it like a champ. And I'm just like, oh. Oh. But, you know, all that quality, all that fucking amateur allure flushed down a toilet.
I still have that.
You should put the unedited version, man. That shit would have been epic.
I only took out a few seconds here and there.
Yeah, that's it. But that's the problem. Those few seconds, those are the gems.
Okay.
Those are the gems. Because that looked great, man. Fucking, because that was like real sincere.
Okay.
But you can't do it. But you see that?
Oh my god, it's too much for it.
It's too much. Yeah.
Yeah, I get it.
You can't. Yeah. It was
it's just kind of, but yeah, no. I just like I see it. I'm like, oh my god, that looks so fucking stupid.
Guys love that.
Okay.
Because it's cute.
Because I was just having a hard time.
Yeah, because you're having a hard time. It's cute. Yeah. You would have got famous for that. You'd have had guys going, could you do that again and make it like she can't do it? Right. Okay, yeah, because that would have been finished. This fetish is shit.
Well, and when we've done Stream Mate a few times, a lot of dudes are really into like the gagging on the dick thing.
Yeah, because you can't do it. It's too much for her.
They're really into that.
She's just not a hoe. A real hoe can do it.
And I'm just like, okay.
Yeah.
Well, I'm not pretending either.
You're not pretending. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm like.
But here's the thing, here's the thing, people. Fucking, it's funny because like Murder Hornet was like, man, it's funny, man. Fucking on the show, she's such a goody two shoe, and you got her doing all this. She is a goody two shoe. She's very much a goody two shoe.
I don't know if I'd.
She is very low mileage.
Categorize myself that way, but yeah.
She is very, very low mileage. She's only been with a couple guys.
I mean, well,
she's
a
good
couple,
person.
But
she's a good person. She's very intelligent. It's just that people don't realize that intelligent women are actually very sexy. They have fucking good imagination, and they.
Oh yeah.
They like to do stuff. Yeah. And
I can imagine all kinds of stuff.
Yeah, and for the most part, they haven't been abused, so they're free to explore and have fun because they don't have a negativity about it.
Yeah, I didn't really have a lot of bad experiences, which I think is good. Yeah. In a way, that might be a good kind of side effect of me not having a huge body count.
Yeah,
like I said, I think. Yeah. What is my body count?
Maybe it's 8, 6, 7,
I think
8.
it's 8.
Not that. Yeah.
7, 8, something
compared
like
to me, that's nothing.
That's what I mean. So it's like, that's pretty low.
She's a virgin, basically.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty low.
Yeah.
But I think it's good because I didn't get... I'm not saying I didn't have bad experiences, because I did. But I didn't have, like, a fuck ton of bad experiences.
Nothing traumatic.
Right. I didn't have anything horrible or traumatic happen or anything, like, happily. Like, because I've known a lot of people that really horrible shit happened to. But luckily, I didn't have anything like that. So, I don't have the...
She doesn't have any bad... baggage or anything.
Right. I don't have a lot of like real bad
so you can play all kinds of role plays and fantasy and have fun, and it's all just fun and games.
Yeah, and I'm just like,
really that's all it is. It's just fun and games. A lot of the shit that we do.
Like I said, we talk about all kind of crazy shit.
Yeah, it's
like,
just,
and nobody knows. Like we know we're not gonna do that for real.
It's just to fuck with each other's mind.
Right. That's what I mean. Like I said, I'm not gonna install a revolving door. I'm not gonna have a line of dudes.
Yeah.
Coming up
You're
the
not
stairs
gonna go out in front
or anything.
She's not gonna go out in the front of the house and sell pussy to
the
neighbors.
Yeah, I'm not gonna.
But I like hearing that. Like you are.
But yeah,
damn, you bad motherfucker.
But in the middle of it, if I say that, he's just like, oh, like he gets all into it. He knows I'm not really gonna do that, but it's like it's funny.
Jen knows me. I like bad girls.
Yeah.
Now I don't like her so bad that I can't trust her, but I actually like a good girl that wants to be a bad girl more than.
So I'm kind of like the platonic ideal.
Yeah, basically. Yeah.
Because I'm actually like a really good person.
Yeah.
But I can imagine all kind of terrible
Exactly.
That I probably wouldn't actually do.
Right, wouldn't actually do. Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. I like being teased and shit.
Right. That's what I mean. Because like I said, I talk all that shit, but it's like I would never do that.
Yeah.
I would never do that.
Well,
not behind your back, anyway. If you wanted me to do it in front of your face, then but it's like
getting bad with me.
Yeah, but not. I would never do it. Well, that's I wouldn't do anything behind anyone's back. I just don't do that kind of shit.
I don't know.
See, now you're kind of getting all.
Yeah. Oh. I'm getting ready to rise to the challenge. Gramthars knows how I grew up. We went to high school together.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Tammy says Jenny's only gonna have her pocket boyfriend.
Yeah. Pocket boyfriend.
My little tiny boyfriend that I keep in my pocket. Like I said, he comes out and then I pour water on him, and then
that was
he
the
grows
fucking
to
thing that sucked about
size.
Trend. When I was on Trend, fucking having it, I loved it. Fucking, wanted to fight all the time with fucking dudes and fucking wanted to do all this.
And Tom loves to fight.
Yeah, but the sex wasn't very good for me. It was real basic or something. It was just something kind of sideways about it. It didn't feel normal for me. I don't know.
I didn't really. Well, I don't.
I
don't know if
altered in some way.
Yeah, I don't know if I really perceived.
Another thing was just that I couldn't come.
Well, yeah, I noticed.
Remember that?
Yeah, I noticed that.
Yeah, I just go forever and then get frustrated and just jump off. Fuck
Yeah.
it. I guess nothing's gonna happen because there's not enough estrogen in your system, so
Right.
you just can't orgasm.
Yeah.
You're just attack. You know what I mean? There's no surrender or released phase. It's just the hormones aren't in there. It's weird. That was a weird hormone. It was a weird.
It was very weird. It made you act very weird. Mm-hmm. Like I said, I did like a few small aspects of it.
Yeah.
As I mentioned, it did make you understand. It kind of expanded your mind a little bit in the sense that you could understand what women went through. Like I said, hormonal kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Which, like I said, I never had anything that extreme, but I have known other girls that had like super extreme stuff.
Yeah.
So you get it, and you get what it feels like to be a woman, like most of the time, where you're just like insecure and like unsure of yourself all the time, and
you
shit
have,
like that.
Fucking identity crisis type feelings, like
which blows.
Did I do something wrong?
Yeah, like I said,
talking about me. Fucking
yeah, like I don't think people are talking about me, but
Yeah.
I definitely think I'm doing shit wrong,
Yeah.
like 24/7.
Yeah.
So
what's been going on with the comments section?
you know what I mean? Tammy says, my mom told me a story about a lady that took her poodle out in the rain and then put it in the microwave to dry it. Yeah, that's a very, very common
I don't think
urban
that actually
legend.
happened.
Yeah, it's a very common urban legend.
Yeah.
Very common. I don't think anything like that ever happened in real life.
No.
But it's a real common urban legend. And somebody said earlier that the thing about the gerbil in the ass.
Yeah.
Like somebody told that story about like a local news guy, like where they live, not about. Yeah, I think that's a pretty common, and it got attributed to lots of different celebrities or local celebrities or something like that, which is that's kind of for folklorists, they'll always say, well, that's kind of like a hallmark of it not really being true if it gets attributed to lots of different people depending on where it came from. You know what I mean? Let me see. Oh, Tammy says the men want to think they have too much meat for you to handle.
Yeah.
With the gagging thing.
It's too big. It's too big. Yeah.
Yeah,
that's right.
That's something. Yeah, it's like I didn't really. I don't know. Like I think that it just because I thought that I looked bad. That was kind of why like I took it out.
But you didn't though. You look cute.
But
yeah,
dudes like that though because like I said when we were doing Stream Mate, they were just kind of like they're like make her gag on it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
They really like the whole.
Yeah.
Oh, it's too big for her to take, and she's gagging kind of thing. Like a lot of dudes are real into that.
That kind of means you're more innocent and virgin territory type of thing.
Yeah, they like that too.
That you're inexperienced. Although they'll go the other way too. They say, "Oh no, she can take an entire coffee can down her throat or whatever." You know what I mean? It'll be anything. It just depends on.
Yeah, you never know because some dudes
into.
Want you to put like a gigantic thing down your throat and not gag.
Right. Yeah.
You never know.
And it might be the same dude. It just depends on what mood he's in. It just it just depends on what weird thing he's gonna get off on.
I'm a very gaggy person to start with.
Yeah.
So.
You've gotten better though.
I have gotten better, but it does take it takes a lot. Like, I have to practice. I started practicing when we did the stream it because I was just kind of like, well, I can't be like gagging every 5 seconds. You know what I mean? Like I said, I gag when I brush my teeth. So. Yeah. I've always done that. Yeah. So I'm just like, this is not going to fly. So I got to do like some shit with it.
Fucking funny.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I'm trying to like put bigger and bigger stuff in my mouth. It's like fucking the shit that I have to do for this line of work. I mean, it's all right though.
The thing is though, is that StreamMate, that's back burner because we have so many other things going. I still like to do video. We need to make some more. We had a good time last time video.
I was gonna say
outdoors is a lot of fun.
I was thinking about doing it yesterday, but then I got involved in like some other shit and we didn't go anywhere. But we need to like do something. I don't know, maybe after Christmas we should go on a weekday.
once you get that new job rolling and I get another car, having a new car would really help out too.
Yeah, because we could do shit in the car.
Do shit in the car,
we
yeah.
could
Our
do shit in the car
car's kinda
now,
trashy.
but our car is like so
Yeah.
ugly.
Yeah.
Like, it's ugly and dirty.
It's old.
And it's just kind of like, well,
Yeah.
I don't know if I want to shoot videos in there
I want
because
to
it
get a
looks like
Kia
really
Soul.
bad. Yeah. We should get a bigger car. We can go out to that park. We can shoot a bunch of shit out there.
Yeah, it's fun out there.
If we go out one day, like, we can take picnic lunch and we can like shoot 2 or 3 videos.
Yeah. We
At
know,
one
we know
time.
more about the situation. But the kind of lighting and stuff that we need.
I mean, you have to go
on.
on a weekday.
We gotta upgrade your phone too.
Well, that too.
Your phone is fucked up, and I think that we could do some cool shit with your phone. Her phone takes fucking awesome video.
It does. And my phone's old.
Yeah.
And I've dropped it a bunch of times.
It takes better video
Like
than
the
my
back of it
action
is
cams.
popped off.
Although people use that action cam, it got a lot better when I upped the
Yeah, I think there's just the settings were wrong.
settings and shit.
But see, this park that we go to, I'm not going to say what the name of it is, but it's not that far from us.
Yeah.
The front part of it seems kind of busy. You know what I mean? There's people in there. And
I used to
stuff like
ride in that park all the time. It's always dead.
But there's like all these little kind of like byways and
Yeah.
shit in the back where there's nobody.
I used to ride through there almost like a
There's
little
like
mini.
nobody back there.
I used to ride through there almost like a supermoto track, which is like kind of like going through a real twisty, fucking go-kart track. And sometimes I go through there and there'd be people down there. They're fucking in there. Lovers Lane shit.
I mean, I
could tell they were, and I was like, okay, I'm gonna avoid this one.
well, because when we drove in there, because I had never driven, like I had been in the front part of it.
It's a park.
But I had never been in the back, and when we drove back in the back, like the other day when we were doing the videos, I'm like, holy shit.
Yeah.
You could totally fuck back here and nobody would see you.
It's a nice park. Has deer in it. Has bear in it. And
Actually, when we were out there, we saw 3 or 4 deer, and we saw a bobcat.
Yeah, and a bobcat. Yeah.
And it was like
forgot about the bobcat.
And it was the middle of the day.
Yeah, bobcat crossing the road, looking at me like, "Wait, hey!" And I says, "What's up, bobcat?"
And that just goes
Yeah.
to show how there's like
He's big.
not many people around.
Yeah, and it's in the middle of a rich neighborhood.
Yeah.
It's where we used to live.
Yeah, near where we used to live.
Yeah.
But it was just crazy. I had never been that far back in there, and you kind of drove us back in there, and I was like, "Holy shit!"
Well,
Like,
it was
look
a
at
nature
all
preserve.
these. Yeah, it was like there's like all these little. It's kind of like here's the main
Little
area,
twisty
but then
roads.
there's like all these little main area, like little offshoot roads where you can go fish in or whatever, and it's like, holy shit, there's like nobody back here.
Yeah, it's on a lake. Yeah.
And it's just like it was a weekday, and it was like the afternoon, but there was like nobody.
Catch up
back
with
there.
the comments.
Nobody back there.
Anything interesting?
Let me see.
Where's Little Mover? Little Mover's not talking anymore.
I don't see.
Where's she at?
Unless I'm like behind.
All
Let me run to the bathroom real quick.
Okay.
You can talk for a little bit.
Let me see what's going on. Tammy says my kid's dad was from Philly, from the Philly area, and he said the same gerbil story about the local. Okay. So we already read this comment. Just trying to. Okay, now Victor said that he wasn't gay. That he's a top. A top is gay, as far as I'm concerned, right? You're gonna have to fucking school me more on that. Okay, yeah. DVD Dragon says chimera sperm. I'm not sure what chimera sperm is. Oh, he must be talking about me changing the race of my children. Yeah, I can have children of any race.
What happened?
He said I had chimera sperm. I said, yeah, I can change the race of any of my children. I can just
Oh my god.
dial in whatever kind of baby I'm gonna make in a woman. I just fucking send that one out. Yeah.
See, sometimes the shit that he says, like the shit that he comes up with, is just like so funny. But like when you're in the middle of stuff and you're just kind of like, I'm kind of like concentrating on like the goal and everything, and it's like he comes up with that, and I just like fucking cracked up. I was just kind of like, you're gonna get me pregnant with black babies, okay?
Yeah, with my black baby.
with his black baby.
Yeah, I just.
And then he'll pretend that it's not his.
Yeah.
Or he's like, we're gonna walk around with that kid, and everyone's gonna be like, that's not your kid.
So I gotta
He had a whole scenario. And I was like, oh my God. He's got a whole narrative.
Yeah.
It's a whole narrative.
It was just a mind fuck I was doing. It's just I try to mix it up. I try to make it new.
That was a good one. That was a good story
okay.
that came out. Yeah. Well, like I said, it was just kind of like it did kind of like crack me up because then you know how my brain works.
Yeah.
Because then my brain's gonna spin off on a whole
like, well, what's gonna
short story, like a whole novel is happening in my mind now.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because you just give me a little germ of an idea, and I'm gonna come up with a whole novel in my mind. Like, you know what I mean?
How'd the novel go?
So I'm coming. It came out pretty good. I feel like, but you know what I mean.
You worked it out.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Like I said, just know that that's kind of how my brain works. You come up with some little idea like that, and my brain is just.
I saw your mind working.
That's what. I saw
you in your eyes trying to figure out how you would do that. Yeah.
I'm a writer, bro. It's just that's how my brain works. You come up with some intriguing idea like that. A man that can change the race of his sperm, and I came up with a whole scenario like while he was fucking, and I was just like, he realizes that, but I don't know if he realizes the extent of it. I'm like, I don't think he realized like how my fucking brain works. I tried to tell him before. I was like, you know how when you have your browser open and you have like 100 tabs, I was like, that's how my brain is all the time. All the time. I have 100 tabs open all the time, and I'm skipping back and forth all the time. That's why I don't sleep that good. You know what I mean? Because I'm always thinking about a million fucking things, a million ideas that I have. So every time you give me an idea like that, a prompt like that, my brain's gonna come up with a whole fucking novel. Well, I'm trying to concentrate on other stuff. Tammy says, Bobcat saying, don't be coming in this neighborhood to make your porn. It was crazy because we're driving back in the thing. Like I said, the front part of the park has like a little, I think it's like a soccer field or something like that. But there's all these little kind of byways in the back that are just, there's like a little dock where people can like, do their canoes or whatever. And then there's like other little ones that are, people can just like sit and fish or whatever. And nobody was there. People were in the front part, but nobody was in the back parts when we were there. It was like empty. And when we went back to one of the areas, we saw 3 deer, and it wasn't nighttime or nothing like that. I think it was just maybe 3 in the afternoon, I want to say. And there was like a whole bunch of deer, and they were just kind of like standing there by the road, like, hey, what's up? They kind of like were like, oh shit. Like when a car came, they were like, they kind of ran back in the woods, but they were still kind of like watching. And then we kind of like turned around this corner. We were coming back because we were kind of like scoping out the place, like to see what was going on, to see where everybody was. And then like we were driving back this one, and this bobcat like just ran across the fucking road and went into the bushes. Crazy. I haven't seen a bobcat in a long time. So it's like, yeah, Florida, man. I'm surprised we didn't see an alligator. Tammy said there could be some kind of horror story coming out of a man being able to change the face of his sperm. Yeah, see, that's how my brain goes. Every time you come up with an idea like that, I'm like, there's a horror story in here somewhere. And I need to think of it, like, right now. And I'll just come up with a whole fucking narrative about the shit. A whole narrative.
Man.
What? What happened?
I can't wait till I come off this fucking deca, man. I'm just holding so much water. I feel fat as a motherfucker.
You're not fat.
Every time I fucking drink, man, it's like I just get bigger and bigger, like I'm pregnant, and then I gotta fucking pee the water out and shit. I say pee the water out like I'm a girl. Gonna piss the water out. The man say he's gonna piss.
Are you gonna have a baby come out of the? Are you gonna have a baby come out of the end of your dick?
There's no telling what could happen. It could be kind of.
What would it look like? What race would it be?
Remember when Gamera that came out of the damn nose of a fucking elephant?
What?
And from the original Gamera movie.
I don't remember.
Wasn't something stuck in an elephant's nose? It's been a long time since I've seen that old Japanese movie. I'm going on.
I don't remember that. I could be wrong though. I don't
testosterone and NPP stack, which is gonna be great because I'm gonna fucking get. I'm gonna get fucking more lean looking. It's gonna take all the water out of me.
Yeah, but what'd your dick baby look like?
What's that?
What did your dick baby look like?
Dick baby? What are you talking about?
Yeah, the dick baby.
They'll be any color I want them to be.
What color do you want it to be?
What color you want them to be? I'll make Mexican ones. I'll make fucking Oreos.
Can I have a purple one?
You can have a purple one, yeah. I can make one. I can actually make one that looks like one of those fucking My Little Ponies, if you want.
That might be kind of weird, but
yeah, come out like a unicorn.
I mean, I like to have that option, but that would be kind of weird.
Yeah, it'd be like a horse. And then they'll say, then my friends will go, that is not your baby either. Okay. She's been hanging out at a stable too long or something because that is not your baby.
Then
that's a horse.
That would reflect
like,
on me.
Yeah,
Tom.
I'm like,
everyone's gonna think
be like, yeah,
that I'm getting
she's
all
a size
into,
queen.
Sure, that I'm getting all into bestiality and whatnot.
Tammy's talking to me. I had to pee.
I know, right?
I had to pee.
You did right. You can say
What's everybody talking about?
It's okay.
What's everybody talking about? Oh, man, Tammy's saying all kinds of shit.
Vampire babies.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what she was saying. There
What's
could
that?
be some kind of horror story come out of a man being able to change the face of his sperm. Maybe he could change the species also. Which she said
yeah.
before you said the thing about the My Little Pony.
Oh, okay.
I was just making a joke about the colors, and I said, "Hey, give me a purple one."
Jenny can write a horror erotica novel about a guy who could do that, and that's how he gets even with women, impregnates them with all different kinds of babies.
Yeah, see, that'd be a good story.
It comes out and it's a fucking like it's a dog, or it comes out and it's a fucking horse. I like that idea
actually.
And it's part human.
When I have time, I'll write.
You could write that horror story. Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
I've written
kind of
like
all
a
kind
of
the Dr. Moreau kind of thing.
Sure.
Yeah.
You haven't really read much of my horror stories, have you?
One of them, right? Two of them.
You read one of my horror stories.
Yeah.
I read a lot of them.
Yeah, I know. I don't have time to read them.
You could listen to them on the audio.
Okay, yeah. Send me some. I'll listen to them.
Okay.
Yeah.
You might find them interesting.
It probably would.
You get like an insight into my weird ass brain.
I know your weird ass to begin with.
My weird ass brain. Because I told you, man, the second you bring up some like weird 2-word concept, I'm gonna construct a whole narrative around that bullshit. Right. You know what I mean? That's just how that.
It's 11:30, man.
That's okay.
Okay.
We're not going.
You want to continue it?
Yeah, I'm not. Okay. I'm having a good time.
All right.
I'm having a good time.
Everybody still with us?
I mean, I guess so.
Okay.
It didn't seem like that late to me. What?
It's been 3 hours.
I know, but it doesn't seem that late to me.
All right.
We're not going anyplace. Victor earlier said, "I'm not gay, I'm a top."
Yeah, I know.
He always says that.
Yeah. As if tops aren't gay.
So it doesn't count.
I don't know what the fuck he's talking about.
It doesn't count.
Yeah.
Well, that's kind of like what you always say about you could have sex with another man.
It wouldn't be gay.
But it wouldn't be gay because you'd be on. Yeah, it's the same,
because
it's the same
compared
concept.
to me, they're not even men. They're just like a woman.
Concept.
Yeah.
Same concept. You just can't be on the bottom.
It's not all men though. Just certain men.
Okay.
Just certain men. That's what he's talking about. He said he's not gay. No, there's some dudes out there. If I would have fucking hit that, it wouldn't even make me gay because that's a woman compared to me. Yeah, that's the thinking.
So we're inferior to you? Is that what you're saying?
No, just saying. It's just that dude's gender is not relative to me. That dude's gender is female.
Okay.
Yeah, he's closer to you than he's closer to me in terms of gender.
Not sure that makes it much.
We're going to take a blood test off that bitch. We're going to take a blood test off that bitch. We're going to look at the fucking testosterone counts.
Now I kind of wonder how much.
That's how the fucking Greeks were.
Have
That's how the Greeks were. That's how the fucking Spartans were. Okay. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
You're so silly, Tom. High Desert says, "How about a furry baby?" Ooh, maybe we should have a cat. I mean,
we have 2 cats.
We already
have 3 cats.
We actually have 3
cats.
cats. We actually have 3 cats.
Yeah.
I didn't birth them.
No.
But, not that I remember, anyway. But oh, now Tom's a Spartan.
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
No, they evidently would rape dudes.
That sounds like some shit they would do.
Yeah.
I mean, that doesn't surprise
They
me.
defeated you on the battlefield and they captured you alive, they'd rape you. Yeah.
They're like, yeah,
Because
your ass is mine.
because it wasn't even gay. Because you're like...
And they probably
You're
said
like a
that
woman
too,
compared
in the
to us.
equivalent of whatever the language was back then. This is not even gay.
It's not even gay, yeah.
Yeah, just keep telling yourself.
You're not a
that.
man, you're a
Keep
woman.
telling yourself that.
Yeah.
You're so fucking a dude.
No, they were saying that wasn't a dude. They were saying that was a woman.
Right, but like I'm
Yeah.
saying
Yeah.
that they were just justifying it to themselves. They just wanted to fuck another dude, but have like
Well,
justification.
if dudes can, if people can identify as any gender they want, then that means you can identify someone else as any gender that you want.
Well, I don't know if I'd go
So-
that far.
Well, if you're as strong as a fucking Spartan and you got a fucking spear
Right,
and
but I'm
shit,
just saying-
and there's a whole bunch of you.
Just because you're allowed to be what you want doesn't mean you're allowed to assign things to other people.
I think the Spartans would disagree. They'd go like, you are whatever we tell you.
Well,
you
then
are.
I'm allowed to disagree with the Spartans. They can kill me with their little primitive spears if they wish.
Yeah, that's what they would do. That's what they were doing, though. That's exactly what they were
Ooh,
doing.
a spear. Oh.
They were like, wait,
Meanwhile, I got a Uzi. You know what I mean? I'm not scared of y'all.
not back in those days.
I'm not scared of y'all. I'm not scared of the Spartans with their little diapers or whatever.
No, they didn't have diapers.
Well, you know, loincloths, whatever it was they were wearing.
I don't think it was that. I think it was just a skirt, wasn't
Okay, skirt,
it? Yeah,
diaper, whatever.
like a skirt. Yeah.
They probably pooped in it.
Actually, no. You know what? Now that I think about it, I think the Spartans were basically nude. Didn't they just wear a fucking cloak?
Okay, so they're just running around
I think
naked.
they were just
then.
naked. Yeah. I think they were pretty
So
much
I'm
just
supposed to
naked.
take that shit seriously?
they were
don't
just
think
naked.
so. I don't
I
think
think
so.
they just had a damn a tunic over their fucking shoulder, just walking around fucking naked, buck ass naked. Yeah, I think that's what they did.
And is that supposed to
Fucking
scare
sl-
me or?
They didn't care. Guess they
I'm just
didn't
like,
care.
look at y'all flopping around with your little
Yeah.
keen eye, like flopping
Yeah,
around. Woo!
They must have
Ooh,
been
scary.
They must have been intimidated.
Scary. Oh my
Walking around
goodness.
naked, big old leather daddies out there with fucking
Hey.
shields and shit.
I don't think so.
I don't know, man.
I don't find
Hearing
that.
about how they grew up.
I don't find that particularly scary.
Hearing how they grew up, I think they were pretty badass. Yeah.
You might have been scared of them back in the day. I don't think I'd have been that scared of them. You know what I mean? Just saying. Just
These
saying.
dudes are fucking killers, man.
Well, sure, but you know, I don't. They're not around anymore. I don't have to be scared of them anymore.
I'm not scared of anybody.
I'm not scared of them either.
Yeah, aren't you big?
I'm not scared
Okay.
of them.
So what's going on, anybody? What's going on?
Danny Rolling said they had crossbows, didn't they?
No.
Yeah, but I mean, crossbows
No, they didn't have
wouldn't,
crossbows.
wouldn't kill you immediately, would they?
Crossbow was a crossbow, as you know it, was medieval Europe. It was a long time later. Now the Romans had a thing called a catapulta, which is not a fucking trebuchet. It's not a catapult. It was a fucking giant mechanical crossbow. But I don't think the Spartans didn't have that. That was a Roman thing. It was like a big crossbow on a tripod, and it had probably a crew of 3 or 4 people working it. It was almost like a cannon. It didn't shoot an arrow. It actually shot a spear, but really.
Well, an arrow, if it gets to a certain size, is essentially a spear.
It was a huge arrow, the size of a spear.
Danny said the Greeks had a crossbow.
They did?
Maybe so. I don't
I
know.
don't think they did.
I mean, it seems like a pretty easy weapon to come up with. Like, let's just
They
make
used the
spears
bow.
littler and put it on a bow and arrow thing.
They used a bow, but I don't
Sure.
think they had a crossbow. I'm trying to think back. The Romans had it, but I think that was a later weapon that they'd had. It's hard to make a crossbow. It's hard to get power out of it. Because there was a difference in the amount of power of a crossbow and a fucking bow.
Well,
right?
yeah.
Crossbows weren't as big as a bow. Bow could be pretty big. You could get a lot of certain poundage of pull out of it. Crossbows tended to be shorter, in terms of the width. They did make some pretty powerful ones, but that was medieval era. I think it was called what was that thing called? It had a fucking winch on the back of it. It took a while to fucking reload it, but it was a lot faster than say like a a musket to shoot, but it did performance similar to a rifle. Nah, more like a carbine. But
now I'm gonna have to look that shit up.
I forgot what that thing was called.
I know what you're talking
Not
about.
an arquebus. Not a fucking.
No, it's not that. It's
What's that thing called?
I
They
know
thought
what
it was the most powerful fucking weapon in the world when it came out. Probably
Which
was.
maybe it was for 5 minutes.
They tried to ban it. No, it wasn't 5 minutes. It was like several centuries. Because some of that shit was around for a long time. I think the first firearms came out around 1100, and they were around for fucking hundreds and hundreds of years before they became even a decent weapon.
I mean, because they weren't much good. Like,
no, they
when
were the worst
first...
weapon. They were the worst weapon on the battlefield. Firearms. It took a long time before they were even decent.
Daniel Rowling said, gastrophetes? Gastraphetes.
I don't know that one. What is that, a
That's
crossbow?
what it was called. The crossbow from that
Let me see.
time period. Yeah, look that up. Gastraphetes. Did you get that?
No. I'm still trying to get to Google.
Okay.
Hold on.
I will repeat it again when you get to Google. Hi, Dizzard said I don't have to work until next Wednesday. Thank goodness. That's awesome. Yeah.
Gastrophetes?
Gastra.
Gastra?
With an A. Gastra. You got it?
Yeah.
Phetes.
Okay.
You got it?
Yeah. Okay.
Are you seeing it?
It's coming. Yeah, it's kind of a crossbow.
Let me see. That is definitely a crossbow.
The thing is, though, is that it's a belly bow, belly shooter. Okay. 285, 222 BC. Herons, okay.
See? There you go.
So I guess that's a crossbow.
Now you know.
All
It
right.
definitely looks like a crossbow to me.
Yeah. That's nothing compared to what they ended up being, though.
Well, no, but like I said, it's, a rudimentary.
It's, rudimentary.
But I'm sure it was, like, cooler than what a lot of other people had.
A bow was better. It's just that a crossbow fucking could be used by a person that didn't have as much skill. Bows are harder to run. Should I go down and get my bow? I'll show y'all.
I'm telling you, like, I used to be pretty shit hot at archery
Yeah.
back in school. That was actually one thing that I was kind of good at. I had good aim. But I haven't done it in a long time. I liked it though. Big compound bow and everything. We should get one of those.
What's that?
Get like big bow and arrow thing, and I had a good time with it, actually.
All right.
Yeah, Tammy said, "Let's see." Yeah, you're gonna show it?
What's that?
The crossbow.
I already showed it to you.
No, they wanted to see it.
No,
Tammy,
it's gone
Tammy
now.
wanted to see it.
I'm checking. It's gone.
Oh, okay.
It just looked like a crossbow with a second
I mean, it basically
thing,
just looked like
a wooden crossbow,
Like
but
a
it was
wooden
real
crossbow.
crude.
Danny says long shows are the best shows. Yeah, like I said, we're not going anyplace. So, Mannequins had a thing tonight, but they were doing, what were they doing tonight? Ugly sweaters, right?
Yeah, ugly
goth
sweater night.
ugly sweater night. And I was just kind of like, you don't have to dress up, obviously. Most people don't. But
I didn't feel like going out.
I don't
There's
know.
too much shit going on.
It's too much shit. It's almost
Yeah.
Christmas. It's too much money.
Spend all kinds of fucking money.
Because every time we go to Mannequins, it's like I have a good time, but then we always end up spending like fucking $100.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because we get there and it's like, hey, let's drink even more. You know what I mean?
Yeah. We'd go there. We'd spend 150 easy.
Yeah, and then like we leave and we're like,
Yeah.
oh, whoops.
Yeah.
So,
I get paid in a couple of days anyway, about a week.
well, you get paid next week.
Yeah. I bought all kinds of fucking shit on credit too. I got fucking Amazon
Nope.
gave me that damn. I got so much credit.
Yeah, they'll give him
My
credit all
credit
day
is
long.
fucking really good. I got fucking.
Mine
like,
is just fair.
I got excellent credit. I got so many fucking credit cards and so many store cards and shit. Fucking Amazon gave me like $3,000 in credit, which I didn't put anything on it. You know, I'm real disciplined. That's why I got good credit. because I don't fucking pour a bunch of shit on it and don't run it all the way up, you know. But did the Christmas shopping, and then I was like, well, what am I gonna get for next month? So then I got my leather daddy outfit coming for next year.
We'll see how that goes. Yeah.
And I'm gonna start building on that.
He's gonna do a whole leather daddy wardrobe.
I'm gonna see how it goes. Yeah.
We'll see how that. Cause he was saying I'm gonna change my whole look. I'm gonna
change my look.
I'm gonna go in that look in that direction.
Right.
He's gonna do like a Rob Halford type of.
Well, it's gonna be motorcycle inspired.
Sure.
Because I can't. I'm too old and I'm too big now to fucking. I sound like an asshole now. I'm so big. But fucking, I don't have the fucking goth
you do
boy.
Sound like
I don't have the
like
goth boy build anymore. I'm too old for it. I'm too muscular for that. So I got to go another route. So I'm gonna go fucking just subversive as fuck. I'm gonna look like a fucking sexual ass biker.
You're gonna look like a straight leather daddy.
Like a straight leather daddy. I don't even care if I look like a gay leather daddy. I don't give a shit. My friend,
straight-ish.
I'll be wearing that. I'll be wearing that shit at the goth club. All right, be me and Toby hanging out anyway. Fucking me and Toby hanging out with the girls. Everybody knows us, so it's not like I gotta prove that I'm fucking straight or whatever. Nobody gives a shit anyway.
No, they don't.
So I could get away.
It's nice.
Yeah, I can get away with anything I want to. I could go there dressed like a woman, and people would know who I am. They would
be like,
they would just laugh.
That Tom.
Yeah.
He's so crazy.
Yeah.
No one would think a single thing about it. I don't think anyone would bat an eyelash.
No, they're like, oh, that's a cool outfit. So,
yeah,
that's
funny.
Thank you.
You're so crazy.
They would not give a shit.
And they'd just be like, nice to see you.
Yes, I could do
I'll
whatever
go to the
I
bathroom, bye. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It would be like that.
Yeah.
Like, literally nobody cares.
No.
Which, like I said, it's nice.
Yeah.
It's really, like, it's very chill.
I could go dressed to mannequins as a woman, and nobody would fuck with me.
No, they wouldn't.
No. And that's public. They wouldn't make eye contact with me. What's the difference?
Yeah, they probably do. Like I said, mannequins is a different situation because that you have to like fucking deal with.
Yeah.
Normies also, so it's like you kind of have to walk that tightrope. When you go to like Momentum, where you go to Barbarella or something like that, it's just like everyone's just like whatevs.
Yeah.
No one but like I said, no one bats a fucking eye.
No, I go to fucking mannequins and I gotta fucking fight half the times that I go. Well, not half the time, but
maybe more than half the time.
Yeah,
it might be more than half the time.
Yeah, so I don't care.
You always kind of know.
I know when it's coming and fucking.
That's the thing. It's like it's a weird.
I even know who it is. I'm gonna fight.
It's a weird place. It's a weird place. I like going there.
Yeah.
A lot of our friends go there. Paul DJ's there. We love him. But it's just the vibe of it is so weird, and you never know what it's gonna be like from week to week.
Yeah.
Because you never really know who's gonna show up. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
you're gonna get like the cool people that these people, and it's like everything's fine. But then like there's those wild cards. Like you're getting some like fucking. It's better now because they actually did bring in a cover charge, and now they search everybody before they go. They have like a metal detector and everything, which I guess they had to bring in. So they did that. So it's cut down on just randos wandering in. They still do, but it's better. Prior to that, like anybody could just walk in, and there were problems.
Yeah,
there were problems.
All right, fucking Daddy's saying, see the grass graffitis. They did have a fucking crossbow then, and he said the Spartans had it. Okay, if the Spartans had that, which I don't know if they did, they wouldn't have used that in phalanx. All right, the phalanx was spears only. Spears, fucking short swords. That the fucking only in emergency. Things like the crossbow, the gas graffitis were used in siege. Okay, they were either used in battlement defense, in other words, you're on the city wall and you're shooting down at attackers, or they were used in fucking people who were laying siege to the city. So it's not quite. Spartans would fight anywhere, but really Spartans were fucking known for fighting in the field on the attack. In phalanx. That's really where they fucking shine. Siege warfare, man, anybody was good with that. Siege warfare had a lot to do with engineering. Whether you could build objects, because it was more like construction. construction had a lot to do with siege. So the Gastrofides would have been kind of like a primitive sniper rifle, how they would have used it. And it would have been used in siege. So it wouldn't have mattered if there was a Spartan behind it or not. All you needed was a good marksman. Spartan were infantry. They were toe-to-toe, like football players, fighting. Okay, that's it.
I just heard the ice machine. Dropping more ice.
Want some more ice?
Yeah.
I'll give you some of mine. I can't drink all of this. Damn.
Yeah, give me some more booze.
I'm going to give you some.
Okay. Tom is a hero. He fixed our ice machine.
Yes.
So look, we had a silver one a while back, and it broke. So we bought another one, a red one. The red one, a couple days ago, stopped making ice, and we couldn't figure out why. So Tom starts like fucking with it. He's like, "What the fuck is the matter with this thing?" And I think what we determined was that something with the computer brain in there had like fucked up somehow, which is bad because if it's an electronic problem, you can't really fix that. If it's mechanical, you can fix it. But we still had the silver one from back in the day. So what he did, so what he did was he took the silver one and he took the parts that worked out of the red one and put them in the silver one because the silver one broke for mechanical reasons. The red one broke for electronic reasons.
Yeah. I took 2 broken ice makers to make them ice
and
maker
Frankenstein them together.
Yeah.
Into one ice maker that actually works. Yeah. I will say that the ice makers, we bought 2 of those in the last probably 2 years, I feel like. And they don't last that long.
No.
I'm going to say.
But that Frigid Air, which I revived, is better made, I think, than the red one.
Because that's a different brand. I can't remember. It's a weird brand. I looked it up, but it's not like it's an off-brand kind of. And,
but I upgraded. The part that broke in the Frigid Air had been uprated in the red one. Yeah. It was the same part, but they changed it.
It's the little tray where like the ice,
the ice
gathers and like dumps into the reservoir.
And the part that broke on ours, they had improved it on the new one. I took that one out, put it in there, and revived the old one. That old one should run. This one should run. We should be able to get another year out of that easy.
We'll see.
Another year easy.
Because like I said, I don't want to have to buy another one.
I don't know what happened to the other one. I think the other one got killed by a power surge or something.
Yeah, because I kind of feel like that was an electronic problem. Because it was doing all kind of like weird...
It wasn't making any sense.
Electronic shit.
Yeah.
Like it was saying that there was no water in there, even though there was, and it's just like, it was doing weird shit like that. Like the sensors were all fucked up. Like I said, if it's a mechanical problem, you could fix it. If it's an electronic problem,
yeah.
I don't know about that. But you know what I mean? So, you alright, Tom?
Yeah.
Okay. You sure?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. If you guys have any questions you want us to answer, anything, if you have any fucking topics you want us to talk about, old cases, anything on old shows,
if we
personal
remember
questions, we'll talk about anything.
Like I said, I love personal questions.
Yeah.
I thought it was funny that somebody thought it was too much of a personal question to ask how old we were.
Oh, yeah. No, we told how old we were.
I'm like, oh my God. We have talked about way more personal shit than that. Like I said, I love personal questions. I can't think... Honestly, maybe somebody can come up with something, but I don't think I can think of a single thing that's too personal that I wouldn't answer.
No, there's all kinds of shit. You're just drunk.
Well, no, maybe. But I can't think of anything right now.
You'd find if somebody asked you something that was like super personal, you'd find your way around answering it. That's what would happen.
Maybe.
That's what would happen. Yeah.
What can you think of anything that you think that I would think was too personal for me to answer?
Oh, I don't know.
I can't think of anything.
That's because we're not fucking perverts trying to fucking figure out some kind of weird personal ass like what color is your booty hole. Well, shit, you can fucking get the videos
booty
to
hole
see what
color.
You can see what fucking color it is. We got pictures of it.
I don't even know what color is that. Pinkish, brownish.
I didn't think about it.
That's what I mean. I don't think about that kind of stuff. Well, to me, that's not even a personal question. That's just a weird question.
Yeah. So
it's like I don't know. I don't know what color you'd call that. Like I said, there's pictures of that. You can look for yourself if you.
So what you guys doing? Y'all drinking too, or what?
It's the Friday before Christmas.
Yeah.
Hopefully we're all drinking.
Yep. Go ahead and hit that like button, please. If you can, that'll help us out.
Oh, yeah. I always forget to tell people to do that.
Hit the like button and you can fucking share the fucking like and subscribe and share and all that good bullshit.
Do you know, I don't think I was going to tell you this. I'm pretty sure my ad revenue from this past month was significantly more than it was the month before. Well, and I'm not really sure if it was Super Chats or if it was because Crime Immemorial got monetized.
Probably the monetization of the other one.
Or
no, that just happened recently, huh?
Well, that happened a couple months ago.
Oh, did it? Okay.
No, my crime channel got monetized a couple months back.
Okay.
My horror channel, Scare Salon, just got monetized. Okay, it just got 1,000 subscribers.
Okay. So that one's monetized now.
So that one, well, I'm still working on it. The AdSense is fucking me up.
Is it?
But we're going to figure it out.
That means you have 3 channels supposedly that could be monetized.
Yeah. So I'm trying to, okay. So
and the ones that only she is on, they'll stay monetized because fucking they don't have me on there fucking up demonetizing everything.
Because advertisers are like, no.
Like, nah, we don't want to advertise with that.
Because I told them before, I'm like, no offense.
Yeah.
But every video, well, not every video, but 99% of the videos that I do by myself are monetized. Like are monetized and have ads on them. Yeah, but it's just kind of, but the weird thing is like, here's the thing. I don't know. You say
crazier shit than me, though, sometimes.
Well, yeah, I do. That's why it's weird. And here's the thing. We've done shows about relatively innocuous shit that was limited advertising. Yeah. And then we've done shows about, like, horrible serial killers. Totally fine.
Yeah. Yeah.
Wide open to advertise. It doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense. Well, it's not done by a person. I think that's why.
Yeah, it's algorithm.
So it doesn't really make any sense.
It hears my macho ass tone and goes, "No, we're gonna demonetize that bitch."
Oh, is that what
AI
it is?
Does
You're
it.
Too manly.
Yeah, too manly
for this world.
AI is fucking is against men.
You're too manly.
He's too manly. We're gonna have to fucking demonetize him.
Although, according to a lot of comments that I've got on mine, I'm pretty manly too. So it's just kind of, you know what I mean? So
here's the funny thing though. On the channel on the channels that she does, she'll start live streaming and I'll jump in sometimes and I'll just listen. You know, I'll come in there and fuck with her, tell her that she's got nice cans,
nice tits, whatever.
Yeah, you get nice tits, baby. I'll just say all kinds of crazy shit. And I'm just
like, yeah, hilarious.
And she starts laughing. But
trying to be serious.
I'll see her shows are good. Probably better than when I'm on because they're more concise. She keeps them fucking.
Well, I can stay on topic.
She can stay on topic, yeah. But you know the shows are different. They're for different purposes. Yeah. You know, she does. They're more like reviews. And I'm just listening. Most of them are regulars. You know, they're the regulars that we have here. So I recognize a lot of the names. But they got guys on there that I don't recognize who are just simping their asses off on fucking Jenny, which. I love that shit. I'm like, yeah, that's right, girl. You out there working. But I'm just waiting for the fucking. Where's the super chats?
Yeah.
You see, if he's gonna simp that fucking hard, why aren't you paying her? She costs money to simp. If you're gonna simp off of Jen, send her some fucking money.
I didn't even talk about horror movies for free.
Yeah. She's talking about horror movies for free, and these simps are fucking just like coming at her from all different directions, and not a single dollar bill. And I'm like, Jen, man, fucking do a titty drop or something. Fucking lick the camera or something. Get these bitches to fucking give you $1.
I'm not licking the camera, Tom.
I don't know what you're gonna do.
I do have some dignity. Thank you. Not much, but some.
Well, I noticed one thing about Jen though. Jen's real honest about her work and what she likes to do. She's not a shameless panderer like I am. All right, I'm a fucking hardcore capitalist. I fucking actually was trained in fucking sales. Okay, I used to sell fucking vacuum cleaners. All right, I was fucking hardcore. I fucking trained by Robert L. Shook's hardball techniques and shit.
You used to sell vacuum cleaners door to door.
They weren't door to door.
Kind of.
Not really. I used telemarketers to get carpet cleaning
but like
jobs.
The old school,
and then once I got in there, I was gonna sell vacuum. I was gonna make money either through that carpet shampooing service or I was gonna fucking sell you a cleaner. And if you racked up a big bill with me, I'd start using that bill as leverage. I'll rebate you the bill on this fucking shit to buy this because the commission on the fucking machine was anywhere from $130 to $250 depending on what it was that I sold. And I'd sell 2 or 3 of those a day. Yes.
He was good at what he did.
Yeah, I'd make fucking...
As you can probably imagine.
130. My biggest day was about 500. But I mostly did about 300 a day. I'd made fucking good money. And some of that shit wasn't above the table. Some of it was under the table.
And that was a long time ago.
It was a long time ago.
That was a long time ago.
That's how I fucking did all that fucking cool shit in Boston when I was living down there. Hanging out in Man Ray in the 90s in the fucking goth scene.
How you looked so fabulous.
That's how I got so fucking fabulous. That's, you know, this shit was expensive, man. I had a badass apartment.
Not cheap to be a goth.
No, not cheap there. My rent was fucking $730 a month for that fucking...
Oh, that's super cheap, though.
Well,
in today's terms, that's cheap.
Yeah, in today's term, but not
You
back
can't
in the
get
fucking
anything
90s.
for that nowadays, except a total
And that was a
shithole.
one-bedroom executive apartment. I had a fucking view of the city and everything. Right on fucking Winter Hill. Anyway, no, I did well at my shit. I was a champion in the fucking Northeast area for that company. My fucking grandfather's brother owned that company. It was called Electrolux. He didn't own it. He was CEO. He was fucking president, CEO of it. But he also ruined the company. He built it up, but he also drove it into the ground with a bunch of fucking crooked shit. My Uncle Ronnie.
Don't they all?
Ronnie Weems. Yeah. Oh, man. He was a gangster.
That's maybe where you got it from.
Yeah, he was a gangster. He won the California State Lottery.
Oh, I remember you telling me
And the
this.
largest jackpot in fucking Vegas
Yeah,
in the same month.
One of the luckiest motherfuckers.
It wasn't
on
not a
Earth.
bit of luck in it.
Well, no.
Not a bit of luck. It was fucking all rigged. Fucking, but you know, yeah, I remember that shit. Yep. So that, and then he retired. When you have friends in the game commissions, it's weird shit can happen.
That's like good people to get to know.
Yeah.
People in the like
Gaming commission.
that work for the like lottery
Yeah.
commission.
Yeah.
That might be some good people to like wine and dine. Just saying. They could hook you
It's
up.
never luck.
They could hook you up.
It's never luck. I won a bunch of shit from Electrolux that wasn't luck. Some of it I earned, some of it I didn't earn, some of it they gave to me.
Whose dick did you suck, Tom?
No. Didn't do that. They were trying
Whose
to build...
pussy did you lick, Tom?
No, it had nothing to do with that. They were trying to build me up into a fucking poster boy. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah. You and your
Other
Rick,
branches are talking
you
about how
and your
great...
Rick Springfield hair.
Yeah, they didn't have Rick Springfield hair then.
Okay, that was after that.
That was, yeah, it was
after
much
that.
after that.
After that.
Much after that.
Because you did have Rick.
No, I was out of the army at that point.
Okay.
They were building me up to be a fucking poster boy salesman and fucking look at this motherfucker. You can be just like him if you fucking follow, you know, do what we say.
Everyone be like Tom.
But I was good. It's
Yeah.
just that they were fucking also throwing shit my way to fucking cause attention to be.
Well,
wrong.
success breeds success.
It breeds success, yeah. So it starts like
Snowballing.
you're right.
In the same way that failure breeds failure.
Yeah, exactly.
Because you kind of get in a mindset where it's like, oh shit, like everything's going badly. And it does kind of
Yeah.
follow along. But it's much easier. Once you get one thing, it's much easier to get the next thing and the next thing and the next thing. You know.
Exactly.
So. But you need to get that first thing.
Yeah.
That's kind of the hard part. Once you get that, you know.
Some people like I've heard some girls in the comment section saying only Jenny works in 13 o'clock. Says yeah, Jenny fucking puts a lot of work in 13 o'clock.
I do actually.
But I'm more of a support mechanism. I'm fucking working on the house. I'm fucking doing shit. I'm cooking. I fucking feed her. Fucking,
You do, yeah.
And another thing is that fucking a lot of the sales stuff is kind of like I sold a lot of her books, so we went to fucking shows and if left to her. And here's another thing is that Jenny Ashford, as you know her, probably would have never happened without me because Jenny used to work a 9-to-5 job.
Well, most of my life I did.
Yeah, and I convinced her that she could go out on her own and become the writer that she wanted to write. And fucking, I was right. I was right about Jen. She became a fucking great writer, and then she started the podcast. She became a great entertainer. And it's because
I mean, it took a while.
I encouraged her to do it, and it gave her the confidence to do it, and fucking confidence breeds more confidence, and she got better and better. Jenny lacked confidence when I first met her.
Yeah, big time.
And she could create, but she couldn't sell. And I understand it, because it's very hard to sell yourself.
Yeah.
It's very easy to sell someone else.
Well, you don't have any personal attachment.
Another thing is that if you're selling yourself, it feels like you're fucking bragging about your own shit.
It's which I don't, and I'm not that kind of person.
Right.
I'm not comfortable doing that.
It's much easier for me to sell Jen than Jen is to sell Jen.
Yeah.
So when we went to any of these, like when we went to fucking horror conventions,
like horror conventions
con,
and stuff, yeah.
I saw every book she had.
Yeah.
All of them. We'd have a whole stack. And all I did was just walk up to people and say, do you know who Jenny Ashford is? No, I don't. Let me introduce you to Jenny Ashford. She's a well-known horror author. Oh, I love horror. You like her? Here she is right here. Hey, how you doing? Next thing you know, Jen sells her a book. Jen could sell a book. Jen couldn't go up to somebody else and say, do you know me? You don't know me?
That would be lame.
It'd be crazy as shit. It would look lame as shit.
Yeah, I would look like a psycho.
Yeah, you don't know me? Well, shit, I'm a famous author. It's easier when somebody else says she's a famous fucking horror author. She's new. And then, and I would, I'd have a little spiel set up for the time in which we were doing it. And I'd fucking throw her fucking... And we sell every fucking book. How many books did we sell in one day? You think the biggest one?
Well, we sold all of them.
Yeah, and all of them. What was the whole stock?
Before we were there for... Well, we weren't there for the whole weekend, but I think we were there for the Friday and the Saturday.
Yeah.
So I don't think we'd booked for Sunday.
Right.
But we sold 85% of the books on Saturday, and then we sold the rest of them on Friday, and then we sold the rest of them
on Saturday. And then we had fun the second day.
So we didn't have any...
That was probably about...
thing left. Yeah, you sold all of those.
100 books, maybe?
It was a lot. I don't remember how many
Yeah.
Because I ordered a lot. I ordered
It was about 100.
I think it was 25 each of several books. I had big piles.
Yeah. It was a couple grand.
Yeah.
But here's the thing.
But we sold everything. We sold everything,
but we sell shit like that online. The difference was, just for Jen, was to see with her own eyes the customers. And to be in a social situation. It's very different online. That shit's just happening. It's just residual.
Yeah.
But there's something about the personal thing. If you guys ever see those fucking horror movies where, the protagonist in the movie is a horror writer and they're going to these conventions and they're trying to sell books. Jenny and I have done that.
Yeah.
Today, that's old school shit. But back in the 80s and the 90s, that was how fucking authors did shit. It was interesting to see. We were fucking meeting celebrities and...
Well, yeah, because we were at the horror convention, and there were, famous people there, too.
Yeah.
You met Meg Foster.
I'm groping on Meg Foster.
I got pictures of that.
Yeah, she got...
Because we were like, hey, it's Meg Foster.
And I said, I recognize those eyes everywhere. And I said, this is my girlfriend, fucking Jenny. She's like... and then I'm like, come on, have a drink with us. And she goes, yeah. She's no, I can't. I gotta go.
We saw Fairuza Balk. We saw Tom Savini. Well, I've seen Tom Savini lots of times. He's always at horror conventions.
Yeah. No, but Meg wanted to drink with us, but she had to go fucking do the meet and greet.
She seemed super cool.
Yeah, she also seemed a little bit like an alkie though too. She's like,
that's okay.
Yeah,
that's okay.
Let's
I'm not judging.
Drink.
That's okay. She might have been super fun. She seemed super fun.
Mm-hmm.
She was totally recognizable.
Oh yeah.
As soon as she walked by, I'm like, oh my god, it's Meg Foster.
She's older than what I remember.
Yeah, but it's just kind of but she still looks the same.
Yeah, and her eyes did look like that. She had the blue eyes.
So if anybody wants to know if that was all if you know who Meg Foster is,
yeah.
But because she has those freaky eyes, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
They're super pale
blue,
and it's if you want to know if that was fake, no. It's not. I mean, unless she was wearing contact lenses when we saw her.
I think they enhanced them.
Maybe,
with a little bit of
but she did look. I mean, she was instantly recognizable.
But she's instantly recognizable.
When she walked
had
past,
real
instantly
pale,
recognizable.
Real pale blue eyes, and pretty older lady, thin.
I recognized her instantly.
Yep.
When she walked past the table, it was super funny.
Yeah.
I recognized Fairuza Balk too.
Yeah.
And I saw her from.
I didn't recognize her.
Downstairs. I was like, oh my God, look. It's like fucking...
Feruza
Yeah,
was,
she was walking...
Feruza was right behind me. I'm ordering coffee, and I'm trying to look at her and shit. I didn't after because she realized that was Feruza Buck.
Yeah, I was like, that's Feruza Buck.
Yeah, and I just looked right through her and said, hey, how you doing? I didn't realize who she was.
Yeah.
She was standing right behind me.
To me, she did not look any different.
She was thin.
She looked a bit thinner than she did in the craft.
Yeah.
But she was still absolutely recognizable. I recognized her like immediately.
I saw her later. I was looking down through the off the top level, and she was coming. I says, "Yeah, there she is." And she walked up to a little child, and got down on her knees and was like talking to a little child and playing. And then the little kid ran away. I don't think the little kid knew. Of course, the little kid didn't know.
Well,
who
a
she
little
was.
kid wouldn't know who Feruza Buck was.
Right. Yeah.
Kenny says, surprising, Jenny doesn't strike me as the typical 9-to-5 gal.
No.
She's definitely found her lane.
Yeah.
I'm absolutely not. I mean, I did that for a long time. You know, I worked as a graphic designer for 25 years. Something like it was a long time. In like regular ass companies. Most of them were pretty I'm gonna say tolerant. Tolerant of my weirdness or whatever, but it's not really my thing, you know? I really have a hard time conforming to the strictures. I have a hard time. You know what I mean? I have a hard time. I can do it if I have to, but I would rather not. You know? I would just rather not. So, I mean, I would rather... It's very stressful, I'm going to say, being freelance, because I still do a lot of graphic design, but I do it on a freelance basis. And it's still very stressful because it's like you never know who's going to... Because I have, like, a stable of clients, but I never really know, like, when they're going to need stuff or how much money it's going to bring in or whatever. So from month to month, I'm like, oh, am I going to be able to make all my bills this month? I don't know. Like, usually from month to month, I don't know. So it is very stressful, but every time I kind of think of how stressful it is, I'm like, well, do you really want to go back to like a regular job where you have to like commute and sit in an office for 8-9 hours? It's like, that's stressful too. So I don't know. I would kind of rather just be stressed out about, am I going to have enough money, rather than I have to sit in an office for 9 hours. You know what I mean? It's two different kinds of stress. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, I mean, I understood it. You know, Jen didn't come from that background, but I came from freewheeling, almost mercenary background of where, I worked for corporations. I didn't like it.
I don't like it either.
No.
I've done that too, like for years, but I don't like it either.
I always preferred to be an independent contractor at whatever I did. So, eventually she got laid off basically at one of her jobs that was like a
my last job was
design.
it was like a graphic design job,
and
like
it was it was a good job.
It was
it was that liquor company.
Well, no, I worked somewhere after that.
Yeah.
After that, I worked for 3 years at like a big office supply print company.
Over a period of like 4 or 5 years, every few years they'd lay her off. Wasn't her fault. It was just these companies were struggling. And I was like, Jenny, you're going to have to learn how to make it on your own without that shit. We got the internet. You can write books. And I got her to write her first, like, it was a paranormal book. And then after that was true crime. We were trying to find out what sold the best. And true crime actually sold the best. But during that time, we also started this show. And it was all... And we got picked up by an old podcast network.
Sure.
We did that too. We were getting a lot of people through that podcast network, but there was absolutely no interaction. We hated it. We'd do a podcast. We'd have fucking 50,000 downloads. We were their #1 podcast.
Yeah, for a time we were.
Never heard a peep. Didn't know who was listening.
We didn't get any comments.
No
we didn't
comments,
get anything.
So we said, fuck it. We're going to go to a fucking YouTube show, which we had interaction. And the show started as a slideshow. Which
it was audio only.
Audio only.
I would just do like a slideshow.
Which that was kind of like in vogue in those days.
Yeah, that's what
everybody's doing. There's a lot of those. But then YouTube opened up a live streaming function. And people started jumping on that. Well, we started getting requests in the comment section. Why don't you guys live stream? So we
or like give us a video comment.
Yeah,
you know, we want to see
video
you.
content. So people, our fans didn't know what we looked like.
Yeah, which is crazy to
They
think
had
about
no
now.
idea what we looked like. They didn't realize that we had a visual element to us. You know, for all we know, we were overweight, or a lot of people not very impressive look. Turn that shit on, people are like, "Oh my god, you guys! This is what you guys look like. You guys look great." It's like so. And then we're from then on out, it was nothing but live stream.
I think from episode 200, we did a live stream, and then we were like, oh, because we
liked live stream so much.
I was nervous.
Yeah.
Before we did the live stream, we were gonna do it. We're like, okay, well, we'll do like a live stream because I think we'd done video before that.
Yeah.
Like, people kind of knew what it looked like.
Yeah.
But then people were like, yeah, do like some live streams.
I think we did like about a dozen videos.
Yeah, I don't remember. I'd have to go back and look.
About that, I think.
But yeah, we had started doing video.
Yeah.
And I was like, okay. So everybody's like, you should do live streams. So I think when we did episode 200, I want to say, we're like, okay, we're going to do a special edition where we're going to live stream. It'll be like a big deal. And we did, and I was like super nervous,
it was
like
only
before that,
one.
because I was just kind of like, holy shit, like I won't be able to edit out anything that we fuck up or anything like that, because I'm like really.
She's anal about that.
I am, like, even still, like, I'm not as bad as I used to be.
The information she gets for the show is accurate. As accurate
I mean, I try. Like,
get.
I try.
Yeah.
And like when it's not accurate, I'm just kind of like, hey, I just read this somewhere. I don't know if this is true. I don't believe this. I don't know. Like, what I mean. So I try to do that. But so we did the live stream for 200, and I was just like, oh my god, and I was like freaking out like before we did that, because I was like, oh my god, I can't fix it like if we fuck up. But we did it, and I was like, oh my god, this is better. You know what I mean? It's like I don't have to edit it afterward. It's like we actually get real-time interaction. It's like I kind of like this better. So after that, we kind of started live streaming most of the shit. And honestly, like, even my stuff that I do by myself, like my book reviews and movie reviews, Tom was like, a couple weeks ago, he was like, why don't you live stream that too?
Yeah.
And I was just like, yeah, why not? Because before I'd been recording them, but I was just like, well, shit, maybe I should live stream that also. It's like, that saves a lot of time, honestly. Like, I still have to do all the, I still have to watch the movie. I still have to research it. I still have to write like an outline and shit like that, so I know what I'm going to talk about. But it's much easier. Like, I don't really have to record it and edit it and all that other kind of crap.
Kenny D says, go ahead and says, what do you say right there? It says, fucking, you got to keep your
hand on the graphic design business. These are financially precarious times we are living in. I do. I have like several big clients that I still work for. I have a new client that is promising to give me a lot of work every month. So
she's an independent contractor,
right? Yeah,
because these companies, you say that it's precarious times. Yeah, that's why she's an independent contractor, because these companies can't afford to keep anybody on the payroll forever and be able to pay all that fucking bullshit. They want to just say, hey man, can you do this for 20? Hey, can you do this for 20? Hey, can you do this for 20? That's what they're doing.
That's fine with me.
We're like, fine, because you have 7 or 8 of those. That's a lot of fucking work.
Yeah, I mean, as long as I have steady shit,
right,
and I have enough to pay all my bills every month, that's fine.
So she doesn't need to work for anybody. She just needs clients, steady clients, and she's got them.
I stole a lot of clients from the print shop where I used to work that closed.
Yeah. He went out of business. She took a lot of the clients with her.
And I took a lot of clients with me.
Yeah. So
because they knew me from when I worked there, and they were like, hey, I know that place is closed, but can you still do my shit? So
she's like, sure, got all the software.
Yep, got all the shit. And I have all your old files because I took them from where I used to work.
See, companies have big problems. They got lots of overheads. They got to fucking have a fucking office. They got to fucking buy shit. There's all those overheads. Fucking, she doesn't have those overheads. You know what I mean? She can work from home. So she can work as an independent contractor.
I have 3 computers here, bitch. I have all the software I need.
I'll grab this goddamn camera and turn it around. You are in the middle of a fucking command center. A global command center.
Well, this here... This is the
Yeah.
streaming laptop. I pretty much only use it for that. This is the streaming laptop.
Yeah.
I have a laptop here, which is a Mac.
Yeah.
That's my graphic design laptop. That has all of my
That's that's the one that we're talking to you guys on.
This is the streaming software.
Those are the other
This
computers.
is my design laptop.
Yeah, and that one's off.
That's a Mac.
Yeah.
That has all of my design software on it.
Yeah.
Like all of it, like Photoshop, Illustrator, InDesign, all of that. This here is just my general purpose. This is a PC. And that's what I use for video editing and just general email shit. Just like whatever else needs to be done.
Yeah.
I do that on that computer, which is a PC.
So this is
also a PC.
Yeah. So there's
but I do
Spock.
have a Mac for their Spock.
There's Spock. And that's our lighting system.
There's all my Giallo posters. There's my Suspiria poster and my Nosferatu
There's the
poster.
Backdrop. There's that badass motherfucker right there.
Oh my god, who is
there's
that?
Jenny. Look at that. What the fuck? Oh my god. Look at those cute ass feet. Look at those cute. I'll put this back in here. But no, this is the. And then there's more to the place back there. Then there's a little. We got 2 bathrooms really. The bathroom in there and then a second bathroom right there. It's crazy the way it's set at the house.
Well, that's not a bathroom.
It's a sink.
It's like a dressing room.
Yeah, it's like a dressing room.
It's like a sink and a closet is what it is.
So this part of the house makes a perfect office. Actually.
Yeah, because I have my own bathroom. I have my own dressing area.
Yeah.
Although the dressing area, I honestly just make it for... I use it for making coffee and feeding the cats. That's like where all the cat food is, and that's where all the coffee shit is. Because, you know, when I'm working in the office, I can just go over there and, like, make a cup of coffee. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
All right, I got to pee again.
Hold on. Okay. Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
Your little wires are in my way.
Man, I fucking lost my shit here. Hold on.
What happened?
Okay, here we go. Gotta get to the messages. She skedaddles out. Karen Lee says that those old shows are so funny. Kenny said I scared the life out of you when I fucking lunged at the camera. Get out of here. Take Karen. Tell me about those old shows. What made you think that those were so funny? You must be talking about the slideshow shows that we used to do. Is that what you're talking about? Those were fun to do. They were like audio only. It was me and Jen. It was me and Jen doing basically the same thing we're doing right now. We were just sitting right next to each other, fucking just going through the. She kind of had a pre-written outline. It's pretty much like what we do, how we're doing the show now. And then later she'd go through and she'd find fucking hundreds of fucking photos to put together to make a slideshow to the fucking...
Yeah. Oh my god, it took forever.
It was a lot of work.
I can't even like think... When I think about it now, I'm like, holy shit, like how did we fucking... Well, the thing about it was that when we were doing the show back then, that was... we were just doing one show a week, right? I think we just added the movie reviews later.
Yeah.
So for a time, we were just doing the main show and then maybe a movie review once a week later. Like now, we can do a lot more shows a week because we're live streaming them. We can make a lot more content.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, I still have to research the stuff. I still have to make, thumbnails. I still have to do all that kind of stuff, which does take time. But it's not the same as back in the old days, you know, when we did the shows and we had the audio, and then I had to like sit there and meticulously like find pictures for like every 10 seconds.
She used to go through the audio and take out all the ums and all the fucking pauses. Remember that shit?
And all the shit that wasn't relevant because I was trying to keep it under an hour.
Right, yeah, that's right.
Because back then,
back in those days, it had to be under an hour.
They're like, yeah, people aren't going to listen to stuff that's longer than an hour, which, you know, obviously that's not true nowadays. But
no, they want long form now.
Yeah, but back then they were just kind of like, yeah, just keep it under an hour. So I was trying to.
Yeah, it was algorithm driven back then.
Yeah.
And things that were under an hour seemed to do better. But now, it's kind of more the way I imagined YouTube should be. It's more almost kind of like a fucking long-term, like a radio show where you have regular people that you listen to. And it's something you listen to while you're working or while you're driving or while you're trying to go to sleep. I listen to a lot of people think that might be some kind of insult. Yeah, I listen to you when I'm going to sleep. No, actually, some of my favorite podcasts or freaking YouTube shows, I put them on so I can go to sleep. I love the shows, and then they kind of lull me to sleep because I'm very relaxing. You know what I mean? It's almost like AMSR, and I'll go back and listen to it when I wake up. Sometimes, or to see if there was anything real important. If not, I'll just go back and listen. I'll do it the next day. I'll listen to it to go to sleep. So I've heard that some people listen to us to go to sleep, which, hey man, that's fucking great.
Yeah, that's fine.
We do the same thing.
Well, I don't do that because I'm kind of like, look, if I'm gonna listen to your shit, and I have, my watch later playlist on YouTube has I think probably 400 videos on it. Because every time something new pops up, I'm like, oh shit, and I add that, but I never have time to listen to them. Sometimes I'll listen to them. I'll put them on when I'm working on something else, like a graphic design project that's gonna take a while. I'll put them on in the background, but it's I want to listen to them, so I don't. When I go to bed at night, I don't take my phone. I don't have a tablet or nothing like that. I just want quiet.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because
I have to have someone to listen to.
Yeah, see, Tom's different. He likes to have noise, so he always has his earbuds in, so he always has something going. When he's sleeping, I can't sleep.
I can't relax
when people are talking and stuff.
Yeah.
But I have to have quiet. So and I interact a lot with media during the workday. I'm constantly looking at a screen. I'm constantly doing messages. I'm constantly making videos. I'm constantly doing stuff like that. So when I'm in the room, it's I just want to relax. I just want to chill out. I don't want to listen to anything. It's I don't watch some shit and then I just want to go to sleep. I don't want to listen to anybody talking at me while I'm trying to sleep or anything like that. I would just want quiet. So he'll put his earbuds in and listen to stuff to help him sleep, but I can't do that. But I know some people like that though.
Yeah.
Because it's look, if I want to listen to the video, I want to listen to it.
Yeah, I'm listening to it, and me focusing on it gets me to forget that I'm trying to go to sleep.
Oh, okay.
You know what I'm talking about?
I don't have any problem falling asleep, but I have to have quiet.
I got to have something to focus on.
If shit's going on, it'll keep me awake.
And the more interesting it is, the more likely it is I'll fall asleep. Because I'll start focusing on what they're talking about. And for some reason, I just lose it.
Now, if I'm real tired, I'll fall asleep if we're watching a movie or some shit like that.
Yeah, I'll do that too.
But normally,
if I don't have any input, I'll think about what I'm thinking about, and I'll just think about that, and I'll never fall asleep.
Well, I get that,
yeah.
but I don't. But the weird thing about that is I don't have that when I'm trying to fall asleep.
Yeah.
I have that when I wake up in the morning. Yeah. I'll wake up real early in the morning, earlier than I probably want to.
Yeah.
And then I'm like, oh shit, I gotta do this, that, and the other thing. And then I'll go through this list of all this stuff that I have to do, and then I'm like, I really should kind of go back to sleep. Because I'll wake up at 4 in the morning.
Karen said the old shows were funny. They said what made them funny. She said the walking womb one.
Oh,
remember that shit? The walking womb?
I think I made a t-shirt.
Yeah, I forgot exactly what
the wandering womb.
Wandering womb. It was some medieval thing.
It was a medieval thing where they thought that women's wombs kind of
went around in the ether.
Walked around at night.
Yeah, but I think it was in the spiritual world.
So it wasn't literal. Now I can't remember. Was it actually literal? I thought they thought that it literally climbed out your pussy and walked around.
That'd be cool if it did, because
that would be kind of cool.
Then the pussy could spread it out and give it to other people, and you didn't know, and then you get jealous. You're like, was that?
Well, it's not your pussy; it's your womb.
She's like, honey.
But here's the thing,
honey. I didn't will the shit. I was asleep, and it just came out and jumped up on another man. And then
what was it?
And then the man's like, but did you enjoy it? And then it's some weird shit.
It's that. I don't know, bitch. I was asleep.
Yeah.
But yeah, your little womb.
Yeah.
See, and this is why I made the shirt, because that idea amused me so much. Of the little womb that comes out that's all anthropomorphic, and he has little googly eyes and little feet and stuff, and he pops out your pussy and he walks around with little eyes and stuff.
Yeah.
And then he just looks looking for mischief. You know what I mean? And it's, that idea just tickled the shit out of me. I love that fucking idea. I love that idea. Obviously that doesn't happen, but it's just that's very funny to me, and it's very funny to me that grown men took that idea seriously. That makes me so fucking happy for some reason. That is just so funny to me. I mean, it's probably not funny for people that were alive at the time, because that probably caused a lot of probably stupid laws to be passed and shit like that, but
I forgot exactly what was the point of it. It explained. What did it explain? It explained something.
Now I
that
can't
happened.
remember. Was it? Did we talk about that on the witchcraft show?
Yeah, I think. I think it was a witchcraft thing, but I think it was more innocuous
than that. Maybe?
I think it had something to do with the reason why women do something or other.
Yeah, because men were apparently mystified back then as to why women did anything.
Yeah, and it's because when they were asleep.
Our women
in another dimension, their pussies were coming out and doing stuff, and it would come back and affect the woman in a certain way.
I love it.
Only a damn witch doctor could come up with some shit like this. Okay?
I love it.
But it was just you had.
How cute would it be if my little woman
popped
out and walked around and shit and like went to
Karen probably remembers it.
Went to Timbuktu or some shit.
Yeah.
Like sent me some postcards.
Yeah. Karen probably remembers it.
Got some souvenirs. And then comes back, pops herself back in there. Yeah. And then she talks to me like in my sleep. It's like, man, I went here and I did all this and stuff like that. She might have, who knows what she was up to.
Karen, do you remember from the show exactly what we said?
I love that idea.
Because it's a long time ago. We've done so many shows.
I love that idea, though.
I forgot what it was. It was an explanation for something that they were observing in women, but I forgot exactly what it was. It was the wandering womb theory.
Yeah.
But they didn't understand what a theory. But they didn't know what a theory was back then. They would have never used the term theory.
They're not using that word in the way that it was intended.
That's what it was. It was a theory. They had a theory.
Let's call it a hypothesis.
Yeah.
Because that's like a lot.
Yeah.
That's not as scientifically stringent as a theory. Let's call it a hypothesis.
It's a hypothesis. The pussy was walking around hypothesis. The pussy moved around in another dimension of hypothesis. That's what it was. I don't think it was literal. It was, they thought in the spiritual realm, the spiritual pussy was going around doing stuff, and it made women do a certain thing that all women do, because that's how a medieval man would explain women. You know,
they were even stupider than modern dudes. Wow.
Well, they wouldn't ask women.
Well, of course not. Why would they ask us anything?
No, they wouldn't ask women.
We don't know anything.
Women didn't know anything, so we were like, "Why do women do this shit?" Well, you know.
Well, Well,
let me think about it. Let me go.
That was like mansplaining.
Yeah,
like that was like peak mansplaining.
Well, what they would do is they would do something like what they would do is they would start referring to Galen.
Sure.
Okay, because Galen wrote all kinds
of
everything. Fucking bullshit books that they believed in for fucking ever.
He knew everything.
What was it? 700 years they were reading Galen.
Yeah.
Who was full of shit. Every day Galen would write some bullshit down, and it just lived throughout history.
I wonder if Galen knew.
Galen, I don't think knew
that all the shit that he farted out.
Yeah.
Like for centuries going forward.
They didn't think Galen could be wrong.
Yeah. Like people just thought that shit was inerrant.
Yeah.
Which is a little bit scary. A little bit scary. But yeah, I think the T-shirt that I made, if I remember correctly, it's been a while since I've looked at it, but I made it look like, you know, one of those like like old school like retro travel postcards, and it was like a womb that had feet and eyes, and had like, you know how those bums in cartoons used to have like the little stick with the little handkerchief with the shit in it?
Okay,
you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It had one of those.
The little thing over the
so
shoulder.
it was like a little hobo vagabond
yeah.
womb, and it's like that. I remember designing that and like laughing my ass
Cady
off.
says spiritual pussy. Stop it. Yeah. You didn't know pussy could be spiritual?
It just pops out and walks around.
Yeah.
It pops out.
From what I remember, it was the extra dimensional pussy factor where a pussy would go out and do things like get pregnant and then come back and it gave a woman a bad mood. It was something like that.
Okay, so that's how dudes explained women being in a bad mood. I was like, okay.
It was something like that.
Picture this. Could it be that women are in a bad mood because of some stupid shit you did?
No, of course not.
No, of course not. Of course not. It had to be that their pussies were coming out at night.
Yeah.
And doing shit.
It had something to do with
and then coming back in.
Yeah.
And giving them a bad mood. It couldn't possibly
if I remember correctly,
be anything that the dudes were doing to piss the women off. Of course not.
Karen's going to have to enlighten us because it's been a long time.
Hilarious.
It had something to do with the cycles of the moon. That 30-day lunar cycle of the fucking flow moon, flow chart, and white men of the medieval era would have to somehow rationalize by using Galen why women were the way that they were.
Can I
and it's
submit?
Gonna come down, in those days, it would have come down to the fact that they had the poonanny nanny.
As Steven
Seagal would say.
call it.
She knows exactly what I'm talking about. As Steven Seagal would call it.
His Asian experience. Sure.
Asian experience would have something to do with it. You're in bed with her. You can't control it, but it goes out of her on a spiritual level and does something wrong, and it comes back, and she's all fucked up. The next thing you know, you can't talk to her. That is the way a medieval man would try to explain it.
That makes me laugh so hard.
It
makes me laugh so hard that like dudes took that shit seriously. Because I said, it seemingly...
She just said no.
It seemingly never occurred to them that they could actually be doing something that was pissing the women off and that was making them be in a bad mood. But of course, that could obviously never fly. It obviously has to be something else. So they were coming up with all kind of fantastical...
You're reading into it too.
Well, I don't think they thought about it that way. But like from a modern standpoint, that's obviously what was happening.
I think they just wanted to know why women were hysterical. That's what it was.
We're not, though.
Why are these women hysterical?
We're not, though.
Well, Karen's saying something. She said she was laughing so hard, but I don't remember.
I was laughing so hard I was crying. Oh,
yeah, okay. I don't remember exactly what the walking womb hypothesis.
I remember that because I remember making the shirt.
Yeah, I remember it. We were laughing at the time,
I can't.
But I forgot what it was.
Because I just love the visual of that. I love it.
Y'all can go and search it. Shit, you want me to search the shit?
Well, I'd rather have another drink actually.
Okay.
But the whole idea of that.
I forgot exactly what it
was. Yeah, I can't even remember what show that was. I thought it was on the witchcraft show, but maybe not. Because we did a show about like the Salem witch trials and stuff like that. And that seems like something about, but it might have been a different thing entirely. But it's like all of the shit that dudes used to come up with to like explain women's behavior that they didn't understand is like very, very funny to me. Like I said, it's not funny in the context of the time because, you know, a lot of women got fucked over because of that. But it's like in a modern context, that shit is like that's fucking hysterical. It's hilarious. Hilarious. And they were totally serious about it. They totally, I mean, I'm sure not everybody did, but like some people absolutely believed. They probably absolutely believed that women's wombs like popped out of their bodies that night and like flew around and did shit of their own accord, which is fucking insane. That's insane. Also, they used to believe that and I actually wrote a short horror story based on this concept. They used to actually believe that obviously the women couldn't have anything to do with, you know, what the ultimate baby would look like, right? So they used to think that the entire baby was in the sperm cell, like in the head of the sperm cell. And it was called a homunculus. So you would, like, the dudes would, like, fuck a lady or whatever, and then, like, your homunculus, which was a tiny, tiny person in the head of a sperm cell, would be in the sperm cell, and it would go and be in the egg, and it would just, like, there's the person, and it would, like, grow to, like, human size or whatever. And I actually wrote a horror story surrounded about that concept, because that concept used to also crack me up. That dudes thought for a long time that there was a tiny, tiny person. There was a tiny person, like, inside every sperm cell. Because they didn't know about DNA. They didn't know about mixing. You know what I mean?
Okay, walking womb. It's in the ancient medical world, it was believed that wandering womb caused suffocation and death. Menstruation and pregnancy were thought to make women the weaker sex, both physically and mentally. That's not a good explanation. I remember there was more to it than that.
There was, actually.
The uterus was believed to wander around the body like an animal.
Oh,
hungry
right.
for semen. If it wandered in the wrong direction.
Oh my god, I love it.
And made its way to the throat, there would be choking, coughing, or loss of voice.
Oh no.
If it got stuck in the rib cage...
What are you doing?
If it got stuck in the rib cage, there would be a chest pain or shortness of breath and so on.
Okay, so the womb was like wandering around your body, not around outside. Was that? It's funnier to like imagine it wandering around.
One
outside.
description of the theory of the wandering womb comes from Arteus, a physician from Cappadocia,
Not a very good physician.
who was a contemporary Galen, who's contemporary of Galen,
Mm-hmm.
like I said, in the 2nd century A.D. He wrote that the uterus could move out of place and float within the body.
Which just goes to show how good a physician he was.
Yeah.
He didn't know fucking shit.
Plato adhered somewhat to this theory and wrote in Timasius that the uterus, becoming angry at remaining unfruitful, wandered throughout the body
My uterus is mad.
and
She's
closed
wandering all
up
over
the
place.
passages of the breath by obstructing
I'm gonna
respiration
suffocate this bitch
and caused all varieties of
unless she
disease.
gets pregnant.
In other words, y'all getting sick because you ain't knocked up.
Oh my
We're gonna have
god,
to get
that's
y'all
so
pregnant,
fucking
and then
funny.
and then it'll be all right. That's
This
what they're
shit
talking.
cracks me up.
If
It
you're not
cracks me
pregnant,
up.
then that shit'll go up in there and fuck up y'all
Listen.
throughout your whole system.
Grown men
Yeah.
are seriously talking about that stuff. That is
Back
so
then. Well, that was
funny.
a couple thousand years ago.
I know that, but that's like so funny to me. They were probably like, look, they're all in their like togas or whatever, and they're just like all in their, serious places of like philosophical discussion or whatever, and they're
Yeah.
all like, they're seriously talking about this kind of
Yeah.
stuff that is just so funny to me.
And they were gay.
So funny. Oh my god, that's awesome. Kenny said women had every right to be hysterical if men of that time believed in such nonsense. Right? Can you blame us? Jesus Christ.
It was a time of
we
superstition.
were trying to tell them.
It was a time
We
of
were trying to
superstition.
tell them, but everything we tried to tell them, they were like, oh, well, they're clearly hysterical. We can't listen to anything they're saying.
Well, no, here. Let me go to something that I said a while back a long time ago on some of the other shows. If you were to ask the women of those days, they would probably get even fucking worse nonsense. Or
Well, they
fucking-
didn't know any
They
better.
didn't know either. All right, it wasn't.
Which is sad.
It wasn't a men did this thing. I think the men were probably ahead of the women in terms of mental faculties.
Everyone was stupid back then.
Yeah, they were all fucking dumb.
They
If you'd
didn't
ask
know
women,
anything.
they'd probably think of all kinds of crazy shit. So it wasn't just the men. It was people
I know, but it's
had
funny.
no idea really how the body worked. As a matter of fact, there was there was a Roman guy, can't remember his name, got famous for taking live pigs and cutting them open while they were alive and like showing that things actually worked. You know what I mean? That hearts beated, and he would do things like, you know what I mean, cut off certain fucking nerve endings, and fucking he could then like cut off a foot and the fucking animal wouldn't scream, type of deal. And he was actually doing animal experimentation to try to explain how the fucking body works, saying, well, this is how it works in pigs. That's probably how it works in humans.
Well, pigs and
The
humans
government
are
the
fairly
Roman
similar.
government came down on that and said that was an abomination against the gods.
Well,
Not
don't
ever
fuck
do.
up the pig, but still, I mean,
At that level that they were doing, at that level
Yeah.
of development, that's really where they should have
that
been.
probably would have been very helpful.
They should have done lit, because they didn't have anesthesia.
More shit like that.
So they probably should have done some more live animal experimentation to explain how living bodies worked. And they would have actually learned from that. But they forbade it. They said it was against the gods. Because you can't even do that against animals. That's despicable. But there are
Religion
certain
has
sacrifices
really-
that have to be made towards science.
Religion has really been a...
Yeah. All
Has really held a lot of shit back
You gotta
over
look
the
at it from their
ages.
point of view.
I know
What it was a
that,
sign
but-
of. What is a sign of was empathy. Even Romans had empathy for animals. They were
Well,
saying
yeah,
you
I
shouldn't
wouldn't do that to a living pig. That's fucked up.
But they were doing it to living pigs.
Right.
He was doing it to a living pig to prove that
Yeah.
the way bodies
Like,
work.
I get that the knowledge is important.
Yeah.
Like, they should have known how to do that. But it's like, on the other hand, you
At
know,
the
you
level
shouldn't
that-
make a living animal suffer.
That's true. But at the level they were operating at, that's probably what they should have been doing. Because they would have gained knowledge from that and dispelled all these weird fucking myths. And then once they learned what they learned, to stop doing that to those animals. Like, for instance, animal experimentation and things like testing to see if this chemical burns eyes of a rabbit out You don't need to know that anymore. We know what chemicals burn the eyes of a rabbit out.
You don't have to do it anymore.
So you don't have to worry about that your shampoo is not going to burn the eyes of a human out. That's why they were doing that shit. I think a lot of it was stupid. I think a lot of it was companies who were contractors.
Unnecessary.
Yeah, saying, look, man, fucking Johnson & Johnson, we're going to prove that your soap doesn't harm the eye.
It's no tears.
Yeah, no tears. So they're dropping that shit in fucking rabbits' eyes. See, it took 5 gallons to burn that rabbit's eyes out. You didn't need to do that. You didn't need to do that.
There's one thing that you could not pay me $250,000 to do. I would not do that for $250,000. Would not.
I understand why.
I would not torture.
I understand why they did it. I understand why they did it in the past. But that's knowledge that we've already gained.
Sure, but you don't need to do that anymore.
You don't need to do it again.
I mean, we know all of that now.
Right.
You don't have to do that anymore. Scott says, is that where the wings concept for maxi pads comes
What's that?
Is that where the wings concept for maxi pads come from? Honestly, the wings concept, which is a good concept. I haven't used maxi pads since I was a teenager. But the wings concept was because the maxi pads that they had were fucking leaking, dude. And then it would like leak through your underwear and it would leak through your pants and everybody would see through the shit. So they were like, okay, well, we're going to have wings go over like that. So it covers like the edge of your underwear and also the other side. So in case it like leaks through, then we'll have like an extra layer of protection. So it might not leak through to your pants so everybody sees that you're on your period. So that's why they had that happen. I'm just saying. That's why that came about. But like I said, I stopped using those pretty early. Not to be gross, but I didn't like. I got into tampons like pretty early because I'm just kind of like the whole pad thing. You can like feel all of that stuff like coming out, and it's just like really uncomfortable. I would rather have something like up in there that was catching all the stuff before it came out. You know what I mean? Not to be gross, but I'm just saying. But that's why they had like the whole wings concept, to keep you from leaking through your clothing. That's what that was for. Yeah, Kenny said you guys are cracking me up. Yeah. I mean, you know, that's how we do. The drunker we get, the funnier we are. Well, at least that's how I perceive it. I'm not really sure how.
Yeah, they probably think it's all boring.
I don't really know. Kenny also said Tom scared the life out of me when he lunged for the camera. That was like earlier when you were showing all this shit. Yeah, maybe our old shows were funny. I don't watch them again. So I don't... Maybe they were... We've done so many fucking shows. I was looking at our list the other day because I was changing some of the titles like of my shit to make them more SEO friendly. And I was sitting there going, holy shit, we have done so many fucking... I had forgotten about all of the fucking movies we
Turns out we have listeners that grew up listening to us.
That's crazy.
Which that fucking blows my fucking mind.
Well, we started in 2016.
Yeah.
We started doing the show. And like I said, I think at that stage, we were just doing the one main show a week, right?
Yeah.
And then later, we added like a movie review every week because people asked us to do that. And then gradually we started adding other stuff, and now we're on like pretty much all the time. But yeah, so how many years is that now?
I don't know.
7 years? 8 years?
The show?
Yeah.
About that, 7 or 8 years.
Because, yeah, it's like the end of 2023. We started in summer of 2016 is when we started doing the show.
It went about like I thought it was going to go. I predicted it would kind of go. I knew it was going to evolve and change as technology changed. And I said, look, we're just going to do it we're going to play it by ear to see what works.
Yeah.
I mean, we had ideas to start with, but we never really committed to any one thing because we knew that we would just follow what the trends were, what worked. That's what the same thing everybody else did.
Although after a time, I kind of felt like, because we kind of had a thing where it's like we kind of want to follow what everyone else is doing, but on the other hand, I said, well, we also want to just do our own thing too.
Well, what I meant was live stream.
Yeah.
That's what everybody else started to do.
Yeah,
and I put out stuff,
and we found that we liked doing that better.
Right, live stream's a lot better.
Because, like I said, there's a lot more interaction,
Yeah.
like, because people are talking, and it's just kind of like, it's a lot more fun, it's a lot more extemporaneous.
And I have a background in live theater, so...
I didn't think I would like it, but I
She
actually
didn't think
do.
she would like it. I says, no, you're going to like it.
Now I do them by myself, and
Yeah.
it's just like, I don't have a problem with
She
that
thinks
at
she
all.
was going to like it. I says, no, you're going to like the instant feedback.
Yeah.
You know, the
It
fact
is a
that
lot better.
It's a lot better. Because you know which way the tone of the show is going based upon comments and, you know what I mean, and just how things are going in the show. That's all. There is a certain energy to a live show.
Yeah.
That
And I like that better.
Recorded is kind of, it's not stale, it's not as gratifying to us as I guess you could call us performers, you know.
Yeah.
Which we are performers. But we're also truthful about who we are.
Yeah, like I said,
we're doing the
really
show.
I don't really feel like, I don't know if I would even, maybe you would, but I don't know if I would call myself a performer.
I would say you are.
Because, well, yeah, but in the
You're a
sense
performer.
that I'm on you, but
You're
it's like
working.
I'm not,
Performing just means working in front of a live audience.
but I'm
That's
not
performing.
any different than I
No.
would be normal. Like, yeah, I'm talking more, but obviously
Well, you're using.
I have more people to talk to.
Yeah. Well, you're also using like a public address, a public speaking address.
Right.
The way you know, and just
Right.
and the format. So you're performing. You're just working. You're
Right.
working in front of a live audience. That's
But
all
I'm not,
performing.
but what I'm saying is that
You're not
I'm
fake.
not, yeah,
You're not
like
fake.
I'm not being any different than I
No.
would normally be.
Just you're
If I was talking to people that
Right.
were actually here in the room with me.
to
it would
do
be
a
like-
live show, there has to be a format. If not, then the show won't be cohesive and you won't be able to get through it. Even if we're going freestyle like we are now, there is still kind of a format within the show. You know, if there wasn't a format and I just start falling asleep, or I just throw Jenny's leg over her head, and I just start hitting. But you got to pay for
Which,
that.
which, like I said, we can do on other platforms,
that's gonna
but
be
we can't
no,
do on YouTube.
So you know what I mean. We're within a format.
You have to maintain.
Right.
You have to maintain.
Right.
Kenny says, why do some women turn nympho when they have their period and others are totally put off sex? That's an interesting question. I have known women that did both things. I've always been kind of more the put off thing. I don't have a period anymore, obviously, because I'm old. But
Oh, don't make it sound so bad.
no, I'm just saying. What? No, it's not bad.
Yeah.
I actually really enjoy not having a period anymore.
Yeah.
But But
you
yeah.
you also don't have a normal hormonal profile.
that's
though.
true.
She's.
But see,
synthetic.
back when I was still having that bullshit,
Yeah.
yeah, I never really felt like it. I was like, dude, I feel like I'm the Michelin Man. Everything hurts. You know, I felt like I had horrible, horrible cramps. I couldn't even like stand upright and shit like that. It's like that the last thing I wanted to do. But I have heard about some women that have the opposite thing, where it's like they turn totally nympho.
Yeah.
I don't know. That's really interesting. I guess it has to do with like the whole hormonal thing. Everybody's different.
Yeah.
Like I said, I was more the just kind of like, oh my god, I just want to fucking sleep or take drugs or something.
My first.
I always felt horrible.
My first wife, Tiffany, was not a nympho when she was on her cycle. But she liked it because she said that it was kind of like it alleviated cramps.
It does actually.
She liked that.
Because the few times
Right.
that I did, because we've done it a few times
Yeah.
when I was on the, you know, when I
Yeah.
had like a what do they call those cup things?
Yeah.
Because I would put those like way up
Yeah.
in there, and it's like you could,
Interuterine device.
yeah. When we
Yeah.
had that going on,
Yeah.
and it does help,
Yeah.
but I was never really like super in the mood though,
Right.
Because it's just always like because I felt so crappy.
Now, my first major girlfriend, another guy chick back in Boston. I lived with her, Stephanie. Stephanie was wild even when she wasn't on her cycle. But when she was ovulating, she was fucking crazy. She was
Well, a lot of people
sexually just fucking
Yeah.
through the roof. When the flow came, she was pretty wild too. She was a very high testosterone female though. She was pretty blonde, got chick, round face, boobs, big boobs. She had a little light peach fuzz across her face, almost like a little beard. She was just a very high testosterone female, so it had something to do with hormones. Has to be. She was aggressive though, and untrustworthy. Why we broke up.
Yeah.
Yeah, she'd kind of just like be flirting with guys behind your back. She was one of those kind of chicks.
See, I would never do that.
She's like a nympho.
Because that's shitty. Like, well, the thing about it is, like, I have a high sex drive too, but it's like it's not the type of thing where I would be like, oh, I'm gonna do shit like behind your back or shit.
Well, another thing
I would never. Another
thing that was a factor is that she was 23.
Yeah.
22, 23. So.
But it's more common in younger.
Yeah, in younger
people,
they're fucking more they're unreal. They're fucking untrustworthy.
They're kind of more drifting through life, and they're just kind of like trying to find a.
They're hormonally driven, and she was a fucking exceptionally hormonal chick. I liked her. It didn't work out, but in that period of my life, she was a good girlfriend. Couldn't trust her though.
That's interesting.
Yeah, but I don't know if that was because I got her pregnant.
Oh yeah, that's right. You did.
Yeah, so some of that might have been because she got pregnant. I'm not sure.
You got me pregnant.
Yeah, right. So I don't know.
I don't know if we've ever talked about that on the show.
No.
Yeah.
No, I broke up with her because of shit she did, but then it turned out she did that shit when she was pregnant.
Mm.
But we terminated the pregnancy.
Yeah.
Because we had broken up.
Right.
She called me back after the breakup. Oh, by the way, something I got to tell you. I'm pregnant. Oh, it's not mine. Oh, no, it's yours.
Oh,
what do you mean it's mine? Yeah, no, it's yours. Fucking, it's that kind of shit.
Oh, shit.
So, well, I'm gone. You know, so fucking, but I went with her and we took care of that shit. Fucking, I kind of felt fucking weird about it. I wasn't sure if it was mine. I'm pretty sure, though, it probably was. She said it was, but I didn't know whether to trust that chick. Didn't matter.
Yeah.
It was only a couple $100 to get rid of her. I felt like I couldn't trust her.
Well, yeah, I get that. Mm-hmm. Like I said,
she was a kid.
You got me pregnant too.
Yeah, that was a long time ago though.
At one point.
Yeah.
Many years ago.
Yeah, and it was a black baby too.
It might have been. We don't know.
I can do whatever.
It might have been.
I can have any kind of children I want.
Oh my god. I love this. I love when the show goes in this direction. This is so awesome. You don't understand.
The crazy shit I come up with.
I know, I love it. But yeah, so I don't really understand. Like I have known some women that when they were on the rag, they went like totally nympho. But see, in my experience, and I know this isn't universal, in my admittedly limited experience, dudes that I hooked up with tend to be grossed out by women's periods, which I don't understand because it's a natural function. Okay. But okay, if you're grossed out by it, all right. But a lot of dudes I knew were grossed out by it.
Where are you hearing this?
No, I'm just saying that in my experience, like dudes that I knew were grossed out by it.
I really never gave a shit.
Well, yeah, you're not grossed out by it.
Yeah, I never really.
But a lot of other dudes that I hooked up with were grossed out by it. So, so I kind of got,
They're mystified by it. They're mystified.
Right,
by
and like I don't get that. Like it's a totally natural function. And it's just like, look, it's
mystified
weird to me that half of the population doesn't know anything about the other half of the population. Like shit that they go through every month. That's like fucking crazy to me.
Yeah.
It's a totally
Victor
natural.
comes in, wow, y'all still on? Would you leave and you come back or something?
Yeah, he said he went and walked his dog.
Yeah, we're
for
still
an
on.
hour.
We're drinking, man, and it's fucking. This is the.
We're
holiday.
not going anywhere. It's
this
the holidays.
This is the holidays.
We're
man.
having a good time.
Yeah.
Tom's like, "Are you sure you want to stay on?" I'm like, "Yeah, I'm having a good time." We're talking about periods, and I love that kind of shit. I love, I love gross, super personal shit. But yeah, so I don't, and it's hilarious to me because I feel like a lot of dudes don't even know how women's periods work. You know?
They do. They just don't like it. It's like
look, I didn't like it
they
either.
Don't like it.
But look, I had to put up with it every month.
That's young dudes. That's young dudes.
Yeah, and it's just kind of like,
it's
you know.
They got
If you want to have a girlfriend, you got to deal with that shit. Sorry.
There's young dudes that are very superstitious.
The girls have to deal with it. Yeah. You got to deal with it.
They haven't...
Live with it. It's not that gross.
May not even be this generation. I don't know. I don't think this generation cares about sex.
I don't think they're bothered.
I heard they're all just playing video games. But it's just... you know... Some dudes that you're talking about from our generation, I remember those dudes. They had a fucking kind of a glorified view of women that was
big time.
Came out of magazines and and maybe like fucking VHS porn. So they had a very idealized view
they thought like we weren't
they weren't real people, right? Yeah, that they didn't fart, that kind of shit.
That was the impression that I got.
Yeah, so
that was the impression that I got.
The idea of blood, oh my god, that's terrible.
Oh my god, you guys bleed out of an orifice
They knew about it. They just didn't. They didn't.
Sorry, we don't like it either. That. But
those guys, I think, are all grown now.
I would hope so.
Yeah. And I don't think. I think Gen Z's not aware of it. They're probably what? What's that?
Well, no, the thing about it was that now, I mean,
I heard that Gen Z guys are not having sex. Really.
Well, there's idiots now.
Yeah.
But the thing about it is that now we have the internet. You can find out anything you want to know.
Yeah.
Back in the old days, back in the 80s and shit like that, dudes didn't really know shit.
Yeah.
About that, and so, I mean, dudes would come from all kind of
Yeah,
I don't know. I don't know if they knew a lot about it.
They knew. Yeah, you learned it in high school. You learned it actually in middle school.
Some did.
No, you learned it. You
some did.
Yeah, you learned that in sex ed.
Some people did not.
But I think...
I had good sex ed, but some people did not.
Dudes... my understanding now is that the Gen Z guys, most of them are just watching porn and playing video games. They're not into like real girls. They got like e-girls. And then like they got Chad, Tyrone, and Sancho, which is like the top 10% of Gen Z. They're just fucking going fucking crazy. They're hitting so much, it's not even funny. So those guys are on the top of the world. It's like the top 20% of the guys are getting all the girls right now, evidently, in Gen Z. The rest of them have just like quit. They don't care. And they're just like fat. I guess. That's what the data suggests. Or they're just, watching video games, playing video games and watching porn. Jerking it. It's easier. They're not even going to clubs. Although, I don't think that's the situation in Florida. I think this is just like the average, the national average. Florida seems to be normal. Seems to be the same as it always was.
We have not seen that. Well, and like I said,
the same as it always was.
Maybe just because, I don't know about that, because it's like, it may be just because we're in the goth scene, but we see like a lot of normie people too.
Yeah.
And like a lot of them are like young.
Yeah. Well, it's my understanding is that Florida is pretty much kind of like the United States always has been. But on the average, other states aren't. Evidently the Northeast, they're not quite as, and like the West Coast, they're not quite...
Well, I don't know.
As active as they used to be.
I don't live there, so...
Evidently, the pandemic killed all that. So they're not going to clubs. The club culture it's dying in a lot of those other states.
Well, like I said, I don't know. I'm not there.
I don't know either.
I'm not willing to take other people's word for it. Because I don't live there.
That's what the national data suggests. I've been keeping up with it. Fucking... Many of the channels that talk about it. That talk about dating and the dating scene. Mm-hmm. Look at Legion of Men. That's one. They'll talk about all the dating. They'll have female guests and everything that talk about the data.
Okay.
I believe it's true.
Scott says, "Oh, they do fart."
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, shit stinks too.
Everybody farts. Wasn't that a kid's book? Everyone poops.
Yeah.
Which, for some reason, that book came out at about the same time that REM song "Everybody Hurts" came out. Or maybe around the same time, at least as I perceived it. So every time I saw that book in the bookstore, I would always sing "Everybody Poops" to the tune of "Everybody Hurts," that REM song.
Yeah.
Maybe that's just
Victor says Gen Z guys are his go-to. Just because you hear about the internet doesn't mean it's not true.
Yeah. No, it doesn't mean it's true. Yeah.
The thing is,
that's kind of what
you deal with gay guys though. Those dudes are.
Well,
those
he's
guys
dealing
go
with
to clubs.
actual people.
Yeah, they
in
go
the
to
real
clubs.
world, other than people that are just making.
No,
YouTube
gay dudes go to the
videos.
clubs. Gay dudes will go to the club.
Well, goths go to clubs too.
Yeah, yeah.
So, like I said, it's not.
But evidently, we're talking about mainstream people. They're not going out as much.
I don't give a shit
in some
about
of the
them,
other
though.
states. In the
I
other
don't know
states.
what they're doing. I've never known what they were doing.
Yeah.
I stopped keeping track of this, but actually, I never kept track of this, bitches. I'm just really talking about. I don't know what normie people are doing. I've never known what normie people are doing.
I don't think the normies are doing that well.
I'm not worried about it.
Yeah.
I've never worried about what normies were doing.
And the rednecks.
I don't remember ever
the
caring about
rednecks-
what normies were doing.
The rednecks in this area still think it's fucking 1987 or 1997. They think it's 1997.
I've noticed.
It's unchanged.
It's a little, it's a little weird.
They're still wearing them same clothes. They're listening to that same fucking music, except they got new Kid Rock songs fucking living in. But they're in 1997. They don't even know anything has fucking changed. They don't even have internet. Them bitches are watching television. They're watching cable.
That's crazy.
I know, it's fucking nuts, man.
They're on a different planet. They're on a different planet.
I'll go to the fucking Oasis and fucking talk about shit that happened on internet or whatever. They have no idea what the fuck I'm talking about. I have a fucking tablet and I'm doing stuff, and they're like, that's like something from another planet.
Or like,
yeah, I'll be fucking sending you messages and like, what do you do? What does that thing do? And I'm like,
you're a sorcerer.
Yeah, and they're like,
is it
you
like,
are
it's
in the
not that
modern
bad,
world, aren't you? That thing can talk to them, you know. That's how, and they're
like,
not,
you do know it's 2023, right?
Yeah.
Where have you been?
They're not dumb. They're just fucking in the 90s still, because that's not the world that they're in.
I mean, I believe that. Like seeing the shit around here.
Yeah, shit around here. Yeah, some of them they're still in the 90s,
which is crazy.
They're paying with cash. They go to the fucking bar and they're paying with cash.
You should flip it around to be like, oh my god, what is that paper?
Yeah. Yeah.
We don't use that anymore.
Yeah. Now, not all of them, but the rednecks, the real hardcore rednecks, they're unaware of anything.
Which, that's kind of sad to me.
Yeah. It's kind of a slow, dusty death going into the past. But they're older. You know what I mean? They're in their 50s.
But so are we.
Yeah. Yeah. They never made the transition. Now, the younger ones do. But, you know, let's say 45 and older, they're still in the 90s.
That's so weird, though.
Yeah.
That was such a long time ago.
My dad is still in the 90s.
I graduated from high school in the 90s.
Yeah.
Come on. That was a long time ago.
Yeah.
Like, I'm in my 50s, too, but it's just kind of like... I never wanted to be that person that was just kind of like... You know, there's some shit nowadays that I just kind of like... I see it and I'm just like, I'm just going to like choose not to engage with that or whatever because I don't need that. But it's just kind of like, you can't just... rest on your laurels and be like, hey, I'm just going to like live like it was fucking 30 years ago. Jesus Christ.
Yeah. There were guys out there showing off hot rods and stuff, complaining about certain car paints that they couldn't get. And I pulled up my tablet and I said,
like,
no, you can get that right here. And they had no idea because they've never made online purchases. And, you know, and they're...
That blows my fucking mind.
Yeah. And they're, you know...
You've never bought anything online?
No. And they're like 55, 56.
Holy crap. That's only 4 or 5 years older than I am.
Yeah.
Come on.
Never made an online purchase.
Oh my god.
Everything is an in-person purchase. And then just weird shit, you know what I mean? Fucking, I'm like, well, what the fuck? I was making online purchases in fucking 97.
That's what I mean. I was buying stuff online as soon as you could.
Well, it wasn't part of their culture. It wasn't part of their culture.
Because I was like, oh my god, hallelujah.
And what's funny is that they believe anything they hear on the news unquestionably. There's no... what's the word I'm looking at? What's the word I'm looking for? I'm thinking about. Not insight. No cynicism at all. They think they're told the truth. The authorities said it, so therefore it's true. And I said, you believe what that bitches say? Yeah, they do. They'll believe anything authorities tell them. They're the perfect fucking... Rednecks are the perfect slave class in a certain way. If you fucking keep them pumped up with fucking patriotism and mom, apple pie, and Chevrolet,
and
they'll
outrage
believe
about
and outrage about things. They'll believe anything. Yeah. Yeah. They still they want to go to war with Russia because they think Russia is Iraq, and they still think it's 1991, and they have no idea why my army beat Iraq in 1991 and why it didn't do it later. They have no idea. Everything that they know about warfare is what they heard from action movies, and I think a lot of the politicians also get it from Hollywood. They don't know anything about warfare either. They think they can take Russia. Russia will whip our ass right now.
It's easy.
Yeah.
And like I said, the way human brains work, it's very, very easy for you to like want easy solutions to things.
Yeah.
Black, white, hey, take this pill and you'll lose 30 pounds or whatever. It's just kind of like, it's very, it's easy to like appeal to people's, brains that way because everyone's kind of wired that way.
Yeah.
But that's not the way the real world works. Everything is like super nuanced. Everything is super, there's like a million different details that you have to consider. And it's like, people don't want to do that though.
Yeah.
People don't want to do that.
They think if you just throw money at a problem and some jets that it'll all work out. Yeah, like that worked in Afghanistan, like that worked in Iraq. If you cannot beat Russia in Russia, you could beat them in another country, especially if it's close to here. You couldn't go to Russia and beat them. Because you have to ship everything across the Atlantic. They'd sink everything we sent over there. And those jets aren't worth shit anymore. The hypersonic missiles shoot all that shit down. And they can produce something right there on the continent, just flowing out of the factories, kicking our asses. Everything we have to fight with them, we have to ship it across oceans. And people do not have a concept of logistics and the money. And how many people would die fighting them. Because it's not going to be like fighting Iraq. You lost against Iraq. It's not going to be like fighting against Afghanistan was fucking 75 IQ motherfuckers with AKs and flip-flops, and you lost against them. Because American leadership in Washington, D.C. has no concept of what warfare is. The Army doesn't know what warfare is. The Pentagon can't figure it out. So, warfare is what you saw in the Second World War. We can't do that. Because we would call that genocide. Well, that's what warfare is. Warfare is genocide. It's a crime. It's not a police action. It's not law enforcement. Warfare is genocide. And, we can't do that. The Russians can.
Kenny says, "Oh dear, I sound like one of those rednecks stuck in the 90s. I'm a couple years older than you guys."
Yeah.
Well, look, I'm 51. He's 54.
But you're on the internet, though.
Yeah.
Real rednecks would never be on YouTube.
So you have a leg up.
Yeah. Real redneck would never be on YouTube.
Well, one of the things... Look, I never even thought I would get to this age, okay? So it's kind of weird to even be talking about this. But I was pretty aware, like, even as a teenager, I was just kind of like, when I get older, I never want to be one of those motherfuckers that is like an old person that is like, oh, these kids today, blah, blah, blah. I never want to be like that. And to a large extent, I think I have succeeded in that mission. But I came to that when I was a teenager. Because I saw that in older people, like my relatives and stuff like that. And I was like, man, I do not want to be that kind of old person. You know what I mean? Where it's just like, I get to this age, I don't know how to do anything. I'm just like cranky and I'm bitching about like all the young people, these kids today with this and that and the other thing. And it's like, they don't know what they're talking about, blah, blah, blah. I was like, oh my God, I do not want to be like that. And I kind of hope that I didn't turn out like that. I don't know. We'll see. But... because I'm still a young old person at this point. But
the thing is a lot of our generation was very flexible because we came up with the internet.
True, yeah.
And social media was something we could grasp. The other half of our generation really had a problem grasping it or understanding the power.
Well, like I said, I'm kind of glad. It sucks being old.
Yeah.
But I do like that we were Gen X because Gen X, we were kind of right on the border between old school media, like we lived a long time without the internet.
Yeah.
But then we lived a long time with the internet, and we were there when it was in its infancy.
We saw it develop.
So we kind of saw the whole thing develop, and we saw like so we saw everything happen in real time. We kind of understood the evolution of it, and so I kind of feel like we have a maybe kind of an interesting perspective on it that maybe younger people or older people don't have, because we were right in the middle of that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, but I remember being a teenager, even before the concept of the internet was even a thing. And I remember very clearly not wanting to be an old person that was just constantly shitting on the way things were now. Because I saw that was something that was a lot of old people were doing, and I was just kind of like, man, it's like old people have been doing that since history was written down.
I was reading a book, and the author actually mentioned that phenomenon. And they said that history wasn't driven by people changing their minds and coming up with new ideas. It was driven by old people dying.
Dying, yeah.
That people that believed certain things were never convinced, believed things that were wrong. Like say for instance, that the Earth was flat.
Right.
They never changed their minds saying that the world was round.
They just died.
They died. They were replaced by other people that believed that it was round.
That believed the correct thing, that the Earth was round.
And they said that, and this book is being written in the 20th century, so I think I remember correctly. 90s is when the book was written, when I was reading it. They said that if you understood the past generations that are long dead, if you were to revive them and bring them to today, they were talking about the 90s, they would find everything about the 90s unacceptable.
Yep.
And they wouldn't be able to live here.
Yep.
They would reject everything. So I was like, yeah, that's probably true. You know what I mean? Because they would find things unacceptable about racial ideas about race.
They would cry about everything.
They would cry about everything. So
they would be really tiresome.
I started thinking about my grandmother from Mississippi. That's how she died, complaining about everything, about how the world sucked. Because everything was wrong. Everything had changed so much since the Great Depression in Mississippi. That even the Mississippi in the fucking 90s had left her in the dust. She could never survive today. With internet
I just can't...
and the OnlyFans and internet porn. She got upset because I fucking, in the 90s, I said, yeah, I was visiting my friend in fucking University of Michigan, and fucking I was at his dorm, and then I went to go see the girls in the other dorm next door, and she was like, wait a minute, hold on, boys and girls were in the same dorm? I said, yeah, it was a co-ed dorm. It was like an apartment.
They have
and
that
blew
they've
her
had that
fucking
for
mind. She
years
goes,
and years.
Can't be. She goes, people would never send their daughters to college where they were in the same dorm as with the boys. I said, oh no, yeah.
They're adults, you know that, right?
Yeah, no, that fucking blew her fucking mind. So everything was unacceptable to my grandmother. She couldn't survive today.
No way.
She'd kill herself. Yeah.
Probably.
So it makes you wonder, what would a medieval person do from Europe?
Their heads would explode, probably.
Yeah, either that or they just go on a fucking murder and rape spree. I think a lot of those dudes are just fucking crazy. All right,
until they
total savages.
Until they got shot.
Right. I think the only people from the past that could manage today would be Romans. Romans had the an educated, wealthy Roman person had the sophistication to deal with this.
I always thought too that like people throughout history that were probably like scientists and philosophers would probably do okay if you brought them like up to speed, because they are already primed with the mindset to accept things as they were.
No.
To an extent, it would depend on the person.
Depend on the person. I mean, one of the greatest Western scientific minds would have been Isaac Newton.
Well, now that might be too far back.
Yeah, okay. Because Isaac Newton wouldn't be able to manage today.
I'm talking about like more recent.
Okay.
Jeez, like Charles Darwin.
Isaac Newton would freak the fuck because angels weren't on Earth.
Well, yeah. Well, see, Isaac Newton.
He was religious. He was very religious.
Isaac Newton, even though he was one of the most brilliant scientists that ever lived,
probably of all times.
Also, let's call it, had some blind spots.
He believed in alchemy.
He did.
He was extremely religious and fundamentalist.
Which you normally wouldn't see in later scientists. Right. So I think that's, like I said, I think
he
that's
was also
going
a virgin.
Back too far. Yes.
Never had sex with a woman.
As far as I know, he did not. No.
No interest in women.
Yeah. Well, to be honest, I read a couple biographies of him. I had the perception that he might have been gay, but it wasn't acceptable back then. So he just thought, oh, well, fuck it. I'm just never going to do anything.
Gay dudes did shit back then, though.
They did, but it's like
But
he
was
might have been
religious, so he's like,
right. See,
Yeah.
that's what I mean. So he might have had like a moral
Yeah.
compunction against it. That's kind of the impression that I got. I don't really know. But yeah. So High Desert says, in the 80s, I remember old farts saying computers would never go anywhere.
Yeah.
Which is kind of hilarious in hindsight.
Yeah. Video games were a fad.
Yeah.
That's another one. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh my god, so funny.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just like that's what I mean. That's why I never wanted to be one of those fucking old people.
Pagers were the future.
Just look, they're always wrong. They're always wrong. They're always like fucking, like I said, old man yelling at cloud, and they're always just kind of like fucking, oh, this thing and this thing and this thing, and they're always like fucking, having little fucking tantrums about everything, and it's just kind of like, look, the world changes around you, okay? Fucking deal with it. Deal with it.
Yeah.
You're not the be all. You're not the be all end all.
Newton thought women were sus. Yeah. Yeah.
He did, yeah. Like I said, I always got the impression that Newton was gay, but he couldn't express it in that time period or in that framework. That's the impression that I got. I don't know if if that's right or not.
That might be a modern projection.
Well, yeah. Well, like I said, I could be totally wrong.
Yeah.
But like I said, I read some biographies of him, and I'm like, he sounds like a closeted gay dude to me.
He could have been. He was so intelligent. He was so intelligent, and he was so religious and pure that he thought women might have been might impurify him. They
oh my
had
god!
dudes that were like
our
that.
period blood is gonna infect everybody.
See, he might have been that crazy. That
holy shit! If he came to like this time and I knew that he thought that, I would totally. If I still had periods, I would totally like wipe like period
women
blood.
would impurify him, and that it's probably it may have been that he might have been.
Oh my god! Get
he
over it.
Might have been a straight guy that had no drive at all for women.
Yeah, I mean,
That's
he might have been
probably what it was.
asexual.
Just
Also,
asexual,
like
right.
it could have been.
Probably what it was.
Like I said, there weren't any terms to describe that back in the day, so it's just kind of like.
Yeah, I think he just thought that was impure, and he was trying to be heavenly and otherworldly and elevated. Because he's probably reading guys like St. Thomas of Aquinas.
Yeah.
Who would tell him that, no, don't debase yourself with fucking carnal
you have
desires.
To be, right.
You have to be elevated and educated and
go above the body.
Above the body and the will of the body and more angelic. And that's probably what he was doing.
That sounds like no fun at all.
He was real intelligent, and all that motherfucker was thinking
yeah,
about
he was
calculus and physics.
He was fucking
shit.
brilliant. He was fucking brilliant.
And he probably saw women and went, "Oh, well, they don't know anything about calculus and physics." And like,
oh, we're too stupid to know.
Yeah, and they're like, well, I can't improve myself with, by putting my dick in that.
It's just a waste of time.
So, you know what I mean? He was kind of an incel. Not an incel. A MGTOW.
Yeah.
He was like a MGTOW.
He was a MGTOW.
A man going his own way.
Man going his own way.
Yeah. Although in today, a MGTOW
their
guy is usually an older divorced guy on his second divorce, and he's through with his shit. You know what I mean?
Two women fucked me over, therefore all women are bad.
Well, no.
I'm going to take my ball and go home.
That's not what... Now you're misunderstanding what MGTOW is.
Okay,
a lot of those guys are fucking 50s, late 50s. That's a wrap. Come on.
The funny thing to me is that they...
You had your shot.
The funny thing to me is that they feel the need to announce it to the internet at large. That they're going their own way. I'm like, okay, go. Bye. Who cares? Nobody.
That particular movement isn't very big. They're not announcing it big. So...
Well, the fact that there's a movement... and an acronym and everything would seem to suggest otherwise.
There's that for everything.
I'm just saying. It's just funny to me that they think anyone would care if they went their own way. I was okay, bye.
I don't think they care. No, they don't care. They're male oriented. The main one I'm thinking of is fucking the dude from Redonkulous, the ex-SF guy.
I don't know who that is.
Yeah, he's funny. He's a funny dude. He's just a fucking ex-SF dude that did a shit ton of fucking time in the army, and I think he got married twice, and he's just like, oh no, I'm done with that. You know what I mean? He just hangs out with dudes and just drinks and fucking does podcasts.
Like I said, fair enough. You can
that's
totally do that.
Yeah, that's all he does.
Like I said, no one's gonna question your decision to do that.
Right? Yeah.
But people are gonna like laugh at you if you actually come on the internet and say, oh well, all women suck, and so therefore I'm going by like anyone would care.
There was
like women in general would care. Oh no, don't go.
There's a lot of humor.
Okay,
There's a lot
go
of
away.
There's a lot of humor.
Bye.
There's a lot of humor in that movement. I think that movement, not movement, but that little thing, the little click. There's humor in that click. There is some truth to what they're saying. But so what? You know what I mean? So what? I think they're also painting everything with painting all women with the same brush sometimes.
Well, yeah.
But look, all it is the male version of feminism. That's all it is. It's the male version of feminism. You can take anything to extremes, all right?
Sure.
and that's sometimes some of them are doing that. But that's basically what it is. The male version of feminism.
High Desert says, my best friend's grandfather refused to believe that women were allowed to drive. He thought they had to get police permission.
Really? How old was he?
Yeah, what year was this?
What was this? Yeah. Because women could drive all the way back in the 20s.
Yeah.
Yeah. Women drove all the time in the 20s in the United States, especially in rural areas. I think women could drive. Always in the United States.
Yeah,
I
I'd have
can't
to
think of
look
any
up.
time.
I don't really know. Because to be honest, like when cars first came on the scene, like I
Yeah.
said, like in a big way, like in the 1920s, I don't really know. I don't even know if you had to have a license.
No, I don't think you did.
I don't think you did, like back in the
You
original.
could just get in and drive them.
Yeah, you could just
And
get in and drive.
a lot-
Like
a lot
nobody
of
really
the-
thought about
A
it.
lot of the United States was rural. So families
So no one,
had
yeah, and it wasn't
tractors
like
and trucks, and
right.
women drove them. There's this idea. I've heard some feminists fucking retroactively fucking place a lot of shit in the past that didn't exist. Like women couldn't work until feminism. No, women always worked. Always. Back to even to the medieval period. They just worked in farms and in houses. Some of them would go to places like factories and work. I mean, that went way back. 1800s. You had women in factories working. So there's been a lot of revisionist histories with like World War II and Rosie the Riveter. She's the girl that's making the bombers. They had women working in factories. It's just that before the war, you didn't have women making bombers. That was just a propaganda thing. Women worked. Women were actually workhorses. Yeah. That's what you did with a woman. You worked their ass.
Well, for most of history, you
Yeah.
had to work.
Yeah.
Well, especially
Right.
when society was a lot more agricultural.
Yeah.
Like everybody had to work.
Yeah.
Women, men, children, everybody.
Women worked fields.
You had to
They
work
raised
on the farm.
children. They milked fucking cows.
Or y'all would starve.
They cooked. They made fucking clothes.
Yeah, they had to
And
look
you-
after the kids. They had to
Yeah.
like cook for the kids. They
Yeah.
had to like work in the fields. They had to
Right.
do all that shit.
Right.
All that shit.
And when factories appeared, they worked there too. So women worked.
We've always worked.
It's just kind of.
It's just that nobody really appreciated it, I think. is what
Well, no
I think.
one really appreciated the work of men either, and especially in the industrial area.
Well, I
They
think it wasn't
chewed
really.
them up.
Well, it wasn't really the same because I think men were always like expected. You know what I mean? To work, and it's just kind of like I feel like the work that women did, particularly in regards to child rearing and taking care of the home and stuff like that, was not really seen as work. I think is what the issue was. It wasn't really seen as working.
I don't know. I think they did see it as work.
I don't know.
But
I
you
don't
know,
think
another
it
thing
was.
is just another thing that I've noticed that with the feminist movement is that they tend to fucking kind of like color the past in ways that fucking make them look powerful or virtuous. Like back in the day, women weren't valued. Well, back in the day, men weren't valued either, because we came from a serf society where people were slaves. They weren't very free. They lived in a lot of poverty. People didn't live very long. It was a short and brutal life. Human beings basically expendable. Up until very recently. Really, the modern world didn't really start fucking forming until the 20s. I would say that I could go back to the 20s and live. A woman of today could go back to the 20s. You can make it. You might not like it in a small town, but you can go to a bigger city and probably have more freedom than you would have freedom now. Like if you wanted to turn tricks, you could turn tricks in the 20s. That shit was fucking legal. You could sell drugs in the 20s. There's a lot of shit you could do back then, and you could carry a gun. It was fucking, well, they got that back now. Fucking constitutional carry. You probably would have had problems trying to enter into banking systems, like Jenny said before.
That's what I mean. If you were trying to like get into the infrastructure, then you would run into problems.
But the infrastructure was small back then.
But it's like men had access to it.
Yeah, but most
women
men
did not.
Most men didn't either. It was rich men that had banks and business owners. A woman could probably get in there, though. You probably just had a reason like, oh, she has the business. Oh, okay. I'm sure they would do it. I don't think there was any laws against it, not on a state or national level. It's just that probably company policies. But you could probably get around that. You could sue them, which is probably what happened. Because people confuse what businesses were doing with what the laws were. People get very confused about American history. Like, for instance, you had the railroads with their own courts passing death sentences on employees. That's some wild shit, man. But that's the way the old America was. When you say, oh man, they handed out smallpox blankets to the Indians, that wasn't the American government. That was fucking railroad companies, corporations, people that wanted to steal land. You could do weird shit back in those days and get away with it. And it wasn't legal. You could just do it. So it's hard to blame society for what was kind of illegal, even back then. You know what I mean? It was criminal activity. Like, you can't rape and murder people today. Not legally, but you can do it. It happens all the time. So you can't really blame today's society for it, because today's society doesn't support it. They would try to stamp it out. Well, a lot of that shit they were doing back then, people weren't aware of it. It wasn't legal. They were just doing it. Well, we're not going to deal with these people. We reserve the right not to serve these customers because we don't like what color they are. It's not really legal. That's just some company saying that. You couldn't get them to stop doing that until you sued them. So you had to have money, and you had to go through the court system, and then eventually they go, you can't do that anymore. But you had companies doing that. I remember seeing that in privately owned restaurants. We reserve the right to refuse service to anybody.
Yeah, I remember seeing that.
And it's hard to interpret what it was they were talking about. Are they just saying we can kick you out if you're misbehaving? Or does that mean if we don't like you, we're not going to serve you? Or does that mean if you're not the right color, we're not going to serve you? What does that mean?
Well, it could mean lots of things. It could mean anything. And I'm sure that's why they put that out there.
Yeah. So...
because it could mean whatever
it could mean whatever they wanted it to mean. A lot of the American history was like that.
And they knew that, so they were like skirting the law, sure.
Yeah, you could kind of like interpret, like, what the hell? It was never fucking on the up and up, really. The United States was never really all that put together too well. It was just kind of a fucking experiment and movement.
Conglomeration of a bunch of stuff.
And you look at it today, the way it's going now, it's as bad as it's always been. It's just that we're now aware of it. We're not as brainwashed as we used to be. We can see it. They're fucking lying. This is a fucking scam, you know. It's just what it is.
So High Desert was talking about his grandfather.
Yeah.
That said that he couldn't believe women were allowed to drive.
Yeah.
Said he was in his 90s when I met him in 1994.
Okay.
Admittedly, he was a strange kind of guy. One of those who believed waitresses were prostitutes also.
Okay, yeah.
That is old.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if that was ever the case.
Probably not.
But
no, he was just saying that.
I mean, they're just bringing you your food, dude.
They're just saying those waitresses are floozies. Yeah.
High Desert also says his daughter, my friend's mother, never really worked a day in her life. She was a housewife, which is its own work. You know, I'm just going to say that. And then got divorced and lived off alimony. Did mostly working class and lower class women always work? Yes, they did. Yeah. Upper class women wouldn't take jobs. Yeah, upper class women never had to work. Because, you know, they had money.
My grandmother is crazy. My grandmother from Mississippi. Her name was Catherine Womack. That was her name. She remarried after my granddad died. We called her Little Mama. That was her fucking nickname. Her son was Tommy, my dad. I was called Little Tommy. Anyway.
Because his dad's name is also Tom.
Yeah.
So you're technically
Tommy
a Tom Jr.
Yeah. My grandmother was from Laurel, Mississippi, born and raised there, went through the Depression and everything, and she worked her whole life. When she was 16, she got a job at a local department store. And that was one of her main jobs before she got married. Work at a department store. After she got married and had kids, she worked part-time. I think at that same department store. It was, I think, Woolworths. I think is what it was. Over the years and shit, she'd tell me fucking funny stories. She said, I worked with a girl at Woolworths. She was a pretty girl. She asked me to go. I knew her for over 2 years, blah, blah, blah. She's telling this whole story, this meandering ass story. I said, where the fuck is this going? And she goes, for our lunch break, we went to the soda fountain and got a soda fountain. And while I was there, she told me she loved me. And I was like, what? Turned out she was a lesbian.
Oh.
But I never told anybody else. I said, I'm not going to tell anybody. You know. And she was a good person. And then she was around for about a year. And then she got married to a man. And that was the story. But that was like her. So
I'm sure that probably happened a lot back then.
Yeah, so that was just kind of a little understanding of the way the world was. She's talking about the 30s. And late 30s probably. Everything is like it was, just that they didn't have the same framework.
Well, you couldn't really be... Like, everybody
Yeah.
was the same as they are now, but you
Yeah.
couldn't
You
be
didn't
open
express it the same
about
way.
that. You
Correct.
couldn't be open about it because everyone would, like, shun you.
Now, you could say, like, well, how, man, that must have been, like, from another planet. No. Because you got to also kind of understand that this is a small town. But that girl that she's talking about ended up marrying a guy because that was what was expected of
Well,
them.
you kind of had to.
Yeah, all right. But she probably knew who Marlene Dietrich was.
Oh, I'm sure.
There were a lot of lesbians in Hollywood. She probably, you know,
yeah,
there was
big time.
literature they could go
Like I said, they were still around
They
back
were still
then.
around, yeah.
You just weren't allowed to, like,
Yeah.
say it out loud.
Right. Right.
You weren't allowed to say it.
Yeah.
You had to,
Well,
like, make an
yeah.
end run around things.
Right, but what was
You had to
fucking
sneak
funny?
around.
What was fucking funny about it is that my grandmother said, and what I thought was funny is that she was amazed that she was pretty, because in her mind, a lesbian would have been ugly.
Right. I think some people still
Yeah.
have that misperception.
That it'd be something that a guy wouldn't want.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, I still hear that nowadays.
Yeah.
Like that stupid
Yeah.
stereotype. Like that lesbians are all like super butch or manly
Yeah,
or whatever.
right.
And they're not. They're not.
Right.
But it's like...
And then you know, and she was very religious, so there's also a stereotype that she would have ratted her out, but she
Right.
didn't.
Yeah.
So,
Well, that's good.
right. She liked her.
Because that would have been shitty if she'd done that.
No, she liked her. So you can't really look down on the people of the past as much as like people fucking encourage other people to do. They were still people.
Well, yeah, but it's like their frame of reference was different.
Mm-hmm.
That's all. Like, I get where they were coming from, but...
Yeah, she told me the story because she saw a lesbian on television.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. She thought that, then she...
Well, that's the thing.
That's all
Like,
she
my
said.
grandmother was pretty chill
Yeah.
about stuff. But she used to tell me, you know, she grew up, she was born in 1929, my grandmother. She's died now. But, she used to tell me, yeah, we used to know, like, gay people and lesbians and stuff, all that, but nobody talked about it. Nobody talked about it. I don't even like them talking about it nowadays. Like, so she knew it existed, but she was just uncomfortable with people talking about it because she wasn't used to it.
Yeah.
She was just used to it being
Yeah.
a secret.
Yeah.
Like, everybody knew about it,
Yeah.
but nobody talked about it.
Right.
And she liked it like that.
Yeah.
Like, that was what she was used to.
Yeah.
So it's like, I thought that was really funny.
That was their ethos of the
Right,
time.
but it's it's like, coming from our generation, we were just kind of like, well, why? It's not a big deal. Like, it's not a big deal to us, so it's just like nobody. So I didn't understand like why it was this big fucking why they were so worried about it.
One of the things I noticed about my grandparents, their generation was big on fucking appearances.
Oh yeah,
the way things looked.
Yeah,
they didn't care about the way it really was. It was just how it looked. So I didn't really give a shit too much.
No.
Because it was kind of superficial.
Yeah, they were just really worried about how everything appeared, like even if it was fake. And the weird thing about it is that everybody seemed to know
that it was appearance. A facade.
Mm-hmm. Everybody knew. Mm-hmm. Like, yeah, this dude is like beating up his wife and kids, but we're just not gonna talk about that. We're just gonna pretend.
We don't want to make it look bad.
Right. We're just gonna pretend everything, which to me is fucked up.
Yeah.
That's fucked up. That's really unhealthy.
Yeah.
But it's just kind of like that was the way they did it back then. It's like, yeah, we knew all this fucked up shit was going on, but we just didn't talk about it. And it's just like, that's really weird to me.
All right. I think
wait a minute. High Desert said, another friend of mine got refused service in a store because she had a punk hairdo.
Yeah. That's like something they would do.
I don't think I ever got refused service, but I got followed around in stores all the time.
Like you were going to steal.
Like I was going to steal something, which I never would.
Yeah.
I would never steal anything. But it's just, I got followed around all the time. Back in the 80s.
We're probably to wrap this up. We've been on for a long time.
Yeah, probably. It's almost 2 in the morning.
People are, oh shit, man.
It's 1:39. It's 1:39.
Fuck, I didn't realize it was that long. All right, this is a holiday special.
It's a holiday special. Well, that's what I figured.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've been on for
5 hours.
5 hours and 45 minutes.
We need to rename this shit Holiday Special Marathon.
I was having a good time, though.
Yeah.
I was having a good time. We were
went
drinking. It's a holiday weekend.
Yeah.
But yeah. All right, so we're going to wrap it up because we went on for almost 6 hours. Holy shit.
Fuck.
This might be one of our longest shows
It's
ever.
the longest show of all time.
No, it's not. We've done longer ones.
6
But
hours?
it's one of our longer ones. I will give you that. But yeah, so we're going to wrap it up so we can go to bed. It is the holiday weekend, though. On Sunday, I think, I'm going to come back and do a live stream about the Christmas horror movie To All a Good Night from 1980. So I'm going to talk about that. I got a lot of thoughts about it, so we'll talk about that on Sunday. We might also do a live stream on Christmas Day, like the evening of Christmas Day. Might be Ginger Dead Man, might be Violent Night. We'll see how it goes. Whatever we watch over the weekend. So hopefully you guys can join us for that. So have a good holiday weekend, you guys. I will see you guys again on Sunday, and we will both see you again on Christmas Day, Monday night. So thank you all for dropping by and hanging out with us this Friday evening. Thank you all for your super chats, and we will see you guys again, or I will see you guys again on Sunday.